In a moonlit night, we see a number of soldiers screaming on top of their lungs to kill the devil, and someone rushing at the soldiers at high speeds, seemingly a young boy with white hair. He quickly gets up close with one of the soldier, and before the soldier can do anything, he strikes him with his dark powers. The soldier screams in pain, as it's a complete massacre. The white-haired guy then concentrates his power on his hand and slams the ground, causing the ground to crack and break, with his power swallowing up the soldiers. The white-haired boy also huffs upon getting tired, as we get a complete look at his body. His face is bloodied and messed up from seemingly fighting for long. He then notices someone coming and glances to the side. Seemingly, a red-haired girl, asking him, why did he make such a choice? Stating that he bargained with the devil and questions his betrayal. She asks for the answers from Knox von Lienhaber. Knox chuckles, questioning if he betrayed them. From where she stands, it might look like that to her. But for him, it's not the case, and he may even say that she is the one who betrayed him. She accuses him for spouting lies, and again asks for answers. Why did he do such a thing? How did he end up like this? But Knox simply grins at her question. He turns towards the moon, saying that it all started with a crash landing. We then suddenly gets a notification that Inner Lunatic has been completed, with the completed runs being amounted to 27. The person playing states that it wasn't such a bad run. He picked up some items and cleared some hidden achievements and finds everything well and good, except for the fact that he is due to die next month. We go back in time 2 years ago, where the doctor tells him to brace himself as they got the results of his tests back. Hearing which, his face is filled with dread and fear. He holds the report in his hands, with the doctor saying that while he understands he has been tested twice in other facilities, they have also looked at it very carefully, and they have the same conclusion, hearing which causes his hand to tremble. While the only thing they can offer him are palliative drugs, which he should take with discretion. Back to the present, it has been 2 years already. He turns his head and glances at the calendar, and starts coughing up blood, noting that he is dying for real. He does realizes that there is no point in regurgitating the thought again, since it won't change anything. He then gets a notification on his phone. As he picks it up, we see it's from the university hospital about his appointment. He calls it a good thing that he got no one to call. No one is reaching out to him since he started losing memory, nor do he has anyone to reach out to. He clenches the blood-filled cloth tightly, wondering, where would he go in this state? He lifts up his phone, and we see he was in contact with terminal cancer support groups. He angrily slams on his table, and all of the papers goes flying everywhere. And as he stares up again, he sees the game window, again inviting him to start a new game, as he notes that this is all that is left to him. And so, he once again starts a new game, wondering, what kind of character should he make this time? The character creation window pops up. He sets the traits as ultra-sensitive mana, genius swordsman, and fighter. He gets a notification for selecting more than one genius traits, and if he continues with it, he would invoke penalties, and the penalty being a life-limiting illness. Seeing this, he chuckles, noting that it's just like him, a soon-to-die character. And so, he proceeds with the character regardless of the penalty. Suddenly, a bright blue light flashes above him as he starts to sink down. He tumbles and falls down from his chair while panting heavily and is unable to stand back up, and his vision also starts to get blurry. He wonders if he is dying, and while he knew all along that his death was around the corner, he hoped that he could at least choose the time and way to leave. Suddenly, a window appears, with character name modified written on it. And the scene changes to some kind of open room with nice breeze coming in, and something starts to synchronize. The character configuration completes, and we see our MC has turned into a white-haired boy and is laying on his bed and panting heavily. He quickly gets up and is quite confused by all this. He gets a suffocating sense of déjà vu and wonders if all this is real as he wanders around the room. His grim hunch came true as he looks into the mirror and his hand starts to tremble. He realizes that he has become the worst spoiled wretch, Knox, in this goddamned game. He don't know why, but at that moment, the phrase, "it all started with a crash landing," popped up in his head. The Lienhaber family is one of the 3 prominent families harnessing the element of darkness. It has close link to Lunatic, the most diabolical crime organization in the game, and Knox is the youngest of 5 sons born to the family. The Lienhabers earned a reputation for being the finest of swordsmen. But Knox achieved distinction for being an exception. Spiting his life as the only mediocre Lienhaber, he sets his foot in a forbidden realm of magic, making a deal with the devil, and becomes the worst villain known in the inner lunatic universe. Our boy wonders if he is still dreaming and if he really did become Nox. Suddenly, he gets the notification with his character window and all of his current stats and information. At first, he seems a bit excited upon seeing a start window, but suddenly notices that there is something wrong, which is his stamina being at only 2 points. And upon also noticing the negative traits, he realizes that he is perhaps the customized character that he just made. And so, he is a dying man in the real world, and also a dying man in the game. But he doesn't remember why did he made a character like that, and assumes that perhaps deep down, he knows why. He wanted to make a character who is like him, just like him, dying, and with no one to lean on. But he obviously had no idea what tragedy that would lead to. Suddenly, he gets a notification that he has one unread message, and he opens it up. And the message greets him by his real name, and Nox is surprised that he knows his real name. Chanyu was the name given to him by his parents, who is not sure is even alive. Which makes him realize that whoever brought him here knows of his past that even he cannot remember. The Cinder then says that he might not remember him, but he has to say that it's been a long time without him. Seeing this greatly shocks Nox, as the Cinder continues that the past 2 years he has been really brave and strong, and has proven himself deserving of coming back. And so, the Cinder welcomes back Nox, which makes Nox wonder if he is originally from here. Seeing this message get him wondering if he is to believe that this world is real, and the world he came from is not. His hand starts trembling as he calls it all nonsense. The Cinder then tells him that there is much he cannot tell him just yet, including his identity, and declares that he intends to help him, making Nox wonder, how is he going to do that? He asks Nox to enter a Lydian Academy as top priority, and there, he should find companions, those who can be of help to him, and get as close to the main storyline as he can. Doing so will set him on the path to find all the lost truth, and with this last piece, the message window fades. Nox panics and asks him to not go yet, but it leaves regardless, so Nox decides to think of what to do. He knows that now he is Nox von Lienhaber, the will-be final boss of this game, and that he is supposed to push himself close to the main story, but regardless of how he understands, for him it's like throwing himself into the flame. But he considers, what if the message was saying the truth and this is the reality? Can he really afford to ignore it and possibly burn the bridge to his lost memory? Which he decides that he cannot, and considers his path as good as set, which is to get near the main story, reclaim his memory, and figure out what this game has to do with it. And if possible, survive, since he is living on a borrowed time anyways. And if being the ultimate villain is the price to pay for it, then he is more than happy to do so. He then grins, thinking that it is not worse than the life he had in the other world. He has no memory preceding the diagnosis 2 years ago. During the 2 years he do remember, he was always a dying man. Every ticking of the clock was a countdown towards the end. Every second of his life was filled with fear of impending death. So he questions, just how bad can it be? Same life, but different surroundings. And he happens to know these surroundings well. And so, he begins by asking the system the date, and it's February 4th, 1812, which means 1 year left till Lydian's next enrollment cycle, and also of his demise. But he cheers up, and starts to get ready for his 28th successful run. But when he grabs the door handle, he suddenly feels a sharp pain in his wrist. He halts, wondering what happened, and gets a message that his negative trait, sickliness, got activated and caused him a level 1 wrist sprain, which makes him dumbfounded. Walking down the hallway, he thinks that even a sunfish would be more sturdier than him, and wonder, what is wrong with this body? Suddenly, someone bumps into him, and the plates she was carrying all fall down and breaks into pieces. And it seems to be his maid, who exclaims that it really hurts upon falling down. But upon noting that it's Master Nox, they all get shocked. Nox feels the pain from stumbling across them as well, and upon noticing that she is a brunette with amber eyes, he wonders if she is Lona. Lona frantically apologizes to Nox for committing a mortal sin and requests him to not cut her with splinters. Nox remembers that she is one of the important side characters, but what makes her memorable is how she talks behind Nox's back, every chance she gets. Which is weird to imagine considering her looking with those innocent sparkling eyes with joy as she backbites. Nox leans in close at her and says that he is letting her off the hook this once. But if she were to repeat the same mistake, and Lona immediately apologizes to him, Nox glances to the side, and other maids also seems to be terrified, while he thinks that it's not like he is terrorizing people. But upon seeing their full reaction, he remembers that Nox is the spoiled wretch and wonders, what kind of horrors has he been spreading in this manner? And Lona, with stutters in her voice, asks Nox, where was he heading so early in the morning? And he replies, to the drill hall, which surprises all of them. Nox smiles, while telling Lona that he is glad that she asked, and orders her to follow him. And she gets weird thoughts, like, if Nox is going to wallop her with a wooden sword. As they are walking towards the drill hall, Lona suddenly stops and starts glancing at him. Meanwhile, Nox thinks that first off, he needs to survive. His near death in the other world made it clear for him that he is not ready to die just yet. And so the first step he plans to take is adapting to the given circumstances as soon as possible. He mutters to himself that it's not completely impossible. Meanwhile, Lona looks at him with confusion. He knows that he has already beaten this game 27 times before. There is no hidden aspect in this game that he has not discovered yet. He then mutters, traits panel, and opens up a window. He remembers that the main story of Inner Lunatic unfolds against an interesting backdrop of conflicts involving the divinity, the devil, and the empire, but that alone would not have earned this game its national popularity. What makes this game truly special is the countless combination of character traits that enables thousands of possible ways to navigate through the game. Traits belongs to different tiers. Depending on how remarkable they are, players can pick several traits of lower tiers. But when it comes to genius traits, players can only choose one, which is not a surprising thing, since any genius trait can open up a shortcut to the apex and related fields. Which begs the question, how did he got himself 2 genius traits? He replies himself that it's all thanks to how this game works, specifically, thanks to the penalty system called penalty traits. Rather than completely banning players from choosing more talents than allowed in a tier, the game discourages it by slapping them with oversized disadvantages. But regardless, his traits, Genius Swordsman and Fighter, will expedite his progress to the top in combat arts involving white arms, including swords. Ultra Sensitivity to Mana. This one will allow him to heighten his mana sensitivity, to sharply increase his efficiency in any activity that requires magic. But it's not just those 2 genius traits that can be useful to him. And another special one which must be the benefit that only main character gets, Perceptive Eye, which would let him have a peek into the stat window of other characters. Gifted Actor will help him be a more convincing Nox, which is something that he would need more than anything. Heart of Steel can help him when he needs to center himself in combat and in danger. But the main problem is the ridiculous negative traits, with life-limiting illness on top of them. And seeing all of them, he calls the list a murderer's row of a trait collection. Characters with cold hands and feet cannot even dare to set even a toe in glacial terrain without heat-inducing skills. And due to sickliness, he is bound to collapse at least once before the passing of every chapter. He scratches his head, thinking it is what it is, and decides to simply tackle them one by one. Seeing him standing outside the drill hall, Lona thinks that he wasn't bluffing, and if he is really going to drill himself. He stares at the gate for a bit and decides to enter. And he plans to start off with the Curse of Frailty, which causes his stat growth to be half of what it should be, and his vulnerability to debuffs is twice of what it should be. Now at the drill hall, his hand starts to shake as he holds the sword, and upon thinking from all the angles possible, he concludes that he is doomed. He starts to pant heavily and gets covered in sweat, and drops the sword while falling on the ground, being all tired already. He is trembling and shit, despite making only less than 10 swings, thinking, why didn't he knew how intense the Curse of Frailty would be? He then gets up and looks at the impeccable swords around him. Though it doesn't come as a surprise, since swordsmanship is what defines the Lienhaber family. Of all the formidable sobriquets that the Lienhaber family has earned, the most prominent is Sons of Darkness and Swords. And what afforded them such renown was its primarily the esoteric arts of infusing dark mana into swords, and none other than the Vanquisher, which is also known as the Black Blade of Domination, a sword that has been historically passed down only from the head of the house to their successor. Though to him, he doesn't really concerns him, and there are plenty of perks other than swordsmanship that this family has to offer. And for instance, it's money, money, and money according to him. They are some of the highest of the highborns in this world, meaning they got plenty of money to burn, to the point that they won't mind the family's black sheep splurging. And he is certain that Knox's father, Theodore, won't give two craps if his brat of a son is throwing money. But he cannot be blamed, because through and through, Knox has been the spoiled last-born of the Lienhaber family, which he finds as an upside to his character, and as he tries to stand up again, his leg starts to shake. He quickly takes his upside line back due to his cursed body, and thinks to just chill until Lona brings him back the things he asked for. We go back to a few minutes ago, where Lona has brought him a wooden sword, a tower, and some water as he ordered. She is quite surprised upon seeing Knox actually being in the drill hall, and wonders if he is serious about this. Knox asks Lona to come here. As he looks around and notes no one is watching, she gets scared thinking that he would beat her. But Knox asks, "What is she even saying?" and pulls her ear, and whispers something in it, hearing which, she is quite surprised, and asks if he is sure, as those items will cause him a fortune. And not only that, she claims that they are absolute garbage. But Knox scares her, asking if she is back-talking to him, which she frantically denies, and quickly leaves to get the items, while thinking that he didn't change at all. What was she thinking? Meanwhile, Knox wonders how resourceful she can get, and he hopes that she can get him those items by tomorrow. Though he gives off a frustrated sigh, mainly about his stamina being only at 2 points, noting that he needs to fix that as soon as possible. Suddenly, someone creeps behind him and greets him with a good morning. He gets quite surprised upon seeing him. He is Rodwell de Ernerock, the majordomo. Apparently, very few people can get short with him, given how much authority he holds in the manor, and Knox being one who certainly cannot. He is chief butler who assists the family head of Lienhaber family, Theodore, and reports directly to him. Knox really doesn't stand a chance against him. He starts trembling in his presence, noting that he got a major obstacle so early in the game. But he thought that a good-for-nothing like Knox would have his whereabouts beneath his notice, and wonders if Rodwell has noticed that something is off. But regardless, he doesn't think that he is defenseless as he puts down the cup. His positive trait, gifted actor, activates as he tells Rodwell that it's quite funny that he is here, since to his understanding, his job was to attend upon the head of the family. He replies that he has come bearing an order from his father, and his father is apparently expecting his presence at the dinner table tonight. It surprises him, as he is going to have dinner with the family on his first day as Knox, as he doesn't know shit about the family, let alone the guy he is supposed to be. So he tells Rodwell that his father is going to be disappointed then, while Rodwell also doesn't get why is Theodore wanting Master Knox attend as well, and replies that tonight they will be joined by Miss Talia von Steeliner, and she is apparently visiting to train to be a knight, and if Knox do not join his brothers in welcoming her, then he is afraid that Lord Theodore would be furious with him. And so, he reluctantly agrees to do so. Rodwell apologizes and states that Knox is rather unlike himself today, and he asks, what is that supposed to mean? Rodwell replies that he never much enjoyed swords, yet for some reason, he is in the drill hall today, and formally asks if he can inquire what his inspiration was for doing so. Knox replies that he will make it clear on this once and for all. As his master, he will not tolerate such insolent questions in the future, as things that he do and why he does them is none of his concern, and he alone determines what he takes interest in, which kind of makes Rodwell nervous. And Rodwell agrees and simply bows down to him, and Knox leaves. Rodwell wonders if Knox is getting new wind or something and decides to inform Lord Lienhaber. Back into his room, Knox starts panting heavily due to all the nervousness, noting that he was not expecting such an event, and wonders what would happen if he were to get busted. And also questions about Talia, and why would she pop in so suddenly. Now fast forward to night, where someone is mocking Knox, that a major dunce is gracing them with his presence, which is a vulgar touch to their dinner. Meanwhile, Knox is quite silent as they mock him further, that if Knox still thinks himself as a Lienhaber, and they are apparently twin brothers, Hats and Allen. Hats state that he must have lost his remaining shame to join them at the family dinner. They also mock him, commenting that they heard he beats maid and a butler, but Knox stays silent, thinking that while he knew that he is not the one who did it, it still stings nonetheless. Suddenly, the door opens as maid starts to bow and Knox gets nervous. Theodore is here, who comments that everyone seems to be here. Knox notes that he is the head of the Lienhaber family and along with him is Talia von Steeliner, who greets everyone as she introduces herself. Theodore states that she is here to receive her night training and will be staying with them for a while, and asks his family to give her a cordial welcome. Nox remembers that she is the heroine of Inner Lunatic, the one who puts an end to Nox's corruption with her righteous blade, meaning that somewhere down the road, she will end up stabbing him in the heart. Theodore comments that he is quite surprised to see Nox at the dinner tonight, and he simply looks away nervously, while Talia wonders what is going on. Regardless, they all start eating, and both Hats and Alan seems to be glancing at Nox and planning something. Alan speaks up, saying that his father that he heard a Lydian Academy's enrollment starts next year. And so they were thinking that they would need to determine who was the most worthy of representing their family name. And their father agrees with that notion, saying that it's high time they discuss that matter. A Lydian Academy is the most important place in this game. It's due to the main storyline of the game mostly consists of episodes where students at a Lydian Academy handle incidents at school and fight the demon. And so, he notes that he has to get into a Lydian and gather as many companions as he can without making any fissures in the storyline. Theodore speaks up, saying that they must be aware that a Lydian Academy takes its own measures to prevent aristocratic families from forming cliques inside. Hence the policy of accepting only 3 students from each households. And since their 2 brothers have already claimed their spots, only one of them 3 will get a chance to enroll. And Nox notes that for now, he has to focus on getting chosen for the last spot. Theodore continues that the one to enroll will be chosen with their time-honored Leanhaber method. And Nox replies that he means it would be sorted out by dueling. Hearing which, Theodore is surprised, as he wasn't expecting Nox to show an active interest. And Theodore agrees with Nox, saying that the duel will take place 1 month from today, at the drill hall of their manor. Alan tells Nox that if he is planning to withdraw, then he should not join at all, and Hat says there is no point in him entering, with his delicate body and callous-free hands. Meanwhile, Nox calmly takes up his wine glass, commenting that knowing his rivals, he is feeling rather optimistic. Alan gets angry hearing that, and asks Nox if he is suggesting that they are on par with his pathetic self. Meanwhile, Nox thinks that this duel is a hurdle that he would have to jump anyways to get into a Lydian, so he is going to hell with their jeering asses. And so, he says that he is suggesting as a future student of a Lydian that he is above their level. And Theodore takes notice of him with interest, while his brother simply gets annoyed and angry, without being able to talk back, and Talia calls it interesting, and asks on what ground is he so confident about this, all while grinning, which causes Nox to freak out, thinking that she is the last person whose attention he should be grabbing. Back at Theodore's office, he agrees with Rodwell that it's just as he said. It's like Nox became a different person overnight. And Rodwell agrees, with Theodore thinking that if he hasn't seen it himself, he would have thought that Rodwell was joking and wonders what triggered such a sudden change in him. He first thinks of possibility of him being possessed by a demon, but quickly dismisses that as a ridiculous thing. But whatever it is, he thinks that things are getting far more interested than expected, and orders Rodwell to keep an eye on him. Fast forward, and we see Nox running outside, while panting heavily and drenched in sweat. The maids whisper about him, that Master Nox is back on the drill, and are surprised, knowing that he is doing it for the duel next month. But they questions if it's for that, then why is he just running around? He glances at them, wondering, why can he hear their whispers from all the way there? And while running, he gets a notification that his stamina has increased by 0.1 point, which he calls it ridiculous. And the reason why he is running is because stamina is a major obstacle in his plan. The trait, Genius Swordsman and Fighter, can only be activated when the character has stamina points higher than 4. And any normal character other than Nox would have fulfilled that condition from the start. And he is still under the curse of frailty, and he has 1 month to improve his stamina by 1.9 point. The curse of frailty is a curse that halves one's stamina gains. And all of his running so far resulted in a whopping 0.1 point growth. And since life-limiting illness also has the growth of stamina in its own right, he would have to work 4 times harder to get over this double whammy. And to make it worse, life-limiting illness also sets the upper limit of stamina at 15 points. And now, Lona arrives with the stuff that Nox ordered her to get yesterday. Nox thinks that she is better than he thought, and tells Lona that she is finally being helpful. And so, his strategy for punching his stamina up to 4 is to use an expedient. Something he uses masterfully like a pro, as he has beaten this game 27 times before. Lona questions, why does he need all these for? They're all venomous or extremely tricky to handle. People are even reluctant to ever use them, and the only thing she can find useful among them is the scroll. And Nox replies, they are useless if they don't know how to use them, and Lona doesn't understand. And so, Nox turns around and grabs the purple bottle and drinks it down. Lona gets worried and shouts his name in worry, as it's apparently poison. And it's not just any poison either, as his heart starts to beat loud and fast. The venom of the three-headed snake he consumed increased his stamina by 30% temporary, but he would die in 10 minutes in return. We see him quite in pain as he clenches the table and picks up another time to eat. Seeing his condition, Lona tries to earn a rock, but Nox orders her to not and eats another item. Lona again freaks out, saying that he should not have eaten the golem's nucleus, and the message informs him that his body will soon start to get petrified. But suddenly, a hidden effect gets activated as both of the items reacts with one another. And Nox grins while thinking that things are going just as planned. A golem's nucleus is typically used to maximize the user's defensive power by petrifying the skin, or to bring an artificially made golem to life. But when it's used in conjunction with venom of three-headed snake, the negative trait, Curse of Frailty, is eliminated. He clenches his fist, noting that the Curse of Frailty has lifted. Meanwhile, Lona is still freaking out. And it's not the only hidden effect that he planned to activate, as Lona asks Nox if he is alright. She suddenly starts to blush and gets embarrassed a bit, as Nox starts to strip off his shirt. But instead of doing what Lona was expecting, Nox reaches for another potion and pours it on himself. It's fairy's water, which neutralizes the petrification and also causes a reaction, as Nox feels a weirdly pleasant sensation. And the effect causes a new temporary trait to form, Blessing of Growth, which causes his stamina to have a growth bonus of 100%, lasting till it reaches 5 points. And for the final touch, he uses a scroll of Rapid Stamina Growth, which causes his stamina growth rate to double. With this, he broke the Curse of Frailty and offset the growth penalty of life-limiting illness. On top of that, he also used a growth scroll. And if his calculations are correct, his new stamina growth rate is twice that of average characters now. Suddenly, Lona rushes and hugs Nox, asking him if he is alright. Saying that when she saw him take off his shirt, she thought that he finally lost his mind under the venom's influence, but he ignores her and tells her to get a towel for him. She starts sobbing, and Nox thinks, how can he yell at her when he is feeling good about breaking the curse? And so, he tells her that he is quite alright, and she asks if he is sure that he don't need Ernarock, or perhaps he could use some rest. But he declines, saying that he got things to do, and she asks, what exactly? And he replies with a smile, running of course. And so, we again see Nox running outside. Along with him, Lona is also running. And someone seems to be watching them both from inside a window, wondering what possessed him. It's Talia, who is pouting and questioning about him accepting the duel with his brothers despite being built like a garden weed. Her maid corrects her that it's no way to talk to a member of Lienhaber family. She should remember that they are hosting her. And if anyone hears her talking in such manner, but she ignores her suggestion, saying that she should be thinking likewise. As all Nox does is running. It's like he has no intention of training with a sword, and she even heard that some homagers to the Lienhaber family offered to teach him. Yet, he turned all of them down without a second thought, which makes her assume that Nox will end up getting beaten witless. There would be no changing that. She is completely engrossed that he has no chance in winning and wonders why is she unable to take her mind off of it. And so, she finally snaps and tells her maid that she can't, and leaves while apologizing and saying she would be back shortly. Now outside, Nox seems to be resting as someone greets him. And it's Talia, who again tells him her name and asks if he remembers. Meanwhile, Nox panics internally, wondering, what is she doing here? And so, he gets up and says that she doesn't need to remind him and asks her to state her business. She seems to get taken back by his attitude and wonders what is up with it, and assumes that it must be because he is simply too stunned by her beauty, and asks Nox, does he really believe that he can beat his brothers? And he simply nods in reply. So she asks that he is doing nothing but running. How much good will that do for his sword skills? Which is what Lona wanted to say as well. She also offers him her help, as she would be more than happy to oblige. But Nox immediately shoots her down, saying that he has no interest and asks her to leave. She gets flustered due to that and asks how dare he, and if this is how he normally treats people who are trying to offer their help. Lona gets nervous as well, thinking that Nox shouldn't talk to a lady like that. But regardless, Talia angrily takes her leave while pushing Nox and saying, "Have it your way." Though Nox is confused as he doesn't get what happened, meanwhile, Lona sarcastically comments that it was very tactful of him. He sighs, thinking that it's spiraling out of control. He then uses his perceptive eye on Talia to see her character window, and he finds it quite wild how talented she is. And looking at the stamina alone, given the average stamina of adult males in this world is 4, she is truly an exceptional case. Although, not quite on the level of the 3 Supremes or the 4 Sages, but she can easily claim her place in a league right beneath theirs. And she is also certainly capable of killing a couple of devils. In her element of fire. Once awakened, her element of fire will get upgraded to white fire, which will give her the power to burn the corrupt Nox into oblivion. But winning Talia over and becoming friends with her is not an option, because he doesn't know how much twist that would cause to the story. And after all, it's nonsense to fraternize with your future vanquisher. Now fast forward to a month later, and we see Talia walking down the manor. She seems to be lost in some thoughts of her memories, as everyone around her praises her for mastering skills really fast, calling her a talent befitting the high reputation of the Steeliner family. But currently, she seems to be doubting herself, and the next thing she remembers, being beaten by her sister. The memory causes frustration as she tightly clenches her sword, and questions if she would ever be good enough to become a knight. Knights must be able to lead a frugal existence void of greed, and, from time to time, sacrifice themselves for the triumph of justice, and with the mentality as the cornerstone of their training, they must master countless swords and forms. She then sighs, thinking about Nox again, that there is someone like him who thinks that running is enough to defeat his highly trained brothers, and once again, states that he stands no chance whatsoever. Now fast forward to the next day, at the day of the duel. We see everyone is present to see the duel, including Scylla, Theodore's first wife. Theodore asks Rodwell, how does he reckon this match would turn out? And he replies that he can only assume that this duel serves to determine which master gets to represent the Lienhaber family as a student at the Elydian Academy. And right as the duel begins, Hatz quickly jumps at Nox to attack. Theodore asks Rodwell for his predictions on the match, and he replies that he believes years of training Master Allen has received will put him in the commanding position. And Theodore replies, agrees due to Rodwell giving a valid reason. Scylla also gives off a sharp glare towards the duel. Meanwhile, Rodwell wonders if Theodore is predicting a different outcome. And while it's true that Master Nox has changed, but however hard he tries, he is unable to imagine him overpowering Allen. It would require some truly outrageous circumstances. And if he learned anything by being at Theodore's side, it's that as intricate as it can be, the art of swords is governed by a simple rule. A swordsman's achievement can be calibrated with this one question: how much time has he spent with his sword, wielding it, and studying it? But if there is one factor that might allow a swordsman to transcend this law, it would be a talent from the realms beyond, an overwhelming natural gift. Which begs the question if there are any grounds to believe that Master Nox possessed such a gift. Theodore speaks up that regardless of anything, it would be unwise to dismiss other possibilities, especially with the swordsman in question being a son of the Lienhaber family. As for all they know, one of his sons might possess a gift comparable to that of 3 Supremes. Back to the fight, we see his genius swordsman trait is inactive, as Nox wonders, why is he so unlucky in this world, despite his luck being at 7 points? Even after all that running, he was unable to bring his stamina up to 4 points. He was almost there, reaching 3.8 points of stamina. And behind him, Lona was also running, asking Nox if he is absolutely sure that he needs her to run with him. And Nox is about to say that as his servant, she should suffer, but quickly changes it, that she should assist him by staying at his side, though she picks up, saying that he just let his true intentions slip. But he smiles and hands over the tower, saying that there is one more article to clean for her, and she pouts. And seeing her reaction, he accuses that she just cursed him inwardly, and she replies that she simply bit her tongue. Nox chuckles, and suddenly he realizes that all this running must have given her much stamina as well and uses his perceptive eye on her. And upon seeing her stamina at 4.5, he is quite shocked, as he questions, what is in the water that this family drinks from, as even their maid is stronger than average men. He gets quite pissed, knowing that even after all the hard work he put in, he is still weaker than a side character. Lona tells him that the sun is about to set, and asks him to rest, since his duel is tomorrow. But Nox hasn't reached his goal yet, and needs yet more time. Back to the fight, Alan tells Nox that it would be better for him to withdraw. Since he is his little brother, it would pain him to beat him badly, and Nox replies that it's quite funny, since his countenance suggests that he doesn't want him to withdraw. And Alan agrees, asking if his intentions were that obvious. He does want to make a good impression upon Miss Talia, and he believes that Nox will be of help, but Nox advises him against it. He then uses his ability to gauge his stats, and notes that his stamina is at 8, so for him, there is no way he can defeat him with what he have right now, and wonders what should he do, while the blondie announces the start of duel between them two. He tells them both to accept the outcome of the duel, and not under any circumstances challenge it. Nox is nervous, thinking what should he do, since if he loses here, it would be all over, his journey to bring back his memory. Finding out who sent him that message, and most importantly, his life beyond the 1-year deadline. And so, as soon as the duel begins, Alan quickly jumps at him to attack, but Nox dodges by rolling away from the attack. Alan tries to kick him, but Nox blocks it with his sword and gets pushed back. His hand starts trembling from the attack, and Alan tells him that he just got lucky. And so, Alan once again starts pressuring him, with Nox thinking that this blasted game has one rule. When you lose it all, but if you somehow overcome it all. And suddenly, we see his stamina has increased by 0.1 points again, and he smirks saying, if you somehow overcome it all, you can have everything. Seeing him smirk like this, Alan questions if his amazing strikes shock him out of his senses. And he once again starts attacking and pressuring Nox. Scylla watching this gets relieved, as all that talk about Nox having a change in heart was worrying her. But seeing this, she thinks that she was worried in vain. And just like the first two, the third Lanehaber spot at the academy will be taken by one of her son, she assumes. She looks over at Theodore, who also calls Nox pathetic, which makes her grin, thinking that one day this family will. Theodore speaks up, saying that he may have put too high of expectation on Nox, and that perhaps this is the farthest that his change of heart can get him. Rodwell asks if it would not be wise to stop this duel now, since if it would continue further, he is afraid that Nox will need a long recuperation. Theodore thinks that while Alan and Hats are reasonably talented, but their gift is by no standard uncommon, compared to their eldest brother, they are mediocre at best. This all puts him in a dilemma, as he questions if he has to accept that none of his sons has the temperament to overpower all and put the world under his heel, and that none of them merits the vanquisher. And with this, he lets out a disappointed sigh and starts getting up to stop the duel. Suddenly, Nox gets another 0.1 point of stamina, and when he finally reaches full 4 points, his genius trait activates. He starts to chuckle, and Alan asks if he has lost it already. Theodore suddenly takes notices of something, and we see Nox activating his skill. Nox thinks that a wise person he don't remember once said that a genius and an average man experience time differently. And as the flow of time seems to have come to a halt, Nox comments if this is how the time flows for a genius. Everything is moving slowly, almost as if the flow of time has become several times slower. And his opponent is looking slow, doesn't automatically makes his control of sword perfect. The skill may not alone guarantee his dominance. But now, he doesn't consider himself a dormant, and so it's settled. And the next moment, we see Nox striking the sword out of Alan's hand. It shocks and makes him nervous, while Nox smiles, thinking that the victory is his. Alan looks at with a nervous face as he holds his hand. Meanwhile, Nox holds his sword up and calls it interesting. Alan gets pissed and asks Nox, what did he just say? And Nox notes that he cannot take his sweet time, because this skill's effects only lasts 5 minutes, which makes him question, how can he wrap it up in 5 minutes? He makes it up that he was trying to go on a leisurely pace, but it's growing quite tedious for him, and so decides to put a swift end to it by challenging them both together, which shocks both of them. Nox asks his father if he has the permission to engage in a duel against both of them at once. And his father is quite surprised at first, with Rodwell looking nervous, and Talia wondering what has gotten into Nox. Theodore smiles, thinking that he has never seen such spirit in him, and wonders if he has been hiding a card up his sleeve, which piques his curiosity. And with that, he grants him the permission to do so. Scylla tries to argue but gets ignored. And so, both of the brothers get ready to attack him at once, being angry at the fact that they got humiliated in the presence of their father. Nox simply grins in return, as they both threaten him that he would pay for his insolence. Both of them rushes at him to attack, but Nox still doesn't seem much pressured by them. Alan tries to order Hats to flank him by the side, but he tells him to shut up in frustration. While fighting, Nox gets a notification that he got a hidden effect, Time of Genius, and his proficiency in elementary swordcraft of the Dark family has increased. He calls it perfect timing and immediately starts pressuring them both at once. He finally lands a clean strike on one of them, and they both start panting, while Nox is under control. Talia is quite surprised seeing this, as her mouth opens up wide. Meanwhile, Nox can already hear up their thoughts on how can Nox, someone who is supposed to be the disgrace of the family, doing this? Both of them turns towards each other, and Nox takes advantage of this and walks in between, telling them that they shouldn't take their eyes off their opponents, as it's the basic rule. He quickly starts pressuring them both again, as they are easily pushed back by his might. And even with the burden of survival on his mind, Nox thinks that wielding a sword can be genuinely fun. And upon seeing his performance, everyone is left quite shocked. Both Alan and Hats finds it impossible, but they seems to have been defeated and kneels on the ground. And with this, his time of the genius skill also runs out, and Nox seems a bit disappointed that it's over already, and calls it too quick. He asks the blondie if this concludes the duel, and he quickly agrees and announces Nox as the winner of the duel. Theodore grins looking at him, and Nox also grins back, and leaves after thanking and paying his respects. Meanwhile, Talia seems really intrigued by all this and quickly rushes off to talk to Nox. Meanwhile, outside, Nox seems to be coughing up blood, as he notes that he seems to have exceeded the time limit. While the trait, Time of a Genius, is quite awesome, it has colossal downsides. Using it for more than 5 minutes triggers a counterreaction, a debuff. And a window pops up, which states that due to misuse of his trait, his lifespan has been decreased by 2 days and 17 hours. Eroding his days and making him weaker, it's easily the worst kind of debuff that Nox can get, and now, he has less than a year left. Though, he calls himself lucky that it didn't manifest in the hall, otherwise people would have started to question if he is fit enough to go to the academy. But suddenly, as he turns back, we see Talia has took notice of the blood and is coughing, as she asks if he is hurt. And if he got that injury in mid-fight, and seeing her here, Nox frowns. Nox gets worried. That why of all people, it had to be her, and if she tells about this to Theodore, things can go downhill. Right as he is about to speak up, Talia says, did he defeated his brothers in such conditions? And Nox is confused by this statement. Talia blushes a bit, and replies that she might have misunderstood him a bit. She thinks that she has been observing him for a month, and not once she has seen him train himself with a real sword. All she heard was that he swung a wooden sword few times in his first day of training, which makes her question, how did he manage to defeat his brothers, and assumes that he must have been hiding his massive natural talent. She got multiple questions regarding that. How did he unbridle his talent, and how was he able to hone it so well? These are things she must know. But after this duel, when she saw him alone coughing blood, it popped another question. What is up with him? Is he about to collapse out of exhaustion? And perhaps it's not the case that he beat his brothers with overwhelming strength. Could the rumors have been misleading, noting that Nox von Lanehaber is not someone weak or cowardly, and assumes that he is a hard-working swordsman who toiled for his victory? Now as he coughs again, she asks in worry if he is all right. But he pushes her hand away, telling her to not lay a finger on his body, though he admits that all those years he spent doing nothing but playing games sapped him of what little social skills he had. Talia fidgets, saying that she just wanted to express her apologies. But Nox doesn't get what she means by that. She continues that she didn't knew that he was that serious about the sword, and from what she heard, he was born naturally weak. And it was because of that, he was only doing stamina training, so she apologizes for misunderstanding. And continues that he must have made a mistake acting like a rude guy. Emma told her that anyone can make that sort of mistake. Hearing all this, Nox is confused on how is he supposed to react to all this. She is earnest, just like it was in game. Even if she is a child who has the chivalry characteristic, She is the child of a hard-nosed, reputable duchy. It wouldn't have been easy for her to acknowledge her mistake to someone else. And so, Nox replies, if she thinks that, then he would like it if she didn't tell anyone that he had a bloody nose. She immediately agrees, and Nox wonders if he won't have to worry about the matter leaking now, would he? And so, he leaves while telling her to keep her promise. Meanwhile, she blushes as her heart skips a beat. Now on to Theodore, who states that his predictions have been correct, and asks Rodwell, what does it look like to him? Nox's talent, he means. Rodwell replies that he still understands why at first he was just staying still, getting hit. But he believes that at his age, none of his brothers had this sort of talent and skill. Theodore is also of the same opinion, though he cannot elaborate why, but he has suspicion that what Nox let them saw today was just fraction of his true abilities. And so, he orders Rodwell to watch and report his every move, but whatever is the situation, he must not interfere, and Rodwell quickly agrees with the order. Theodore wonders if it's true that Nox indeed has a talent worthy of inheriting the Vanquisher. He clenches his fist tightly, telling Rodwell that his report will be of greater importance than ever, as he do not have much time left. And once again Rodwell assures him that he would strive to achieve his utmost. Back to Nox, who gets a message that he completed the tutorial, but Nox says that it's not a game for him anymore, and yet some of these features are just game-like. He then gets a reward for it, which is 3 attribute points. He gets quite annoyed, since he just spent a while month running and trying to add just 2 points of stamina, yet he gave him the points now. But he uses these attribute points not for stamina, but luck instead. The reason is simple. When playing Inner Lunatic, luck is the most important than any other attribute. And now, he plans to test the improvement right away. He opens up his new Game Plus benefits and get 1 try at the Skill Scroll Dispenser and 1-time Skill Conjurer. He notes that his new Game Plus feature is preserved as well and plans to use the dispenser first. And a huge ball of glass manifests in front of him, seeing which, he thinks that this machine is the weirdest thing to see in flesh. And so, he starts turning it, thinking that now that he has maxed out his luck, his chance of getting a scroll of normal grade or higher is 95%. The machine then starts to shake, as Nox explains that rag-looking ones are low grade, silver ones are normal grade, and gold ones are high grade. And the rainbow ones are prime grade, so he prays for either a gold one or a rainbow one. And the machine stops and a golden light shines from it. And it ended up receiving a golden scroll, which makes him excited and happy. He quickly opens it up, and now uses his 1-time Skill Conjurer. He notes that if he wants to collect the treasure from the Lienhaber Manor, then he would need that 1 skill. He remembers that soon, Theodore would call his sons in the manor together, so he decides that the Conjurer skill can wait for now. And with the scroll, he gets a high-grade skill, Suppressing Hand of Superiority. This skill would make it so, if the sum of character attribute is lower than Nox's, then they get a 20% debuff on all attribute against him. He gets quite happy and excited, stating that this is the reason that he loved this game. And as for his another reward, he is saving that up for later. Suddenly, he remembers that Grain will be returning to the manor soon. His graduation from Elidian was quite a while ago. He is the 2nd eldest son of Lienhaber. And at this moment, he would be returning home from his night training. Now he got both hidden treasure and grain on his plate, so he won't get rest for a while. Though, he thinks that there is a silver lining as well, that he won't have to worry about Talia causing him problems anymore, as she is not the person to break her promise and blab, and she has no more reason to come to him either, at least he thinks so. Now next day in the morning, Nox thinks that he clearly guessed wrong, as we see Talia is standing in front of him again, as he says that he thought they were done talking, and asks, what does she wants? She mumbles something at first, and Nox doesn't hear or understands what she is saying, and so, she speaks up, asking Nox to teach her, as she wants to make fast progress just like he did, and asks him to teach her the way to do it. Nox thinks for a bit, and starts leaving while asking if she haven't cracked the secret even after peeping on him for a whole month. She gets a bit embarrassed, and replies that she wasn't peeping, and tries to stop Nox from leaving, asking if they can at least have a duel, or could he at least consider sharing his method with her. From this, Nox remembers that Talia craved her sister's approval, and so, he replies, before asking for his method, or wondering which sort of technique it will require. She should think of the strength she possesses. Nox then nervously wonder, what does one say after that, as he has never consoled anyone in his life. And he once again speaks up, telling her to stop with the comparisons to others, and quickly takes his leave afterwards. And Talia seems a bit sad, as she says, if this is all that he can tell her. Now outside, Nox looks behind himself, hoping that Talia is not following him, as there is no need for him to have her next to himself, as he gets his hands on a hidden treasure of the Leanhaber Manor. No one would want their future killer for that. As Nox arrives at the Leanhaber horse farm, he calls it quite amazing to look at in the flesh, and it's not a surprise that it's considered as one of the 3 best farms on this continent. Rodwell informs Theodore that everything has been prepared, just as he ordered, so Theodore asks him to proceed. He tells his 3 sons that they must be aware of why he called them together on the steed farm. They are to choose a horse, who will be their lifelong companion. Nox knew it beforehand, as that time has come. Out of all the animals, the horse holds the most sacred place and tradition of the Leanhaber family in this entire continent. Anyone who wishes to be a knight or a magician must acquire a horse at an early age and form a friendly tie that would last their whole life. There is even a course on horsemanship at Elydian, and relatedly cavalry warfare becomes more and more common as the game proceeds. If your horse dies, you have to form ties with another horse from scratch, so a good care is a must. But regardless of such struggles, as teleportation costs a fortune, the horse is still an indispensable part of life in Lunatic. And so, there is all the more reason to pick a horse. Theodore gives him the first pick, since he wants the duel, and also tells him to bear in mind that he would only get one chance, which annoys his brothers. He starts walking towards the horses, and Theodore watches with interest, wondering if he possesses acute discernment as well. He walks past some brown horses, and finds them quite stellar and cute. But the one he is looking for is the gray one in the back, who look like that it can die any moment. He steps towards it, and declares that he would be choosing this one. And his choice surprises both of his brothers, along with Theodore. And so, he asks Nox to reflect upon his choice once again. Nox notes that he is encouraging him to change his mind, and everyone must be thinking that he has made a stupid choice. But he uses his perceptive eye on the horse to see his stats in window. And it's a high-grade horse, which is just what he expected. The grade of a young pet can go up in tiers over time. Usually, it's 1 grade up, which would make this one a prime-grade horse or something even better once it's fully grown. And besides, this horse is an obsidian. It's the rarest of all horse breeds in the game, with strength and exquisite beauty befitting the name. And if Theodore had any idea of what it was, he would have surely taken it for himself. And for now, it's looking like this due to all the debuffs it has. And his negative trait, Born to Die, is even worse than Nox's life-limiting illness. But regardless, Nox once again declares that he will stand by his choice and pick this one. And it's because he knows how to stop all of his debuffs from being a problem. Theodore questions Nox's choice of horse, and wonders if it's because he saw too much of himself in it, and assumes that he must have let his emotions carry him away, which he finds quite disappointing. And so, Theodore tells Nox that he hopes he won't end up regretting his choice, and starts to leave soon afterwards. Alan and Hats tries to call their father out, but he simply ignores them and leaves. And seeing him walk out like this, Nox thinks that he must be seriously disappointed, while the other servants tells Alan and Hats that they can still assist and asks them to choose their horse. Rodwell walks up to Nox, asking that his horse would need a name, and Nox agrees. He thinks for a bit, and names his horse Carl, the name he always used from the other world when playing this game. And it's a name that has much meaning to Nox as well. Now fast forward, and Nox seems to have brought Carl inside, thinking that he cannot let anyone see what he is going to do now, so keeping him in his room was the right choice. Suddenly, Nox notices Carl's expression and gaze towards him. And so, to Nox, it looks like as if Carl is trying to tell him that he cannot give up on his life. And so, it makes Nox think that they may be too much alike, as he too may be struggling to hold on to what little chance he has with life. Suddenly, he calls out to Lona, saying that he knows she is there, and asks her to come out quickly. And we see she tumbles while trying to come out quickly. She asks, how did he knew that she was outside? And he replies that it was rather obvious, and asks if she really has to make such spectacular entrance each time. But regardless, he orders her to take care of his horse from today, and she is quite surprised seeing a horse in bed. It makes her annoyed, as she pouts while saying, who does he think makes his bed? And Nox tells her to be gentle with the horse as he is ill. Both the horse and Lona seems quite nervous, but she agrees to it, although a bit reluctantly. And now that Nox thinks about it, He knows that what he would be doing with Carl later can be quite frightening. So it makes him wonder, will that faint-hearted Lona not collapse upon seeing it? Now fast forward to 3 days later, Lona screams that Carl is dead and starts sobbing. Meanwhile, Nox sighs and thinks that Lona should by all means bawl her eyes out. She really did care for him, and must have gotten attached. But this was bound to happen, as Nox always knew that keeping Carl alive was never an option. He asks Lona to stop crying, as she is breaking his concentration, but she sobs and tries to go on about Carl, and Nox tells her to not worry, as Carl will come back to their side very soon. Lona questions, how is that possible, and if Carl's passing has messed up his mind. Nox gets annoyed and asks her to hold her tongue and step back. He reaches for a scroll in his pocket and Lona asks, what is that scroll? He puts down the scroll on the ground and starts to pour his magical energy into it. Suddenly, the energy starts to surround them, as Lona is taken back by its outburst. She asks if he is doing something special with his magical energy. Meanwhile, Nox notes that he is losing control. He tries one more time and asks Lona if she wishes to see Carl die a second time, and if not, that she should stay quiet. And so, she covers up her mouth with her hands, while Nox tries to concentrate, as it's the key. Nox knows that he cannot handle any mana yet, and his ultra-sensitivity to mana is still inactive. Plus, the Empire's law dictates that only the royals are allowed to make use of their magical energy before turning 15, which gives the royals a head start in the practice of magic, and they generally end up achieving significantly more in the study of magic. But since he is not a royal, all he can do is pour out his magical energy that he can muster up. And although weak, he can definitely feel some energy under his palms now, and he realizes that it's how it feels to use magical energy. He then smirks, thinking that he might like this, and now he uses his one-time skill Conjurer. He notes that he doesn't have any room for mistake, since right now he is about to use black magic. And we see Nox summoning a Book of Dead, and now with that, he can summon Carl back to the world as an undead pet. And he initiates the process to do so. The undead in this game are defined by their share features. First, they are brought back with black magic and darkness-type magical energy. Second, they may have died before, but they still have the sense of consciousness, self, and even upgraded strengths, which includes unwavering loyalty to their masters. But there is a catch. As good as it sounds, there is only one family that possess the might of creating undeads, the Marbases, a renowned family harnessing the darkness element. In that respect, they are like the Lienhabers, but unlike them, who are traditionally knights, Marbases are black magicians, versed in the art of undead magic. So, would that mean characters outside of the Marbases family have no chance of using the skills they monopolize? And Nox answers it himself, not really. As this is where this one-time conjurer skill comes in, and with it, he conjured the Necronomicon, also known as the Book of the Dead. And as he uses the skill, some black hand starts to come out of the ground and surrounds Carl, and sucks him in. Meanwhile, Nox seems to be dripping blood from his mouth, as Lona shouts his name in worry. But he tells her to hush, and notes that he needs to go on for a bit more. And at this point he starts coughing up blood and is running out of magical energy. And just on time, Carl gets revived and backs up. And he got a message that his skill was successful, and Carl has returned as an undead pet. And Nox gets relieved, knowing that he did it, and Lona seems to be sobbing, and asks if it's him. And he agrees that it's Carl. And now he has no negative traits either, and gets more positive traits instead. Nox pats him on the head, saying that from now on, he would be his master. Suddenly, both Carl and Nox are taken back, as Lona tightly hugs Carl, who seems quite nervous due to this. Nox questions, what is she doing? But Lona doesn't listen and starts crying while hugging him. She tells Nox that she thought that he was dying, and that she was also really worried about Carl. But Carl turns his face away in annoyance, and Lona calls him an ungrateful beast, since she cared for him so much. Nox smiles seeing their antics, while Lona asks Carl to spit out the carrots that she fed him. And now, Nox notes that it's time for his quest for the next hidden treasure. Now a few days later at night, Nox seems to be outside. He has a map and some kind of shiny rock in his hand, as while looking at the map, he notes that the paths are not much different from when he was playing the game, which is quite relieving to him, as the second hidden treasure of the Lienhaber Manor. If he fails to get it, he won't survive, but if he claims it as his, then it would be the key to impeding the progression of life-limiting illness. Suddenly, he notices some sounds from the bush and looks over, but doesn't find anything, and the sounds goes away as well, so he assumes that it's just from him being on edge perhaps. But he cannot help it either, since it's not a game anymore, and he doesn't want to die twice. And with this, Nox enters the forest of lost children, and his failure to defeat this stage will result in death. The forest of lost children, it's a forest within the Leanhaber Manor, strictly out of bounds for everyone. The pitch darkness and thick fog reigning over it makes the forest a labyrinth. Even the most skilled rangers and pathfinders get lost here. So it's a perfectly descriptive name. The moment anyone sets foot in it, they are as good as lost. And also, it must be noted that it's a forest of lost children. It means that any adult characters won't receive any reward, even if they cleared out all the monsters inhabiting the forest. And if that is not enough, the monsters grow several times more ferocious towards adults. So he lost count of times he got game overed figuring out this much about this forest. And in that sense, the difficulty of this forest is around 2.5 stars at the very least. When he was playing from the other world, he didn't even care what the reward item was, but now that he thinks of it, it's exactly what a dying man needs. And so, without further ado, he quickly lights the torch. The key to making it through this forest is observing to which direction the smoke flows. And once he gets certain, he has to walk in the opposite direction. But before he moves, he turns back and asks the person who is following him, till when are they planning to peep at him through the bushes? But he doesn't hear any response whatsoever, and so he sighs, saying that they leave him no choice. And so he takes out his sword and takes a big swing across the foliage, which causes the person to let out a loud scream. We now switch scenes, where Talia is confused and wonders, how can Nox not fall for her beauty? It's completely non-understandable to her. Emma arrives and begs Talia to stop chasing and following Master Nox around, asking if she is not concerned that she shall end up taking the blame. But Talia replies to her that she doesn't have a need to worry, as she gives her the word that she will never be dismissed, and Emma replies that it's not what she meant. Emma thinks that Talia doesn't know how well achieved she is, while she also agrees that Miss Chell is extraordinary talent, but it's not a reason for Miss Talia to feel inferior and get restless, as she believes that she is gifted enough in her own right to be considered a potential head of the house. And as she goes into Talia's room, thinking that she must have calmed down and gone to bed, she doesn't find her there, which causes her to panic and her hand starts to tremble, as she thinks if she has gone after Master Nox, and so she quickly wakes up all the attendants in panic, and we see that she has indeed followed Nox behind to the forest of lost children. And Nox is quite confused and surprised upon seeing her here, and she greets him nervously, while Nox asks, why is she here? She stutters in her reply, but Nox suddenly notices something, and quickly holds her, telling her to get behind him. As we see they are ambushed by a gray wolf, who seems ready to attack at any moment. Talia wonders if this forest has always been inhabited by gray wolves, though she doesn't have a proper sword to fight them. The wolf starts circling them, and after a bit, he lifts his head up and starts to howl. And after calling for other wolves, it prepares to attack Nox, who seems quite excited, while Talia seems a bit nervous. He quickly leaves hold of her and dashes at the wolf while taking a large swing and throws his torch away. And upon seeing him take down the wolf in one hit, Talia finds him incredible, as even though it was just one wolf, he handled it with such efficiency. And as she looks over to Nox, who also glances back at her, and asks her one more time, what is she doing here? Since had it been his brothers, he could have understand, but why is she pursuing him? She plays with her hair, while nervously replying that she was going for an evening walk. But Nox asks her to answer frankly, or he is going to leave her here. Hearing which, she gets scared and quickly grabs his arm. She starts blabbering that she did not intend to do that, but since he made such fast progress, and hoping to emulate his success, she started observing him, and saw him going to the forest late at night, and assumed that it must be the secret discipline that he is following. Nox smiles hearing that, and thinks that some things just got clear. One is that Talia is overestimating his talents by a lot, and second, she holds no bad feelings towards him. And third, she is clueless enough to think to tail someone in the middle of the night. And so, he realizes that he cannot just leave a main character behind in this forest and asks her follow him. Though, he also tells her that he is not helping her, but is merely preventing a potential discord between their families by keeping her alive. And so, Talia replies that she feels bad and apologizes, and Nox thinks that with this, hopefully, she learned her lesson. She then blushes and again speaks up, thanking Nox. And before she could say anything further, they get surrounded by a bunch of gray wolves. As we see the wolves all ready to attack them, while Nox looks seemingly calm, Talia gets nervous and scared and hides behind Nox upon seeing the wolves. Nox also tells her to stay away, unless she wants to obstruct his sword. Nox notes that things are going very unexpectedly, so he needs to focus. This forest is one of the prologue stages, since it's not a part of the main storyline. There cannot be a main stage boss. But there is an elite monster, just one tier below the stage boss, and given that he just fought a gray wolf, the elite monster would be an elite gray wolf. But it would be a misjudgment if he thought that knowing his identity would make things easier. Now as the wolf attacks Nox, he quickly takes care of them, and in this fight, Nox has always been finding himself at the edge of a cliff. He notes that other wolves are stalking, hiding and attacking in patterns as a wolf jumps on him to attack. He knows that, now, he has to drop all the arrogance and face it like he used to from the other world. And so, he clenches his swords tightly, adopting the line that he is a nobody, as he slashes away all the wolves. Seeing him fight, Talia is quite impressed, as he calls Nox amazing, and thinks that he is not even exerting himself to the utmost, and he is even more formidable than he was when facing his brothers, and thinks that perhaps he has hunted wolves before. She then remembers Nox telling her to stay away, and gets sad thinking that Nox must be assuming that her swordsmanship is insignificant. Suddenly, both of them notes a loud howl unlike normal ones. And Nox notes that it's here, the gray wolf, as we see him standing tall against Nox, making other wolves look like puppies. Meanwhile, outside of Forest of Lost Children, everyone is gathered, searching for both Nox and Talia. One of the assistant notes 2 pairs of footsteps leading to the forest, and says that they belong to Master Nox and Miss Talia, and that he fears that Master Nox has gone into the Forest of Lost Children with Miss Talia for some reason, which freaks Emma out. She tells everyone that they shouldn't be waiting around and must follow them, but Rodwell says that they cannot do that, unfortunately. Emma asks for reason, and Rodwell replies, because it's a forest that even the renowned Lanehaber family failed to vanquish. To the Lanehaber, the forest represented nothing but shame for the Son of Darkness, the famed Dark Knights of the South, admitting that an entire forest remains unexplored within their manor, was as good as publicly announcing that they are incompetent. Though the fact is still unknown to the Lanehaber family that only children who haven't come of age can claim a full success in the forest. Rodwell wonders, why did Master Nox enter the forest? His footsteps bear witness that he proceeded with utmost caution, looking at all directions, and it doesn't appear that he was manipulated by a monster either. And there is no sign that the robust magical barrier surrounding their manor has been breached. This all could only mean that it was a conscious decision on Master Nox's part to enter the forest. And so, he thinks that he was mistaken. He can no longer deny that Master Nox has indeed had a change of heart, and that he is no longer his former weak self. He tells Emma that there is one way for their safe return. With all of his wisdom, Master Nox has to find the path that guides them back to the manor. But regardless, Emma is still incredibly worried, and blames herself that she let Talia walk to her own demise. Back to Nox and Talia, as she pulls out her dagger to get ready to fight as well. Nox notes that she is not letting her fear break her concentration, and tells her that if she wants to save her skin, then she should stay out, and asks her to save her strength to the fullest, and run as soon as they get attacked. It would increase her chances of survival, even if a little bit. But Nox thinks that actually, fighting an elite gray wolf doesn't require life or death conversation. He just wants Talia to stay alert as they wander through the forest. And with this, he notes that she is staying vigilant, but he cannot quite entrust her with the rear guard yet. So, he would just have to use his skill and take down the wolf with a single blow. But suddenly, the wolf scoffs at them, and Nox takes notice of it. The wolf then quietly sits down, which angers and annoys Nox quite a bit. The other wolves attacks Nox, but he easily takes them down. Some of them pauses, and Nox takes notices of them, and is confused at their behavior. And on the command of the elite wolf, Nox is surrounded by them, and one of them sneaks up behind. It tries to attack Nox from behind, but he is saved by Talia, who throws a dagger at it. And as he looks towards her, Talia tells him to stay alert. Talia remembers Nox telling her to run away when they are fighting, but decides to not do that. Meanwhile, Nox wonders if Talia is trying to help him. Talia asks Nox if he is all right while sitting on a branch above herself, and once again concernedly asks if he is hurt anywhere, while Nox wonders if she is trying to help him. Suddenly, he hears some growls and looks towards it, and the wolf immediately attacks him. He tells Talia that he is fine, and notes that it's no time for idle thoughts, and she gets relieved and replies, "Thank goodness." Nox sighs, thinking that he must have looked quite pathetic with that just now, and notes that his hands are trembling, and the counteraction has already started. And now, the elite wolf also gets up, while Nox notes that he cannot lost it right now. Nox grins, thinking that he finally decided to get up himself, as the elite wolf starts to circle around Nox. It growls and quickly charges at him, and Nox gets ready, but something surprising happens. It doesn't attack Nox, but quickly grazes past by him instead, and his behavior confuses him. But soon enough, Nox realizes what is going on, though notes that he is too late, as the elite wolf attacks Nox and is able to land a strike on his arm from behind. Talia once again shouts his name in worry, and the elite wolf once again leaves to the bushes to prepare for another attack. And Nox annoyingly notes that the rating he gave her before was really not up to the par, and he has to rethink that rating again now. Because the elite wolf in the flesh is much more smarter than he was in the game. Everything goes silent, as Nox thinks that he should have known that it was orchestrating an attack with his minions and is now using its surroundings to attack. The wolf once again attacks Nox, and Nox reacts this time, noting that he has to take protective measures and cut the wolf. But this time, instead of attacking, it suddenly stops in the middle, making Nox's swing useless, and then tries to attack Nox on his leg, as Nox realizes that he was waiting for him to take a big swing and expose his weak point. Once again, the wolf changes its attack pattern and goes right for his head, while Nox thinks that he has beaten this game several times, but he was stupid enough to let himself get overconfident, and was stupid enough to think that he could do anything, and it's not how he imagined that he would die, and closes his eyes thinking that it's the end for him. But he hears a sound, and when he opens his eyes, he finds a dagger is thrown right at the elite wolf's eyes. And we see it's Talia once again, as Nox thinks that it's like that. If he has a weak point, then so does the elite wolf, and for now, the one person who can reveal it is not him. Nox makes full use of this opportunity and clenches his sword tightly and stabs the elite wolf right through his abdomen. And with that, the wolf finally dies, and Nox also kneels on the ground from being all tired as the tension is released. Talia once again worriedly calls out his name and notes the other gray wolves are still down there. But upon seeing their leader die, they quickly runs away, and Talia gets down from the tree as well. She quickly rushes over to Nox to check up on him, asking if he is all right, and he replies, he is. And right as he is about to thank Talia, he suddenly stops in the middle, thinking if he is going to thank his enemy, someone who would kill him in the future, and so he turns away, telling her to not worry for him. But seeing the wound on his arm, Talia gets teary, telling him that he is hurt, and once again asks if he is all right. But Nox gets up, saying that he is fine, and they should get walking. She tries to argue, but he tells her that his wound is just superficial. And right as Talia is about to say that she is relieved to hear that, a spider crawls on her shoulder. Seeing which, she panics and screams loudly, and Nox quickly turns back, wondering if there are any more wolves remaining. But instead, Talia tightly clings to him, and her behavior confuses Nox. And with fear in her voice, she starts shivering and tells Nox about the spider. And as she opens her eyes only to find it still there, she again freaks out and tightly clutches Nox's neck. Nox smiles and chuckles, thinking that she is afraid of spiders, and tells her that if she is so frightened by a measly spider, then she should not have followed him into a forest. But she asks if the spider does not frighten him, and Nox asks if there are any knights who are afraid of spiders. She quickly gets embarrassed and replies that of course there can be, and when she leaves his neck alone, Nox says that he can finally breathe again. He once again starts coughing, and Talia asks if he's sure that he is all right. And Nox notes that it's his counteraction again and tells her that it is not something that should concern her. But when Nox thinks about it, he notes that Talia really didn't hold him down or anything, and kind of saved his life instead. And while he is unable to bring himself to thank her, he is quite grateful to her regardless. And so now, All he has to do is to find their way out of this forest. Meanwhile, outside of the forest, Emma is sobbing and crying. Rodwell wonders if it's gone wrong and notes that Miss Talia's disappearance can turn into dispute between families, and he fears that it might not be the only repercussion, as there have been reports of children from the manor disappearing into the forest. And now, the whispers about Lienhaber family's incompetence will be a public announcement. Suddenly, one of the assistants tells Rodwell to look at the forest, as the fog is lifting up from it. Rodwell is quite shocked seeing it, and notes that the forest is being subdued, and Emma quickly stands up, asking Rodwell if the magic of the forest is lifted, would it mean, and Rodwell agrees that it's a sign that the forest has been cleared, and he believes that their one and only hope is coming true. Emma starts to get relieved knowing that Master Knox has done it, as we see him walking back towards the manor with Talia. Everyone notes Knox arriving, and he is surprised as well seeing everyone waiting outside, and they all are quite amazed upon seeing him get back from the forest in one piece and clearing it as well. Rodwell smiles, thinking that while he is unable to gather his thoughts right now, but one thing has become clear to him: the succession of the Lienhaber family leadership won't be without turmoil. Knox asks, "What is the gathering for?" And Emma quickly hugs Talia, saying that she had no idea how worried she was, and Rodwell replies that they were looking for him since he disappeared. Knox sarcastically comments that it's quite befitting of the Sons of Darkness for being anxious over the family black sheep going astray. Emma tightly grabs Talia, saying that she should really benefit from another recitation of the 71 Steeliner codes of conduct, and asks her to follow her. Talia tries to apologize, and Emma says that as a lowly handmaiden, she cannot possibly punish the lady she serves, but the head of the family will sure give her the lesson. Seeing Emma lifting Talia like that reminds him of Lona, who is also freakishly strong. Emma then thanks Knox for keeping Talia safe, and he replies that he had no intention of having her follow him. But she proved herself to be quite capable, so he would like if she didn't got punished severely, causing Talia to blush. Back inside the manor, Knox takes a breather while saying that the problem is solved, and that he never could have guessed that a crowd would be waiting for him. But more importantly, he got what he wanted: the hidden treasure, Ring of the Black Fire. It's a normal low-grade item, and its special effect: the wearer can suck in tiny fraction of his opponent's life force upon defeating them, and the stronger the defeated opponent is, the more lifetime he can take. The only artifact that would let him steal life from others is this Ring of Black Fire, but this alone cannot save him from death. Since it's not like that it can extend his life as much as he liked to, it's like the description said, it can only take tiny fractions of life, which is no conclusive remedy to his life-limiting illness. But then again, having this tiny hope of moving forward is better than nothing, like he used to before he died in the other world. And upon wearing it, he can already feel his stamina and MP rising, and so he calls Lona out, who he knows is hiding there. The gate slowly opens as Lona peeks through, asking Knox if he can see through things. And he replies, maybe he can, and Lona blushes, asking if he uses that talent to peep beneath others' clothes. But he gets annoyed at her remarks and says if this is what she thinks of him, as he hits her on her head. And upon receiving the hit, she asks if he has gotten stronger, and Knox asks her to take a seat as they would be having a round of arm wrestling. Lona asks if they are again doing that, and says the rule will be like before: if she wins, he would give her 50% more for her wage, and Knox replies if he wins, and Lona replies it would be 20% off her wage. And as soon as they start, Lona loses immediately. She starts to panic, asking how did this happen, and tries to argue if he does not find cutting of 20% of her salary highly ignoble. But Knox replies it is true, but he is a famed lout of the Lienhaber family, according to some rumors spread by a certain maid. So he thought a lout like that would have no concern for his nobility, and Lona cries and apologizes, asking to not cut her wage. Suddenly, Knox gets a level 2 wrist fracture and a level 1 cold from leaning on his hand, as he gets annoyed thinking that he got one hell of a negative trait. And so, he asks her to forget about the wage cut and get him some ice and a towel, thinking that he should be grateful that he got the ring and get some rest, but questions if it was important for him to get hit by such a combo. Suddenly, we get a distorted image of Knox from the future, with someone saying, right, the name was something of that sort, Chanyu. Fast forward, and Knox thinks that he got both Carl and the Ring of Black Fire. the 2 hidden treasures from the Lienhaber Manor in his hand. But he spent 6 months locked up in the manor with no chance to put them to use, as he was put in confinement. He sighs, saying that he caused no trouble, and even cleared the forest that no one dared to enter, and this is the reward he gets in return, which he calls outrageous and injustice. He then turns towards Lona, and doesn't she agree as well, and she replies that she is a maid employed by Lord Theodore, and disparaging his order can affect her wage. And Nox replies, her failure to put him in good mood can also do the same, which gets her to immediately take Nox's side, saying that it's indeed really outrageous, and complete abuse. Inconsiderate even, as Lord Theodore is hurting Nox's tender hurt with such unjust decision. Meanwhile, Nox notes that he is getting more comfortable with this life, and watching Carl grow fills him with joy. But this cannot go on, as his death is approaching fast, and we see he has 147 days left now. He gets annoyed seeing the pop-up, thinking that these pop-ups cares more about his remaining time than even he does, and thanks them for the shitty reminder. He finally snaps, and gets up saying that he needs to go talk to his father and reclaim his freedom, though Lona ignores it and tells him that his bath is ready, as just then, he gets a knock on his door as well. And it's Rodwell, who tells Nox that Lord Theodore is wanting to speak with him, hearing which surprises Nox. We now get a flashback of Theodore in his younger days, as he seems to be in a war, surrounded by a bunch of corpses of the monsters he's slain. He remembers that fateful night that got to be known as the Night of Carnage. As we see the flying monsters attacking him, and he clenches his sword tightly and quickly dispatches them. He remembers the swarming devils, human corpses piled up, and the carnage that happened. And if he has to sum it up, it was nothing but destruction. Which is why one of the sons has to succeed in the ownership of a sword, the Vanquisher. Half-baked potential won't do, as he wonders which one of his sons has the decisive talent strong enough to end him. He then gets a knock on his door, as Rodwell comes in, informing him that Master Nox is on his way. Theodore orders Rodwell to let him in as soon as he arrives, thinking that even he failed to resolve the mystery of that forest, so Nox's triumph deserves to be recognized with a reward. But unsurprisingly, the Homagers got involved and impeded the recognition, finding it hard to believe that Nox has changed, and persisted in demanding a thorough inquiry that the forest has indeed been cleared. And even he cannot dismiss their request, and in any circumstances, an inquiry would have been necessary. And now, Nox arrives and enters, and greets Theodore. Theodore tells him to lift his head up, and says that he must be aware of the wrong conduct in the past. But regardless, as the head of the house, he is bound to acknowledge his accomplishment, and so he has called him in to discuss his prize, and asks Nox to name it, as whatever it would be, he will grant him the reward of his choosing. This surprises Nox a lot, the fact that he would grant him anything he wants. He has played this game many times, but he doesn't remember Theodore granting such a reward, and questions what happened to the authoritative and cold Theodore that he knew, and thinks that he must have hit his head somewhere, as he cannot believe that it's in his nature to do this. Nox once again asks if he may name any prize, and Theodore replies that he is the head of the Lienhaber family, will swear on the history of the Black Blade. Whatever his wish may be, he will bestow it upon him. And hearing this, Nox realizes that he is serious about this, and he didn't really see that coming. Though, Theodore says that an immoderate request on his end will surely impact his opinion of him, but he believes that Nox won't make a senseless request. Nox agrees, and asks for some to think about it, and Theodore grants it, and also grants him the permission to leave the manor whenever he feels like it, but also tells him to exercise care and avoid making commotions as it has been his habit, and Nox thanks him. Now fast forward to the next day. Talia seems to be leaving, as she says her farewell until they meet again at the Elydian Academy. But Nox doesn't reply anything and turns his head away, so she again calls out his name, this time with much more emphasis. Rodwell tells Nox that Miss Talia has bid him farewell, so it's courteous for him to respond. And so he gives her farewell as well, until she becomes a venerable knight. She excitedly asks, what would she need to become one, and he replies, for starters, a brave heart that does not fear gigantic spiders. It causes her to fluster a bit and hit Nox right in the gut, making Nox think that he should have said a wolf instead. Meanwhile, Talia tells him that she will do that. Until then he should keep his neck clean to greet her blade, for when she will return as a venerable knight. It sends chills down his spine as Nox wonders if this is how she makes up her mind to kill him. Emma also tells Nox that they are really grateful to him, and Nox replies that he does not see any reason for an attendant of Steeliner family to thank him. But she asks if he forgot already that he saved Miss Talia, and he sighs and replies that it's like he said before, it was not his intentions. So, they should set forth without further ado, and we see them leaving. Back to Nox, who thinks that one of the character has left, and while he cannot explain how, he is getting used to this bizarre way of existence, little by little. And for some reason, he might even be enjoying a bit. And just then, the message pops up, again reminding him that 146 days left, making Nox comment, if a man can't catch a break. Now a few days later, Lona asks Nox, wouldn't he need a new maid and a squire to attend to him at school? And from this, he suddenly remembers something. And just then, Rodwell arrives and greets Nox, who asks him, what brings him here this morning? And he replies, and presents the maid who will be attending to him during his time at the Elydian Academy, and she would be at his service starting from today. She greets Nox, introducing herself as Zitri de Lobelia, and asks him to consider her exclusively at his disposal. Nox also introduces himself, and from her name, he recognizes and remembers her. And he starts to look up her status window, and that she is surveilling him at the behest of Theodore von Lienhaber. We go back to a few moments ago, as Nox seems to be getting ready, thinking how the time flies, with no concern for his damn life. He may find solace in the fact that for all the penalties he is given, he is making fast progress. And very soon, he would be entering the Elydian Academy. Lona also speaks about how he is going to be a student at the Elydian Academy and asks if he is feeling nervous about it. He asks, why does she sound so happy when discussing his departure? And she replies that he has no idea how much he would be missed. And seeing her behavior, Nox tells her to cut it, as he is not cutting her wages. He thinks that he shouldn't be wasting his time bullying Lona, and instead dedicate his time in improving his attribute points. Otherwise, he won't be able to make his way through the Elydian program. After all, it's the best academy in the Empire. It's bound to be crawling with genius talents from all over the Empire. And he has to survive among them, and make himself a part of the main storyline, and then be the villain that he, Nox von Lienhaber, is supposed to be. Though he is quite annoyed, due it all being so complicated. And then we go back to the moment when Lona asks about him requiring a new maid to attend for his school, which makes him remember something. And Rodwell enters his room, and shows him her new maid who would be attending with him to the academy, as she introduces herself as Zitri de Lobelia. Nox introduces himself as well, and realizes and remembers who she is. He opens up her character window, and we see all of her stats. And under her passive skill, we see she is sent by Theodore to keep an eye on Nox. She tells Nox that she pledges to assist him with the best of her abilities. Theodore von Lienhaber is one of the most powerful, diabolical men in the lunatic universe, and if Nox were to be asked if he became what he is with just his sheer excellence in swordcraft, he can assure that it's far from truth. Even more crucial in his rise to power was none other than his distrustful nature. He observes everything and everyone with suspicion in mind. And we see Theodore telling Zitri that he is placing great expectation on her, and she simply replies with, yes, sir. Theodore continues saying that he heard that she was the first in line to the leadership of the Lobelia family, so in return for the service to him, the family of Lienhaber will provide unsparing support for her to be restored to her rank. And so, she replies that she vows to assist Master Nox to the best she can, but Theodore tells her to try again. And we see him glaring at her, almost trying to intimidate her into doing so. And so, this time she says that she will observe him and inform Theodore of every details of his movements. And with that, she finally gets out of the room, with Theodore telling her to never forget whom she serves. She sighs and takes out her pendant, which she was wearing inside her clothes. And in there, she looks at a picture of her parents, thinking that she cannot hesitate anymore. Back to Nox, who thinks that Theodore must have felt necessity to make sure that he is indeed Nox, and not some possessing spirit. Though it is quite understandable, as devil possession is quite common in this world, and in the original story, possession by Baal, the supreme devil, is the beginning of Nox's undoing. But whatever is the case, he believes that they won't find out who he is. He then seems a bit worried, thinking that the real problem now is Zitri. She is not a figure in the main storyline, which Nox finds a bit waste. She is meant to be the next head of the House of Lobelia. But her uncle murders her parents and snatches her claim to the leadership, and the rest goes without saying. She flees from her own family and home to end up in the Lienhaber family. She puts up a bright and cheerful front, but beneath it all, her heart is eroding, and soon enough, she gives in. And if he remembers it correctly, she meets her end even before the beginning of the first chapters of the story, and she throws herself off. And so, this makes Nox question, what should he do? Should he save a character who is meant to die? With the risk of causing changes to the main story, fully understanding that the choice might end up becoming a noose on his neck. Now on to the next day, Nox tells both Lona and Zitri that starting today, he will be hunting monsters within the manor. And naturally, he wants them both to accompany him, serving as his assistants, which Lona doesn't like very much. She gets scared about hunting the monsters in the manor, and tries to make excuse that she is feeling unwell and would require a day of rest, but Zitri agrees immediately without any questions. Lona tries to tell Zitri that she must not say yes to everything. And looking at her, Nox notes that she should be frightened, as asking handmaids to join a hunt is an absurd demand. And we see that her hands are indeed trembling from the fear. Nox grins while telling Lona that he knows that she has exhausted all of her vacation days, and so she cannot absent herself. She tries to argue that it's injustice, but Nox replies that he is allowed, so he does not see injustice, but she can stay behind if a wage cut doesn't trouble her, and asks her, how much would her wage be if it's halved? Lona cries while asking, an arrow or a sword, which one should she get ready, and Nox chuckles hearing that. Zitri speaks up, saying that she will join Lona in preparation after she informs Ernarok. And Nox finds it quite problematic and thinks that he should really focus on getting more days for himself to live, especially since he is free now, as we see all of them leaving for the hunt. Meanwhile, Theodore seems to be watching them from the window of the manor. Now a few days later, after being conquered, the forest of lost children became like any other forest. As we see Nox is hunting down wolves and absorbing their life force for himself, with the ring, though he only gets a small amounts, like 2 hours. And now, he has hunted all the wolves around, and he only gained 2 hours of lifetime from a single hunting session, though he does find it a fairly successful one. Zitri asks if he is not tired, since they have been hunting for the past hour. And Nox is annoyed, as he notes that it's taking him forever to hunt without using his skill time of a genius. And so he was only able to gain 1 hour in that, which is extremely unprofitable, and it's not like he can hunt for monsters 24/7 either. And the worst problem of all is that there aren't infinite number of monsters. He has right now practically decimated all the monster population of this entire forest, and at this rate, his grand plan of stringing his life out will end up in a gutter. Nox says out loud that it's quite terrible and wonders if there aren't any more monsters around, and Zitri asks her to try and refrain from saying such things, since people who don't know him better might think that he has lost his sense. And as the time passes, Nox notes that they are out of luck today and asks them to head back to the manor. Zitri asks him if he would like a bath ready for him, and upon his order, she can prepare a bath with comfortable water. Nox thinks that she is quite a genius assistant, and tells her that he would see to it that he can bath before dinner. And she happily replies, as he wishes. Lona also speaks up, asking Nox, what can she do? And perhaps she can tidy his room, but Nox replies with an uninterested tone, sure. And so, she gets hyped up and quickly tries to do her work, while Zitri chuckles. Suddenly, Nox calls Zitri out, and says that he has a query to make of her. She seems to have gotten nervous, and Nox asks her, who does she serve? And she seems to have gotten quite shocked from that question. Nox remembers her trait, genius assistant, but however sharp and beautiful of a dagger she is, it's still pointed towards him. And so, he decides to not try and claim it, and Zitri hesitates to answer his question. Nox tells her to be loud and clear about it, and she gets scared and replies that she has yet to even reply to him. And before she says anything further, Nox tells her that he is already aware of her intended reply, and she should not worry, as he does not plan to inquire any further. And he may even want to thank her, since she, at least, did not try to lie to him, and to whoever she serves, he does not care, but all he knows is that she is his servant. And hearing this causes her great shock as Nox continues that if the needs arise, she can use him, and he will use her too, which will be all there is to it. Nox thinks that trust is a luxury, as far as they have benefit to take of each other. It would be enough for Zitri and him. Now fast forward to night. Lona is telling Zitri about all the time that Nox bullies her and how he demands so much of his attendance. And whenever she asks why she should go as well, he replies that there is no fun if she does not join. And Zitri chuckles hearing her stories. She then looks outside and thinks that she is already familiar with rumors about Master Nox's change of heart. She heard it back when she was still with her family. She assumed that they were baseless rumors, as it's rare for anyone to go through such huge changes so suddenly. But now has realized that they seems to be true, as he has defeated his two brothers in duel and rightfully earned his place to represent his family at the academy. He is consolidating his ground within the family, unlike her, once a legitimate heir to the family leadership, now fallen to the abyss. She then remembers the words that he said to her today about them using each other, and wonders what he meant by them. Now a few days later, a rumor started to spread within the manor that Zitri was expelled from the Lobelia family and, being a commoner, no longer deserves to serve as an attendant to the Lienhaber family. And we see Zitri is holding that same letter, informing her of the same thing. As an inept head of the Lobelia household, Darren de Lobelia committed an egregious transgression of seeking to trade away the family honor. And so, Zitri is deemed responsible for this by the association, and there, all of her privileges as a Lobelia has been revoked. This makes Zitri thinks that they will no longer let her stay in the Lienhaber family. And she finds this much expectable, as even among the families harnessing the power of darkness, the Lienhaber family holds the utmost authority. And even if it's for service to their half-abandoned son, they won't let a commoner serve them without a family name. So soon, she thinks that she will get dismissed and find herself replaced. Now as she cheerfully enters the kitchen, all the other maids looks at her with contempt, as she thinks that, of course, the word was spread. And she smiles sadly, thinking that perhaps she has grown accustomed to disdainful looks. Suddenly, Lona arrives and cheerfully pats her on her back, asking, where have she been? It makes Zitri wonder if Lona is simply in the dark or if this is her method of insulting her. And when Lona grabs her hand, Zitri considers another reason that perhaps her meager friendship she developed with her is causing her to behave like this. But regardless of the intentions, she believes that it would do them no good, neither to her, nor to Lona or Master Nox. Back to Nox, who thinks that it might soon be the end of Zitri, and Theodore must have received the letter of Zitri's expulsion as well by now. And the accusations against Zitri's father, Nox already knows that they are all fabricated. But he also knows that he cannot help her, especially when he cannot predict what repercussion a single flutter of butterflies' wings can have in this world. Fast forward to some time later, and Nox seems to be back at hunting again to increase his lifespan, even if little bit. And we see him looking much more menacing than before, a thing which Lona notes as well, commenting that he is looking somewhat scary today. She whispers around with Zitri in a bush, saying that normally, one can tell that he has a minimum degree of mercy, which she finds absent today, as she looks visibly worried about it as well. Zitri asks Lona if she is really thinking that, and gets herself anxious as well, wondering if she should be concerned with this too. Nox puts his sword right through the dying wolf, and thinks if it isn't about time he encountered one of them, or if he is not going to be lucky today either. A hidden boss gets generated when the forest's monster population drops down to less than 20% of its usual level. The species and the time of the boss monster are also random. And if he encountered and defeated one of those, it could have helped him with his attribute. But since there isn't one, he puts back his sword and is about to give up. And just then he hears some sound in the distance and looks up. Something suddenly flies by right past him, so fast that he is unable to even see what was it. He is barely able to defend against it, noting that its speed is on a whole other level, which is why this monster is as good as a boss, as he grins while saying that. And the monster is an elite hornet, a monster which Nox finds to be very tricky as well. Though regardless, he doesn't find it undefeatable, but the hornet is able to dodge Nox's swing. Suddenly, Zitri calls out his name in worry, and seems to be visibly panicked. And when the elite hornet is trying to attack Nox, Zitri gets in between and takes the blow for him, protecting Nox. But Nox thinks that he could have blocked it. Zitri didn't have to shield him with her body, so he questions, why did she do such a thing for him? And how many people would jump in between to block out an attack from a monster with their own bodies? And that too, to save a person who recently made it clear that they would use them, as Zitri starts falling down from the damage. Nox grits his teeth and gets angry seeing this, and quickly activates his time of genius. Now we see a flashback of Zitri's past, as her parent tries to console her when she falls again, and hurts her knee, and apparently, her wound from her previous fall didn't even healed yet. When she was little, her parents always used to tell her that she would always have an open wound. She does realize that her parents likely didn't say it as prophecy, but they still held true for her, even when she grew beyond her childhood. She once again remembers Nox's words, when he asked about whom does she serve, and so, she questions herself the same thing. With whom does her allegiance lies? We then see the time when her uncle killed her parents, as he tells Zitri that this family will be in his hands now. And now, she remembers about Theodore, and once again, she questions herself, with whom should her allegiance lie? Back to the present, we see Nox and Lona seems to be worried about her and trying to wake her up. Nox gets tense seeing her condition as he tells her to stay with them. He tries telling her that the danger is all over, and they will be taking her back to the manor. Zitri smiles hearing that, as she thinks and mentally calls Nox a liar, since even though he said that he will use her, yet his expressions right now is betraying his words. She starts blacking out, while wondering, why is it that in Nox's voice, she senses tremor and a faint fury as well? This all makes her cry as well. Back to Theodore, who seems to be talking about Zitri's situation, saying that it puts them in a difficult situation. Rodwell replies that upon investigation, they have concluded that it was no rumor, and that Lobelia family has indeed completely and irrevocably expelled Zitri from the family. Theodore thinks that the sole reason he took her in was to use her as a leverage and ultimately completely devour the Lobelia family. They are crumbling in the wake of the passing of their previous house leader. It could have been an ideal opportunity for him to infiltrate them. For example, they could have contended that their heir is in jeopardy, citing the instability of their family as a proof. And as her protector, he would have the perfect pretext to get involved and eventually completely take them over. But before any of that could happen, their family expels her and sends this letter. Theodore tells Rodwell that due to this situation, he is left with only a few options, and asks him, what is his opinion regarding keeping Zitri as an attendant to Lienhaber family? And he replies that he regrets to say that having a servant without a family name will make Master Nox to subject to much disdain at the academy. And so, he believes that they should remove this issue quickly and quietly, something which Theodore fully agrees with. Suddenly, an assistant comes running in Theodore's office as Rodwell questions the meaning of his disrespectful behavior, and the attendant pants and apologizes to them, and informs them that Master Nox has returned from the hunt, holding on to his new attendant who has fallen due to an attack from a monster. She was in a really bad state, and to try and save her life, Master Nox ordered a very costly antidote, so we thought that they must be informed of this. Rodwell gets quite surprised hearing that, and asks if he is referring to the Mandrakian decontainment, and the assistant agrees. Rodwell sighs hearing that, commenting that calling that antidote costly would be an understatement, and Theodore wonders if Nox has taken a liking to Zitri already, and if he has not learned the consequences of such sentiments. Back to Zitri, we see her slowly waking up, as Lona calls out her name, asking if she can see her. And as she wakes up, she finds Lona sitting beside her and sobbing, saying that they thought they lost her. She wonders what happened and her first thoughts about Master Nox and if he is all right. She remembers jumping against the monster to save Nox and wonders why did she acted that way. Lona informs her that Master Nox ordered the physician to use some antidote, though she is unable to pronounce its name. But the physician told them that it is highly effective. At first the physician got nervous and begged Nox to take back his order, but Nox threatened to kill him, which caused Lona to say that she knew his streak as being a lout was safe and sound in him, and Zitri also realizes that he used a Mandrakian decontainment on her, and questions his reason for doing so. Because he told her that he will use her, and yet he went ahead and did all those things for her. She tries to get up, and Lona tells her to rest, since the physician told her to as well, but she asks, where's Master Nox? Lona replies that he left to have a word with Ernarok, and from this Lona remembers that she should also inform Nox that Zitri has awakened, and goes on to do just that, while telling Zitri to not go anywhere and rest. But Zitri gets up regardless, even though she can barely walk and reaches for her suitcase. She starts packing her stuff, thinking that she cannot be here, and believes that there is no place left where she can be. She takes out her pendant and removes the picture of her parents from it, and leaves the pendant with a letter to Nox, saying that this pendant should prove sufficient for the antidote that he used on her, and that she will always hold him in high regards and gratitude for what he did for her. And as she is leaving, someone asks her, where is she going? And we see it's Nox, who halted her on her way, and once again asks, where is she going? We go back in time a bit before Zitri woke up, as Nox questions the physician that if he normally values a vial of potion above his patients. But the physician hesitantly replies that the problem, it's not within his power to give up this expensive potion without the permission of either his father or Ernarok. Nox replies that he can understand about his father, and gets pissed, asking if he is to understand that even Rodwell's words are more powerful and holds a greater authority than himself. The physician starts to get worried and again apologizes to Nox for this. And so, Nox tells him that he would go personally and inform Theodore. Meanwhile, he must use the potion right now, and the physician reluctantly agrees to do so. And as he is administering her the potion, Lona asks in worry if Zitri is going to be all right, and he replies that she will be, as the venom has been neutralized. And so, Lona takes a breath of relief, and upon seeing Nox go somewhere, calls him out. But Nox seems quite serious and tells Lona to simply inform him once Zitri awakens. And now we switch scenes to Theodore, who is quite surprised, as normally, he doesn't expect Nox for an unannounced visit, and asks if it's about the servant girl. Nox sighs and activates his skill, genius actor trait. He tells Theodore that he remembers that he owes him a wish, which Theodore does and agrees with. And so, Nox wishes that Zitri de Lobelia, or even just Zitri, he wishes to keep her by his side. And hearing his request, Theodore seems to be a bit disappointed. Meanwhile, Nox thinks, preserving the story, butterfly effect, her status as a spy under Theodore's control, none of those things matter to him anymore. Because the moment she threw herself in front of the danger to protect him, it all became clear to him. And even though she could not answer his question, her action did that for her, 1,000 times at that. And we see Nox is quite determined in keeping her by his side, with his expression having a much more serious look. And so, Theodore agrees to his request, telling him that he may do so if he wishes to. And so, he bows to Theodore and starts to leave, but suddenly stops and turns back to him again. He asks Theodore politely if can further say some things about his wish, and Theodore agrees to let him do that. And so, Nox's attitude changes, and his trait, genius actor, starts to break due to his agitation, as he threatens Theodore that he does not intend to tolerate anyone who toys with his people, be it his lord or his father. And so, he may quite doing such things to him, and leaves while slamming the door on him. Now back to the present time, where Nox asks Zitri, where is she going? And she trembles in her reply, saying that she is taking her leave, as she figured that she did not deserve to stay here, and that she has nothing but utmost gratitude. But before she can say anything further, Nox interrupts her, saying that perhaps he did not make himself clear enough, as he asked her, who is an attendant currently in service, where going, leaving behind her duties. Zitri starts crying, while telling Nox that he knew she was spying on him under Theodore's order. He knew that she hasn't been honest, he knew it all along. And yet, he kept giving her a chance. Why is that, she questions. She then completely breaks out and bursts open, saying that she tried to deceive him, yet his is not dismissing her. Why is that? Seeing her like this, Nox grins, thinking that it's a rare sight of the real Zitri, who has been hidden under a disguise all along, which he finds much more engaging. He knows that it's the look of someone who is struggling, but has not given up on her on finding a way out of darkness. And so, he tells Zitri that deception is a part which is shared by all humans. She argues that she has wronged him, and Nox replies, which is exactly what he is saying. And despite doing that, how can she think that it's wise to leave for her without correcting her wrongs? And he never told her that she is good to go either. Zitri doesn't quite understand what Nox is trying to say, and so he tells her that she will be staying here, and while he cannot speak for his father, he personally does not care if she does not have a family name, as all he wants is her talent and service, so she will have to atone for her wrongdoings by continuing her duties as a servant, and to stay by his side at all times, which causes her to blush in happiness. She starts crying with tears of joy as she agrees with Nox's decision, pledging that she will assist him by his side for as long as it takes her. Hearing which, Nox says, "Good," Zitri again speaks up, this time about his query concerning whom does she serve. And this time with a bright smile on her face, she answers that she hopes her answer has satisfied him. And Nox grins while saying that it did, most certainly. Now fast forward a bit, and Lona is once again bad-mouthing Nox, telling everyone how he threatened the physician with death. Suddenly, Nox arrives and asks Lona if she doesn't find it risky to discuss him like this in his presence, and she simply replies that she didn't notice he was here. It causes Nox to get annoyed, as he says that she is not even making an effort to deny it anymore, and it can termed as in step forward, though she quickly shuts her mouth. Lona then notices Zitri doing work, and tells her to not strain herself, and asks her to hand the wash basket over to her, and quickly runs away from Nox, saying that she needs to leave the clothes to air out, which prompts Nox to say if she is going to be scattered all the time. He then speaks to Zitri, reminding her that their departure to Elydian Academy is in 2 months. She haven't forgotten, have she? And she replies, not at all, and in fact, she has already arranged some essential items. Nox questions, such as, and she replies, some basic tools that he will require, books, potions, ingredients, emergency articles, garments, uniforms, and starts to think what else would they need, and seeing her like this, Nox smiles. Noting that after that night, Zitri stopped giving him affected smiles, which is something that works better for him as well. And now, they can drop all the pretenses, forced compliments, meaningless pleasantries. And now he knows for sure that Zitri and him won't turn their backs on each other, or betray each other, even when one of them is driven to the corner, which is something that he finds good enough for both of them. Now a bit later, Zitri seems to be wanting to ask something to Nox, asking if he is all right. As apparently lately there have been some weird rumors are in circulation about him. Nox starts sitting down and questions about it, thinking if Zitri means rumors others than his usual ones, and he is honestly surprised that his current reputation wasn't rock bottom already. And she blushes slightly while replying that the rumors has it that the reason for which Nox has not dismissed Zitri is because he has personal feelings towards her. Nox is quite surprised hearing that, and with a cracked smile, seriously questions even harder, why is he even playing Nox? But regardless, he tells Zitri that it must have put her in a situation and apologizes for it, and she replies that it was not her intention. But she was only concerned that it might discomfort him, and he tells her to not worry about it, since she must have already heard other rumors surrounding him, such as the boorish, scoundrel, simpleton. She becomes hesitant to reply, and Nox tells her that she will be dismissed if she lies to him, so she says that she did indeed heard those. And in fact, she heard one more, lecherous, and asks if it's true, but it causes him to get embarrassed. Though, he notes that at least his reputation as a swordsman has gone up. Before, he was called a weakling with an oversized ego. But these days, it's more like a sloppy talent with an oversized ego. But regardless of what it is, he notes that he needs to stick to his character. As a villain is villain, it's Nox's job to stay evil and help other main characters stand out. Since after all, he is not the hero of this game. But regardless, he gets annoyed and tells Zitri it's enough with the rumors, and asks her to fetch something for him, saying that she must be aware that she is not the only one who could use preparations to survive at Elydian. He needs to do some preparations himself as well. Zitri asks, such as, and Nox thinks that with her trait, unwavering loyalty, she will place complete trust on him, so letting her into his plan cannot hurt, and if anything, knowing better about him will make her even better at her job. And so, he tells her that it's his plan to study magic before his enrollment, and to do that, he would require her assistance. Hearing this surprises Zitri, as she asks him if he knows that what is he doing breaches the imperial law. And he replies, he does, which makes Zitri call his move quite brazen, and Nox replies that as rude pervert, he does not get easily intimidated. She sighs and corrects him that it's more he does not hold grudges and agrees to help him, saying that she trusts he has his reasons for making such a decision, so she will start her search for introductory textbook written about magic, which makes Nox thinks that Zitri just knows what to do. Suddenly, he hears some commotion outside of the manor, and wonders, what is it about? And as Nox looks over from the window, he notes that his brother Grain has arrived, as it's about time that he came back home from Elydian Academy as a graduate. Nox apparently almost forgot that an important event was about to start, and it would be a great chance for him to add so many days to his life. And so, he calls out to Zitri, telling her that he might soon depart for a rather distant location and even stay there for a bit. Zitri sighs, saying that why is it she senses another scheme. Now fast forward, and we see Theodore congratulating Grain on his graduation from Elydian Academy, and he thanks him for that. Grain von Lienhaber, he is the second eldest son of Theodore, and naturally, one of Nox's brother. And so, Nox uses his perceptive eye and opens Grain's stat and character window. He is apparently a snob, lecher, and opportunist. And the only reason that his character is not widely discussed is due to Nox's predominance of being a bigger ruffian. And Nox knows that he must have gotten himself an easier path to graduation. With his shrewd nature and political schemes, which will explain his successful completion of the notoriously demanding Elydian program. In each cycle, the Academy accepts less than 1,000 students, of whom only half successfully obtain their diplomas, making it obvious to Nox that he didn't play it fair. Theodore then asks Grain if he has successfully arranged for a transit to Chatters, and he halts upon hearing that, and replies, he did, and he intends to set forth 3 days from now on. Theodore replies that given the time of the year, his chief duty would likely be subduing monsters. Chatters is a neutral territory south to Lienhaber Manor. It shares its borders with an eastern kingdom of Tahalan. An undeveloped desert serves as a natural frontier between both of them. It's very infamously a barren land, and overwhelming monster population made it the worst wasteland of the Empire. The first assignment that the Empire issued to Grain is preventing a monster wave. It is a very important assignment to him. The completion of the first assignment is a requirement for getting recognized as an Imperial Knight of the Empire of Arkheim. Grain says that naturally, Chatters swarms with monsters every winter, and he assumes the intent of His Majesty is to take a preemptive measure. Theodore replies, while as barren as it is, Chatters is a natural barrier preventing harm from encroaching upon the rest of the Empire. And so, he tells Grain to defend the land well, and by doing so, he will bring honor to their family name, which Grain agrees to do so. But Nox thinks that this assignment in Chatters is more than just slaying monsters. For a sub-story chapter, it has very intricate connections with many other chapters, meaning there is quite much to gain from it. As such, he asks Grain if he can ask him about some things concerning his assignment, and Grain agrees for it. And for some for his potential gains, he plans to participate in the campaign in Chatters himself, and asks his brother if he can accompany him to there, which shocks him. Grain replies to Nox that perhaps he does not know what kind of place Chatters is. But he replies that he understands it's a neutral territory marked by occasional monster attacks, where bands of thieves are gaining in both influence and size through furtive actions. And so, Grain replies that he has heard much about him ever since he arrived at the manor, and Nox realizes what is coming, which is his skill, mental detection. Grain asks Nox if it's true that he has cleared the Forest of Children, together with Miss Talia, and Nox agrees, thinking that his skill lets him detect agitation in others, and it gets more effective against characters with attribute scores worse than him. And this skill is his secret behind his mastery of crafty conducts, as Grain replies that he assumes Nox has also defeated Hats and Alan in combat, and elected to keep a lowly common girl as his servant. Nox uses his skill Heart of Steel against Grain, and tells him that all of that is true. Grain smiles, saying that he understands Nox has accomplished a great deal already. But he has reasons to decline the company of someone who has yet to train at the Elydian Academy, first thing being, his duty will keep him too busy to recover Nox's dead body. But Theodore steps in, telling Nox that he can go, and Grain is quite confused by this, and Theodore tells Grain that he assures him that he won't need to drag Nox's corpse home, telling Grain that he will bring his brother to his assignment in Chatters. Grain tries to argue against him, but Theodore gets angry and tells him that it's an order. He then looks towards Nox and tells him that he can call to his family for all the things he required, and that he will trust him that he would use his remaining 3 days wisely. Nox is quite surprised, noting that it was way too easy, and it makes him wonder if Theodore is up to something. Grain seems to have gotten angry and asks Nox what is he playing at, and if he has finally lost it. But Nox replies that he is quite certain that he already lost it quite a while ago, which pisses off Grain even more. He then grabs Nox's collar, telling him to be more cautious of things, as it would be too bad if he were to get seriously hurt before even setting off for Chatters. Suddenly, someone arrives as something slips from their hand. And when Nox turns behind to look, it turns out to be Zitri, who has purposefully thrown the drink over Nox. Zitri apologizes to Nox for her clumsiness and requests him to wait in the chamber for her while she fetches him new clothes. Grain also takes his hands off him, and Nox also apologizes to him, saying that he will go and get changed, and starts walking away, though he looks back and tells Grain that he may continue his talk in 3 days when they meet up for chatters. And this pisses off Grain a lot. On the way, he thanks Zitri for saving him from that meaningless conversation, and she replies that he has a truly remarkable ability to attract enemies. She then asks if he is sure about going to chatters, and he replies that he is. Suddenly, Lona shouts his name loudly as she comes running, saying if he has finally lost his mind. And it makes Nox wonder if she has finally forgotten that he is her master, and tells her that it's already been decided, thinking that a lout going to chatters is no big deal. It's quite suitable. But Zitri agrees with Lona this time, saying that despite his high spirits, chatters is still really dangerous. Hundreds and thousands of bandits and monsters are said to reside there, which is exactly the reason Nox is going there, because he will get more life out of it, though he tells them that he has plans regarding them. He asks both Lona and Zitri to remain here, as it's his plan to carry out alone, but before he can complete, Zitri speaks up. Zitri apologizes and tells him that he cannot do such thing, because as his personal maid at his service, she is duty-bound to assist him not regarding his location, so she will be going with him. Nox tells her that she will risk getting hurt, and she replies it's the same for him as well, since they are going to chatters after all. And she also believes that Lona was not joking when she told her about how delicate Nox is, asking Nox if he really believes that his delicate stature can afford a long, unassisted journey, with his frequent forgetfulness and his inexperience in laundering. Does he truly believe that a journey without his personal aid is affordable to him? And so, Nox realizes that what she is saying is right, and it's not a game anymore. Real-life experience also matters. And if he dies, Zitri's place in this manner is going to get even more bad. For her, coming with him is possible the safest choice. And so, he agrees to bring her along with him, but tells her to not lag behind and get herself acquainted with Carl. And she replies that she is already on excellent terms with him, which surprises Lona as she inquires about it, and asks, how is that possible? And Zitri replies that she only fed him the finest of sugar lumps. It did cost her half of her monthly salary, but it did great for their friendship. Lona gets annoyed as she asks Carl what about the assorted hay that she fetched him, and calls him a diabolical hell beast, and continues on to say, how can he not be, when his owner is also? But before she completes, Nox smacks her on her head. And so, he orders Lona to continue her usual duties and asks Zitri to make sure to prepare herself thoroughly. Though looking at Lona, he thinks that she was worried only a few minutes ago, and has already gotten over it. Suddenly, they get a knock on their door, and it's Rodwell, who tells Nox that Theodore has called for him, as he wishes to give him an item. He is surprised to hear that, and remembers that Theodore did tell him to depend on his family for items, and also supported him in that argument, and wonders if this is what it's about. Now fast forward as we see Nox arrives at Theodore's office, saying that he heard he wished to grant him an item. And Theodore agrees, but says that whether he can truly wield it will depend on his own capacity. And the sword that he is giving to Nox is something that belonged to the very first creator of their family, and Nox realizes that it's the sword of the very first leader of the family. Nox is quite confused and surprised, as this is not something that he expected at all. And even though he played and completed that game 27 times before, he never even got a glimpse of this sword, and he thought he was a pro, and yet there is a sword which he never even heard of. It makes him question, why is he offering it to him? And he is unable to make any heads or tails of his intention, which makes him think that he would absolutely need it later. And Nox seems to be thinking that the sword looks rather humble and looks, something which Theodore knew that Nox was thinking. But he tells Nox that he is not joking when he says that it's indeed the sword that he picked up when he was a kid and spent his whole life wielding. Nox asks, how can he demonstrate his capacity to wield this sword, and Theodore asks him to hold it. And Nox nervously picks up the sword in his hands. Suddenly, the sword gets engulfed in a dark energy, and Nox notes that it's absorbing his magical energy. And he also notes that the color of the blade is also changing. Theodore gets up, saying that it's as expected. He has started to sense the flow of magical energy, and Nox nods his head in agreement. And Theodore tells him that he guessed correctly. The sword absorbs magical energy from its user. and multiplies it several-fold, which surprises Nox, and Nox replies that he assumes it cannot be used lightly. And suddenly, he gets a notification that his magical energy is getting absorbed at an alarming rate. Nox gets anxious, as he notes that his magical power is getting absorbed at a dangerous rate. Theodore tells Nox that if he wishes to be the owner of that sword, then he must not loosen his grip on it for 10 minutes, which shocks him. Theodore tells Nox that if he wishes to be the owner of that sword, then he must not loosen his grip on it for 10 minutes, which shocks him. And Theodore tells him the sword's name. It is called the Stormbringer. Nox is sweating by the fact that all of his magic power is getting absorbed, and his hands start shivering. And soon enough, his magic power is completely drained out, causing the sword to turn red and use his life force as an alternative. Due to this, his remaining life force starts decreasing at an alarming rate. Nox realizes that he cannot let it absorb his life and tries to let the sword go, but is unable to succeed. He starts cursing at the sword for being stuck in his hands, while Theodore glances at him with interest. He calls the Stormbringer a really wicked sword, as it drives its wielder to destruction in exchange for its fearsome service. The history and the renown of their family, they all stem from its blade, but no descendant of its first owner has succeeded in taming it. Most of those who tried fainted the moment they took it in their hand, and if anyone lasts 10 minutes in his first try, it would be a truly remarkable feat, as even he himself only lasts about an hour after all those years. And yet, something in Theodore tells him to try a 14-year-old Nox, who hasn't even developed his magic yet. And by the time he saved the dying servant girl, it became evident that amidst of all the recent disturbances stood Nox, which can hardly be a coincidence. And he can see his growth and his potential, which is coming into view, and perhaps he would exceed his expectations, he believes. And perhaps his talents are comparable to that of the three Supremes, which he finds enough of a reason for him to assess him. And should he succeed in lasting the given time, he would make the most potent leader in the history of Lienhabers. And he would be someone who will excel even him. Nox grits his teeth in anger while glancing at Theodore, who continues that Nox will someday prevail him and put an end to him. And now that he lasted 10 minutes, Theodore tells Nox that it was just like he assumed, the fact that he was concealing his powers. Nox tries asking, what does he mean by that? But Theodore simply walks by while telling him that the sword is his. Meanwhile, Nox is quite frustrated, as he lost a lot of his lifetime due to this sword. Now fast forward to 3 days later, and it's time for their departure to Chatters. Zitri tells Nox that her concerns were in vain, as all of the items fit in the subspace punch that Theodore gave to him. Though seeing Nox's expression, Zitri seems concerned, as she thought that Nox was quite anticipating this expedition, yet right now he looks displeased. Nox sighs, thinking if he is supposed to be grateful to Theodore for his pouch, even though that sword sucked in most of his remaining lifetime. He then looks at Grain, noting that he has packed whole household with him, and he must have taken a small fortune from the house, while exaggerating the burden of taking Nox with him, though to Nox it doesn't matter, since he plans on using him as well. Suddenly, both of them see some soldiers arguing about the way. They quarrel. One says that it's this way, the other says that it's clearly that way. Grain asks Ron if he not said before that he can trust him to find the correct path, and he apologizes, saying that he is not well acquainted with this route, and he is apparently someone hired by Grain. Seeing them argue, Nox says that they have led them astray and calls them foolish for it. Zitri tugs on Nox's clothes, and Nox tells her that he wasn't speaking to her, but to those useless path divergers. Nox comes forward and tells Grain that it seems they have ran into an issue, but Grain replies that it does not concern him, but Nox tells him that they might have gotten themselves lost. Grain gets angry, saying that he told him before that it doesn't concern him, and Nox replies and asks, even if he can find the correct path for them? Grain is quite surprised hearing that, and thinks, even though Nox was stuck in the manor for his whole life, he is now claiming himself to be a pathfinder, which is ridiculous to him. Nox suggests that they should rely on him for a day, as he have been told by several of their followers that he has a remarkable talent in wayfinding. Grain doubts and asks if they really said that, while Zitri knows that it's an obvious lie, yet Nox is saying that without batting an eye. Grain knows that a delayed arrival can pose quite an issue, but if Nox were to fail in front of everyone, that will really hurt his spirit and bring his heart joy. And even if they were to go a little stray from their way, it's not the worst choice right now, and tells Nox that he is welcome to lead them if he is confident. And so, Nox grins and asks everyone to follow him. Fast forward and it gets evening, and we see all of them are setting up camps, with Grain angrily scolding Ron and Other One, as Nox was able to find the way so easily, even though it's an undeveloped South, where even the most seasoned pathfinders lose their way. So how is he supposed to believe that he found the way in a blink of an eye, as it does not make any sense to him? Nox sighs, while thinking that he cannot help, as he just knows the path already. It only makes sense he does. Chatters is a strategic foothold. He has been there hundreds of times. Zitri also asks Nox, how did he manage to find the way so quickly? And he replies, it's due to the ground. Zitri doesn't understand, and Nox explains that those are claw marks of an evil bear. They are monsters from the southern region that take form of a bear. Their lairs are found near the southern frontier of Chatters. So to find Chatters, he simply pursued the trail left behind by them, and Zitri gets worried and asks if it does not mean that they are camping in an area which is frequented by them. Nox replies that they fear fire, meaning it would improbable that they will disturb them, as we hear people whisper that Nox is really different and even better than his academy-educated brother. Causing Grain to get pissed, he confirms with Schultz that if Nox defeated Hatz and Allen, who confirms it once again, and so Grain decides to check his skills personally for himself. Schultz grins, saying that he has the perfect item for it. He takes out a pouch from his clothes, and Grain seems to have recognized it and smirks, as he says that it's going to be a long night for his brother. Now at night, we see the guards sleeping and something foraging through the forest. Inside Nox's camp, his eyes starts to open. He seems to have been awake, noting that it has begun. He picks up his sword and starts leaving, as Zitri calls out his name and wakes up as well. And while leaving, he tells her to stay in here and not get out. We see Nox seems to be facing against some monsters, and the total amount is 4 ogres, and notes that the thing on the ground must have lured them in. He knows that the mud must be spiked with ogre's pheromone, and those ogres, whose senses got heightened in time for the breeding season, would not have been able to resist it, and that it must be Grain's clever idea to put him in danger using them. But Nox happily greets the ogres as his lifelines as he prepares to kill them, as one of them begins attacking Nox. As they bring down the hammer at him, Nox jumps up and dodges, and strikes them right in the head. And before other ogres can attack him, Nox quickly dispatches them. He looks at his sword, and calls it quite fine, and that all of his worries about the sword draining him dry like the first time he held it were vain. And as he takes down more of them, Nox thinks that it's almost like the sword is reading his mind and moves in advance. And soon enough, only one of them is left, who shivers in fear upon seeing others die. It drops its weapon and tries to retreat. But Nox don't plan to let him live like that and whistles to Carl, who upon listening transforms, and Nox starts on riding him. And while on Carl, Nox easily takes down the ogre. And with that, his remaining life gets increased by 1 day and 9 hours. Hearing the loud sounds, Zitri comes out, asking Nox if everything is all right, and gets quite startled seeing the scene. Nox reminds her that he told her to stay inside. She questions how can ogres be here, since they aren't deep inside the forest, and asks if she should summon the night patrol. But Nox rejects, telling her that the ogres were invited here by someone. Hearing which shocks her, and he reveals that it was none other than Grain. He exploited their nature and set them upon them, which explains why his tent is at such distance from theirs. Zitri asks if he is trying to say that Master Grain is plotting against him, and Nox agrees, as he assumes that Grain must have thought that he could potentially pose an hindrance to his pursuit to household leadership, and which is why he wanted to examine the extent of his capabilities, acquiring information, even through such a cowardly scheme, is the only way he can get an edge over Garen, who is a superior swordsman. But Nox does believes that Grain should get a lesson that these kinds of tricks don't work on him. And so, Nox takes out a vial, and Zitri asks him, what is it for? And he replies and asks Zitri if she knows what provokes ogres even more than some mud impregnated with ogre's pheromone. It is the smell of a fellow ogre's blood. It's much like humans, they cannot forget a vendetta when someone from them is killed. Grain gets up and notices his crystal ball glowing and making sound, but there shouldn't be a reason for it. Apparently, it only makes that sound when a monster's magical energy is detected nearby, and wonders if they are defective, but his father did told him that they are new. And right as he is thinking that there cannot be any monster strong enough to provoke it, he hears some large thumps outside his tent. Schultz comes around and tells Grain that they have to escape in panic. And he asks what could possibly concern his tent, and when he looks outside, we see they are surrounded by ogres. And this causes Grain to get scared and sweat nervously. Now fast forward to morning. We see their camp was heavily damaged. And Grain seems to be scolding Schultz, asking if he accidentally mud their tent instead of Knox. And he swears that he didn't, and that he don't understand it himself, since he is sure that he smeared it on Knox's tent. Meanwhile, Knox wakes up all fresh, calling it a heavenly morning, who sighs and tells him that his breakfast is ready. He thanks her for that and asks her to join in, but she replies that maid cannot sit with the masters they assist. But Knox replies, unless they are at some kind journey, where arranging another table can be tedious, and what would they do if some monsters storm them in mid of table arrangement? Since who knows, as she should have heard that hordes of ogres went to Grain's camp last night, as he laughs while saying all this. She once again sighs and Knox asks, what is that? And she replies that she just realized the audacity of the one she serves. And Knox smiles while telling her to get accustomed to it. He then looks at Grain, who seems to be dealing with the aftermath, and also notes that they didn't throw away the tent, which is like inviting the monsters in. Zitri asks, what is his next step after this, and what will he do with their bloodied tent? And Knox doesn't understand, and asks, who do what now? And Zitri tries to speak up about the bloodstain, and if it would not attract more ogres. Knox agrees, saying that wherever they go now, a swarm of ogres will follow them now. Which is exactly what he wanted, but if he were to tell her this, she would bite his head off. He believes, as to him, more ogres means more lifetime. And he gets up, thinking that he would be needing more ogres soon, and looks towards the sun. We see something seems to be in the forest as Knox says that they should pack their tent and join the rest now. We see someone seems to be looking at the ogres from the bushes and moving towards it as the ogre takes notice of it. And just then, a loud rumbling happens in the ground and something seems to have killed and eaten the ogre. Now on the second day, Knox has been able to successfully grasp the terrain of the area. He notes that Chatters is still quite far, so he was worried a little, but it's great. Grain calls him out from behind and asks, what does he plan to do about the ogres that are on their tails? Will he be able to shake them off? And Knox agrees with confidence, saying that they could do a large-scale subjugation here, but they would definitely draw attention of other monsters, so instead, they would be putting all of their efforts into getting out of the forest quickly. Since there won't be a problem if they do that, and Grain doubts, and gets annoyed by the fact that unknowingly, Knox has took command of the soldiers. One of the soldiers asks Knox, why does he keep on tapping the ground? And he replies, it's because monsters might appear at any time, causing them to get terrified. And as he continues, we see a huge rumbling starts to happen under the ground, shocking everyone and Zitri as well. Suddenly, the ground crumbles from beneath, as Knox smiles while saying, here it comes. The worm, that is, as we see a huge monster has appeared from beneath the ground. The worm is a monster that looks like both a snake and an earthworm. In Interlunatic, it's known as malformed dragon that hasn't fully developed yet, thanks to which it cannot use magic, but it's still famous for being quite strong. Even if the ogres came swarming at them, the worm would still be the more difficult monster to defeat for them. But he was looking for it, although the soldiers would be in shock if they knew that he was trying to get the worm to come out by tapping the ground. But what can they do, though? They can be the one to progress the game if they're unhappy with his methods. Knox orders everyone to prepare for battle and hide in the bushes. They are confused by his orders and asks if they are not going to attack. Knox smirks, thinking that he would let their enemies defeat their enemies. As we see ogres appears from behind as well, as we learn that Knox didn't have any intention to lose the ogres from the start. Zitri gets terrified, commenting that so many ogres have caught up to them. But he tells her to not be worried, as he has something in mind. He asks Zitri if she knows what monsters the worm loves the most, and yet hates the most at the same time, and she doesn't quite get his question. And Knox answers that it's ogres, as we see both of them engaging in a fight. Ogres are the worm's main food source, but they are always seeking revenge. They are basically arch enemies of each other, which is why skilled adventurers would know how to make use of that. As we see the worm eating the ogres while they attack and damage it back, as both Zitri and Grain notes that they are attacking each other in shock. Grain wonders how did Knox came to know such information. Meanwhile, Knox hides behind a tree with Zitri with stones, as Zitri asks him if they just need to wait right now. Nox suddenly starts throwing stones at the ogres. As Zitri asks, what is he doing, and what if the ogre attacked them instead? While we see Nox is getting experience points and stat increase for doing this, as he thinks that he needs to damage the ogres at least once to get the XP. And as he keeps on doing that, he soon notes that all of the ogres are dead already. Grain thinks that while it's good Nox was able to make use of the ogre, but they still lost in the end, he wonders, what can they do next, as the worm would be too hard for them to kill, so they need to somehow escape safely. But Nox tells everyone to prepare for attack, ordering them to either fire arrows or throw spears at the mouth of the monster. While some hesitates, Ron tells everyone to quickly follow his orders, and they all begin attacking the worm. And while the worm is taking that damage, Nox decides to step in, noting that it's his turn now. He activates his Hour of the Genius, and we see the time around him seems to have slowed down. He quickly rushes off to the worm and jumps over him to attack. And with incredible precision, he lands multiple strikes on it. And just like that, the worm is defeated, for which he gets 10 days of life. And 10 days is something more than he expected, though he considers it plausible since it's a mid-sized monster after all, and if it weren't for the ogres, he believes he wouldn't have been able to kill it that easily. His stamina also reaches 5, causing his effect of the trait, Blessing of the Growth, to disappear. Along with the Curse of the Weak, he had the Hidden Peace Blessing of the Growth, which is now used as well. But he has finally reached stamina 5 in return. The followers asks if he is hurt anywhere, to which he replies, he isn't, and commends everyone for doing a good job. Everyone starts to sing his praise for doing a great job, though Nox says that it was nothing special and tells everyone to reorganize. The ground suddenly starts to crumble again, as everyone takes notice of it. And suddenly, another worm appears from the ground, though Nox doesn't seem much worried, as everyone tells him to get back quickly. But suddenly, someone shouts at him to get back, as we see the person slashing away the worm in one hit. And Nox is quite surprised to see him, and wonder, what is it? And looking closely, he recognizes that person, and questions in shock, what is he doing here? Grain and everyone is also surprised at seeing him, and Nox wonders, what is the sword genius doing here? The strongest character in Inner Lunatic, one of the 3 sword emperors along with Theodore and Celsus' student. And he is known as Paracelsus, who tells them all that he just saved them, so they should at least give him a single word of thanks. And Nox also remembers that he is someone who hates nobles to his cores. Schultz calls him an impudent guy for not knowing who Grain is, and he apologizes, and Schultz asks him for his identity. And he introduces himself as Paracelsus and tells them to call him a mercenary. Nox thinks that it's easy to understand his hatred for nobles with what he experienced when he was younger, though it's not the issue here. The first encounter with him is supposed to be in the Eldian Academy. While Nox has played this game countless times, he has never encountered him before the academy starts. And so, it causes him to wonder, what happened, and what should he do? Fast forward a bit later, Paracelsus seems to be traveling with them, as Grain once again calls him out. He asks him if he is heading to Chatters, and Paracelsus replies, it is his first stop, as he heard that it's a good spot to hunt for monsters around this time of years. From this, Nox tries to think. He remembers that in order to further his training, Paracelsus did travel everywhere within the Empire before school started, and so perhaps he is set to train in random areas. Grain asks Paracelsus if he is traveling along, and that he looks quite young as well, and also seems quite confident in his skills, and so he offers him to join under his command to subjugate the monsters in return for getting a handsome amount from him. Paracelsus thinks for a bit, and replies that since they are the sons of one of the Sword Emperors, he is indeed curious about them too. Nox glances back at them, and Schultz gets angry at him for speaking so rudely, but Grain stops him and gives some time to Paracelsus to think about it all. Thinking that he has skills to take down the worm in a single strike, so he has to recruit him as one of his people, which is how he plans to take back the attention of soldiers back from Nox. And sometime later, they finally arrive at Chatters, as Nox informs Grain of it. Looking at it, Nox feels that it's even more deserted from when he sees it in-game. And as they enter it, Grain notices some beggar kid, who asks him something to eat. But he simply ignores her in disgust. And same goes for Nox, causing the kid to get teary-eyed, which is something that Paracelsus notices, and sighs in disappointment. They are then greeted by the security chief of the village, Tygon. He confirms if they are Grain and his little brother Nox, from the Lienhaber family, and he has been told in advance of their subjugation mission and that they would be coming here. Paracelsus thinks that the coincidental meeting of one of the Sword Emperors and Theodore's two sons, he had great expectations when he heard that the proud Lienhaber family was going on a subjugation mission personally. And while Nox was able to deal with the worm with pretty decent sword techniques, they are still just sheltered young masters of the noble family in his eyes, which he calls a big disappointment. And this city is obviously not able to function properly. The Night Order is misappropriating the people's money to fill their own stomachs. And the people of this city are unable to stand their ground against the monster's wave, to think they are in a state where they'd be satisfied if they had some food. Taigon tells them that he would inform them of the mission details tomorrow since it's quite late already, and asks them to rest at the inn for the night. Paracelsus approaches Grain to talk about the offer that he proposed to him. Grain happily asks if he has decided, and Paracelsus rejects his offer. Grain is surprised to hear that, and asks if he is planning to hunt the monsters alone, as Nox watches from the back. He replies that he intends to move according to what he initially planned and wishes Grain a safe subjugation, which makes Grain call him an obnoxious commoner. He replies if one has skills, they would be able to make it in the world, as this is how it works, and while glancing at Nox, he thinks that they might meet again sooner than expected. Now at night, Nox tells Zitri to rest up, since they would be moving again tomorrow. And as he comes inside his room, he notices a window and goes on to there. And looking from there, he sees some kids sitting around the fire. He goes down there and calls them out, asking if they want some food. He opens up the sack and gives them bread to eat. The kid happily asks if they can really have this, while Nox thinks that he cannot save everyone. So he thinks that this is something that could be the doing of Yu Chan's kindness and generosity. The kid cries and thanks him for it, causing Nox to think that he wants to create a future where they don't have to beg for food. And for that to happen, they would first need to survive in Chatters. And we also see Zitri, who seems to be hiding behind a corner with her own sack of food, and she smiles thinking that she knew it, that Nox was just acting cold now. Fast forward to next morning, Taigen begins explaining that they always have to request for funds and reinforcement, because Chatters get swarmed by monsters every winter. Grain questions if these wooden walls are all that he is doing to protect the village, causing Taigon to say that it's been here for a long time, so they do need some repairs. Nox finds the condition to be terrible, noting that this wall wouldn't last an hour against the monsters. But because it's not a main chapter, it's up to him to decide to save this village or not, and most of the time, he chose to help the village. The reason being that it has high value. It's a land which will become really expensive in the future. Taigon also informs them about change in monsters' behavior this year. Their numbers have increased drastically, though Nox knows that in the future, having more monster would actually help them instead. Taigon then also informs them about a sighting of a griffin by some villagers, leaving them shocked, making Grain call the situation much more severe than he thought. He asks for the sighting location, and Taigon replies, it's in the wilderness, with Nox noting that driving Griffin away would be an important factor of the Chatter subjugation. It's called the King of Wilderness, and it was designed to be stopped, not defeated, but Nox plans to defeat the Griffin. The wilderness is known as Endless Horizon of the Wilderness, an area connected to Tahalin in the east, a neutral zone, and it's famous for being a barren land. But Nox calls it all strange, stating that Griffin usually doesn't stay near Chatters, and asks if he knows the reason for its behavior. His question leaves them surprised, with Nox already knowing that there is going to be a traitor who will backstab them in this subjugation. And so, he plans to start out by cutting off the most rotten part of the village first. A bit later, and we see Schultz being pissed at Nox for ruining his plan as he fell out of favor with Grain due to his schemes. He don't plan to let Nox off easily, believing that he worked really hard to win Grain's favor. Now we see Zitri encountering him walking down, with him taking notice of her as well. And he also knows that Zitri is a commoner, which he plans to take advantage of seemingly. He blocks her away and grabs Zitri by her arm, making her scared. She asks if he has some business with her, and he replies that he just wants to have a little chat with the two of them alone with a creepy smile. Hearing which, Zitri quickly frees her hand from his grasp, saying that she don't have anything to talk to him about alone, causing him to comment that even if he is a knight serving a master, he still deserves to have some fun with her. And she should be the same as him, while she tries to tell him to let go, But suddenly, she gets a thought of what could happen if she were to reject his advances. Nox might fall out of favor from Master Grain and draw attention from the family. And since she don't want him to suffer, she reluctantly agrees to his demands, with Schultz planning to make her pay for what Nox did to his plans. But just then, Nox arrives and breaks her free from Schultz, seeing whom Zitri seems quite surprised. And from that attack, we see Nox has cut Schultz off as he screams in pain, while Nox asks him in anger, how would he like him to pay? Meanwhile, Schultz tries to warn him that he won't get away from this, and if he really thinks that Master Grain would let him do this and walk away. Nox gets even more pissed, as he asks if Schultz is trying to threaten him with his brother, and cuts off another one of his arms as he screams again. Schultz calls his behavior wrong, even if he has his family behind him. But Nox replies that it's not him who doesn't know his place because his family is behind him, but Schultz is. And with that, he kills him by stabbing the sword to his back, causing Zitri to get worried, stating that Master Grain would not let it pass. And Grain arrives, asking Nox what did he just do and if he just killed Schultz. And he agrees in simple words, causing Grain to lash out at him for daring to cut off one of his knights, but Nox tells him that he got the sequence wrong, and asks him that he should be asking for the details of what happened first, but Grain simply grabs his collar in anger. And so, he questions Nox about killing Schultz, warning him that he won't escape from being punished if the reason is not justified. And he replies that he watched him sexually harass his maid, and as her master, he could not let that happen. But Grain asks if it's just due to that, and Zitri is a commoner. But Nox gets pissed and releases his aura, asking Grain if he can take responsibility for what he just said. And seeing his power, Grain is left completely shocked, as he is collar go at first, being flabbergasted that the good-for-nothing of his family is actually this talented. He hesitantly tells Nox that he should have reported to him first at least, but Nox replies that he is the good-for-nothing of their family, so he is not used to reporting or waiting, and suggests to leave this matter to settle in the hands of their father when they return to estate. Grain thinks that Nox wants something from him, and agrees to leave the decision for this to their father for now, with Nox calling it a wise decision on his part. And with that, Nox leaves while calling out Zitri to go with him, while Grain wonders, when did he become that strong? And also the sword that he is holding, it's something that he remembers seeing before. As he finally realizes that he cannot underestimate Nox during this subjugation. Back to Nox, who notes that it's going to be an uproar among the soldiers due to this. They're already split into factions, and now they are at the point where they need to make a decision. Will they follow Grain or him? He then also takes notice of Zitri, who seems to be shaking. He asks her if she is all right, and she hesitantly replies she is, while asking Nox if he is going to be all right. She starts to cry while asking for reasoning of him doing that for her, because it would only end up creating more enemies for him, and he would get in danger again. But Nox asks her if she don't know what kind of person is she serving. He is the good-for-nothing of the Rainhafer family, and so no matter wherever they are, he orders her to never bow her head. She wipes off her tears while gracefully accepting his order. Switching to Grain, who is quite pissed at Nox for trying to climb over him, and at first, he only thought of Nox as an annoying task. But he now seems to be recognizing his sword. It's something that resembles the sword of Theodore himself. Grain decides to be wary of Nox, and thinks of someone who can monitor him since he lost Schultz. Suddenly Ron arrives and informs Grain that the situation on the first floor has been taken care of, and also says that Nox seems quite different from the rumors floating around. But Grain also finds Ron himself different as well, because he is supposed to be a captain of a knight order who has been operating this area for a long time, yet somehow Nox knows this place better than him, which pisses of Grain because he didn't pay such money to Ron for a sloppy job. But since the monster have not started, he decides to make use of the knight order a little more. He orders Ron to take care of bandits and monster in the vicinity and report to him if Nox starts to move. And Ron quickly leaves with that order. We switch scenes to Nox again, as Zitri asks him, what did he do during the day? And if he took a look at the village, Nox replies that they are barely standing. She asks, how can they stop the monster wave then? But Nox tells Zitri to come with him. She tries asking, where are they going? And Nox replies that he is thinking of recruiting a new person to their team, as he knows that there is a genius character even in this small village. Her name is Alina, a character that he recruit every time he came to Chatters, a genius potion maker. and she is going to be his little potion shuttle. Zitri confirms once again if there is really a genius potion maker in such a shabby place. And Nox agrees, though she doesn't understand, since if they are so talented they shouldn't be hiding in such a remote place. Nox replies that she has her own reason, knowing that reason is that this is a hidden route to clear chatters. In the future, Alina will be working for someone else instead of the Arheim Empire, and if one doesn't clear the hidden route, they can never get Alina. He asks Zitri to simply follow him and watch her steps, while she is still doubtful about a genius person living here. After walking a bit, they finally find light ahead. And we see Alina, who seems to be heavily drunk and lamenting about being stuck in a place like this, and her current condition. And seeing her, Nox says that he finally found her. But seeing them, Alina freaks out and screams, "Who are they? And what are they doing at this place?" While Zitri is surprised to see her as well. She asks if the genius that he mentioned is really that drunkard over there. A bit later, and Alina seems to have calmed down and apologizes to Nox and Zitri, not knowing that they were from a reputable family. But Nox forgives and says that he is here to talk about something to her, so she should stay focused. He remembers her as the one with the highest potential and plans to get her here at all costs. Though he also knows that she does have flaws, as we see her character window and stats. And her negative trait, drunkard, makes Nox sigh, though he expected it. A genius character like her that can be recruited by good-for-nothing of Rainhafer family. Much less a genius potion maker at that. He speaks up and says that while she is problematic, they have no choice, causing her to tremble in fear while apologizing for making him angry. Zitri tries to whisper that she don't believe recruiting a drunkard would be a wise decision, and he replies that he knows it as well, but they don't have any options, causing Zitri to call it a complicated matter. Alina speaks up and asks Nox, why has he come here to look for her? And Nox gets straight to the point and asks her to join him, offering to give her what she needs the most right now, which takes her by surprise. He notices her clenching her fists while seemingly being frustrated, and she apologizes and declines Nox's offer, citing that she has something to do here. Nox speaks up and asks if it's related to her friend, which surprises her, and she asks Nox, how does he knows that? And he replies that in future, she may be executed. But if Alina accepts his offer, he might be able to save her. And with that, Nox again asks if that changed her mind a little while offering his hand. Alina remembers her friend, May, who stood up against the army for the villagers for unfair taxes and stuff. She was her only friend, as she stood in front, retaliating against the army for embezzling funds that the imperial family was sending them. Alina preferred herself to be dragged away instead of her, and thinks back that if she only reacted more aggressively back then. She believes that she cannot save her on her own, and perhaps even Nox wouldn't be able to. She doubts that he would. But she won't be able to forget it for a long time if she don't act now. We now switch scenes to Ron, who seems to be drinking with his buddies, as they bitch about Grain behind his back and calls him an idiot. They apparently pretended to act like a night order and Grain bought their lie, thinking which makes them laugh. And by coincidence, they even got something like a badge from ransacking the real Captain Ron's place, and this can get them even bigger jobs. They believe that even the Rainhafer family will believe it to be Captain Ron's and will give them a befitting position according to this badge, and another great coincidence was their name was the same. They also plan to take Grain as an hostage and ask Rainhafer family for a huge sum to release him. One of them is still reluctant and asks if they are sure about doing this, because they are dealing with one of the most influential dark family here, and there are no bandit groups which survived after messing with them, though he gets scared of his peers' sharp glare. They call him an idiot and coward for acting like that. But Ron stops them and questions the guy. Where does he think this place is? It's an area which the Imperial family has given up on, so they plan to hold Grain hostage here and then run up to East with the ransom money. Believing that no matter how great Rainhafer family is, they won't be able to do anything in an enemy nation surrounded by sand. And they can just live a life of luxury there. This plan causes his subordinates to shower him with praises. The guy then asks about Nox, and if he didn't caught into their lie, and Ron also believes that he is quite dangerous, and tells everyone to not get involved with him until they finish up things here. One of their subordinates doesn't find Nox anything special, but just a kid, and calls him an unnecessary concern, which their captain laughs about and agrees with. Suddenly, the candles are blown out, and it gets all dark in there, leaving them on guard as they shout, "Who is there? Who turned off the lights?" Ron tells everyone to calm down, but suddenly upon wiping his face, he gets blood on his fingers. And he also smells the blood, and upon glancing to his side, he finds one of his men has already got his head off. He suddenly hears another scream, causing him to get up and shout, "What happened?" And when he walks forward, he finds another one of his men laying on the ground, dead, leaving him shocked. Finally, he realizes that he has been attacked by someone and shouts, "Who the hell are you?" And we see Nox appearing behind him like a ghost, asking, why is he speaking so rudely? Ron quickly jumps back away upon hearing his voice, with Nox commenting about how they were hiding in this hole like rats, and angrily tells them off for daring to try and rob the Rainhafer family and for overestimating themselves. He tries to tell Nox that he is mistaken about something, and Nox replies that he already knows about the various crimes they have committed and the misappropriate use of the funds with Tygon, and that he is trying to use grain, causing him to get pissed since his plan is out in the open now. He asks Nox, what does he want, and tells him to think carefully, since if they take care of grain, his position in the family would increase as well, and all he needs to do is look away one time. There is no need for him to take any unnecessary risks, while we see some bandits starting to surround Nox. But Nox easily kills them all in one strike, while smirking and telling Ron that he is not a naive idiot to believe his nonsense while he is letting out his murderous intentions. And so, Ron shouts at his men to kill Nox, and they all rush towards him to attack. But Nox easily mows them down like cutting grass, shocking Ron as he thinks that Nox was hiding his power up until now and plans to end it all quickly because it's dangerous. But when he launches his technique at Nox, he easily destroys it, leaving Ron and one of his underlings shocked, as the former wonders, how is he able to stop the Chatter Sword technique? And Nox casually kills that guy as well by stabbing the sword right through him. He starts walking towards Ron, while calling him a lowly vermin for even daring to ask what he wants. And regardless, he has already got what he wanted, as we see that Nox succeeded in learning the Southern Sword technique in that single moment of strike. Ron watches in shock, as Nox takes up the posture that he did before. Nox closes his eyes and thinks, what does it mean to be a genius? And if it means that one is more exceptional than others, but he doesn't believe that, then, does it mean someone that has proven they can reach a higher level that most people cannot? From the moment Nox risked his life, he questioned himself these things. He smirks, and then breaks the glass in his fragile self in front of him, thinking that compared to the sword techniques that he would be learning in the future, this one isn't much, but it's enough for him right now. As we see Nox launching the same attack that Ron did, and killing many of the bandits, leaving Ron completely speechless. It was something that took him more than 10 years of his life to master, yet a kid like knows it. Ron seems to have completely lost his will to fight, as Nox stands in front of him with his foot on his sword. He screams and threatens Nox that he won't get away if he kills him. But Nox replies that there aren't any witnesses that have seen him killing him. Ron replies that everyone here that is still alive will see it. Nox tells Ron listen carefully, that he is simply assassinating them, leaving Ron shocked at hearing it. Seeing his confusion expression, Nox explains that if no one lives to tell the tale, this will only look like an assassination, leaving Ron scared, as Nox draws his sword to cut off his head with a smile. We now switch scenes to May, who seems to be locked in some prison. Tygon slaps her across the face because she don't want to work, neither she wants to be sold off to a noble. But despite getting slapped constantly, she still tells him that there is no way that she will listen to guys like them. But Tygon simply chuckles and grabs her mouth while telling her that there is nothing that she can do now. And the only thing someone like her can do is to struggle on the ground, but May spits on him in retaliation, causing him to get angry as he asks her, what does she think she is doing? And he once again tightly slaps her, threatening to sell her off to a black mage this time. She suddenly remembers her time when she used to make potions, though she kept getting the mixture wrong, leaving her with no aptitude for it. With the lady believing and telling her that she has no talent in this area, but May doesn't understand how could it be. She apparently had zero talent, not in alchemy, nor in swordsmanship, or anything else for that matter. On the other hand, there was Alina, whom the teacher was elated for, to the point that she has nothing left to even teach her. Their teacher also finds it quite disappointing that Alina was a war orphan, and not some noble, even a lower-ranked one, or if she can at least somehow get out of the orphanage. She was an alchemy genius, and looked like someone who didn't belong in this place from the start. She had sparkle around her and was constantly shining. But despite that, she came to play with her happily. And that bright smile of hers had caused May to be helplessly envious of her. Which is why May sacrificed her life instead of her, because she was certain that she can accomplish way more than someone like her can. May tells Taigon that struggling on the ground is something that she has done all of her life. And whatever he wants to do with her after her death is none of her concern. We see Taigon starting to beat her quite heavily, but the only thought in her mind is that she don't want to burden Alina. Suddenly, someone tells May to stop harming herself, and Taigon stops his hand in the middle as well. They continue on to tell her that Alina will be sad if she were to make it out of this place as a corpse. And we see it's Nox, to whom Taigon asks what brings him here. And Nox replies that by the law of the imperial family, he is going to be executed. Nox suggests Taigon to give up right now since his partner, Ron, is already dead. To which, Taigon doesn't have much reaction and simply calls it unfortunate. And with a confident tone, he asks Nox if he came here alone, which he doesn't deny. Taigon smiles, calling out Nox for underestimating him too much, and questions Nox if he truly thinks that he can defeat him alone. Nox also replies in confidence that he don't see a reason why he cannot. Taigon starts to get angry and draws his sword, finding things to be progressing faster than he expected. But he doesn't care anymore, as we see soldiers marching in on his order. All of them forms a wall ahead of Taigon, who orders them to kill Nox. And all of them quickly begins to charge at him. But Nox simply activates his Hour of the Genius again for 5 minutes, as things around him completely slows down to halting. And with a single step, he gets in between them and lands a circular slash, taking only a second to do so. He moves from in between them casually, while keeping on cutting them like vegetables, without them even realizing it. Even with all this, only 2 seconds have passed. At this point, he has already started to move towards Taigon. He casually reaches and strolls past by him from behind, as even he is unable to react to anything. Nox reaches out his hand to May and gently touches her cheek, and ends his Hour of the Genius with 4 minutes and 55 seconds still remaining. He feeds her a potion and she slowly starts to open her eyes. But she is unable to see him correctly and asks for his identity, and Nox tells her his name, and tells her that it would be all over after she wakes up from her sleep. Taigon is shocked to see Nox getting past everyone and has already reached May. And suddenly, while looking at Nox, he starts to fall down. With a horrified expression, he looks back and finds his tendon cut. And his men also starts to have the reaction from those cuts, getting slaughtered like lambs. He looks at it all in horror, still unable to process what happened, as Nox steps in and tells him to not expect an early death. And as he looks up, he finds Nox glaring at him with his cold eyes, seemingly with no emotion of cutting people down. He is horrified, unable to accept reality that he just lost to a brat. Because he is supposed to be the great Taigon, but it's all in his mind. For Nox, he remembers his question again. What does it mean to be a genius? At first, he finds himself to be one, but quickly changes to the character Nox itself, who is a genius, and questions what does being a genius means to the character of Nox itself, while he kills of Taigon as well. We now get a flashback for Taigon, whose father was the strongest person in the village. Everyone wanted to be like him, and everyone respected him. His father then questioned Taigon if he knows why people follow him, which he denies. And so, his father grabs his hair and with a wide grin on his face, replies that it's strength. If he posse's overwhelming strength, then he can get away with anything, which is the law of a city on the borders of the Archeim Empire. Taigon asks if he is the strongest person on the continent, causing his father to simply glare at him for a moment. He denies it, while letting go of both the girl and him, and calls him one of the countless nobodies on this continent. There are numerous strong swordsmen in the continent, and many geniuses which are of Taigon's age. And those geniuses are even stronger than him too, which is what it's like for a continent that is experiencing war. With the only reason he believes that he survived for so long is because he chose not to fight with those geniuses. And looking at Nox, Taigon realizes that he must be one of the geniuses that his father talked about. To be so talented that no one could reach you, it is what it means. In the end, he lets out a sigh, stating that the only reason he is dying is because he chose to fight with Nox. With Nox finally ending his life by stabbing the sword right through his back. A bit later at Alina's hideout, we see her sulking in sadness. Suddenly, she hears a familiar voice call out her name, and upon glancing at it, she finds May along with Zitri. May gives off a warm smile upon looking at her, and Alina quickly rushes onto her, knocking off the potions and her hat in the process. She tightly hugs May, expressing how scared she was when she thought that she left her, and May tries to calm her down, telling her that it's okay now, and apologizes for leaving like that, thinking that she was the selfish one here, since she wanted to do everything alone while leaving Alina behind. Zitri also smiles seeing them, and Alina asks for Nox's whereabouts, since she needs to thank him, and she replies that he should be wrapping things up and talking right now, which Alina asks about. And Zitri replies that he is taking some time to have a heart-to-heart conversation with his brother, though it doesn't seem to be his true intentions. We switch scenes to Grain, who is waiting on Ron, and getting pissed at him for making him wait and hoping that nothing happened. But instead of him, someone else arrives at the door, and Grain asks for his identity, and it turns out to be Nox. Grain seems a bit surprised seeing him here, and Nox replies that he wants to talk to him right now. It's important. But Grain shrugs him off, saying, why would he want to talk to him? But he then notices blood on Nox's clothes, and his cold expression and sharp glare towards him. As Nox again presses Grain that it's an important matter, who starts to get nervous and asks Nox to take a seat. Back at the mansion, the head butler gives a letter to Theodore, which apparently states that Nox has purged the corruption within Chatters and has meted out appropriate punishment to those involved. And he has also requested a separate reward from him for accomplishing that. But instead of saying what the reward is, he simply hands out the letter to Theodore, telling that he is unable to figure it out. Theodore notes that the corruption there worsens every day there, but no one is bothered with them. The reason is simple because it's not profitable. But it's also not that simple. It's also a place which has been a headache for the imperial family. The East Chatters is the last line of defense, because if this place were to fall, the monsters will start heading towards the center. And so, the central government has allocated a large amount of funds, troops, and also mercenary corps to defend the relevant areas. A region that is useless but cannot be totally abandoned, that is the kind of place Chatters is. And it has no value either. He tells the head butler that all the bandits groups including the Vermin, Tygon are very dangerous, and they would be hard to deal with even for Garen, which the butler agrees with. And if the Ron bandits attack him, he believes that the situation would probably turn for the worse. But Theodore believes that if they cannot overcome a situation of that level, they don't deserve to be called a part of Rainhafer family, and he has already placed the Black Sword Knights in place to prevent them from dying. But most importantly, they get back to talking about Nox. Theodore is finding hard to understand that Nox doesn't have such a generous heart that he would purge the corruption for nothing. It's the same for his request with Chatters. He wants the imperial family to give him authority over that wasteland, but Theodore doesn't understand what is to be gained from that place. On top of that, he is also willing to give up the rights as the youngest son of the Rainhafer family if he cannot produce results. The butler nervously asks if he is going to reject his proposal, but Theodore replies that he would accept it instead. Because if Nox is really able to defeat them all, then he could certainly obtain the jurisdiction of that place to give it to him. And he also finds it to be a good opportunity for him to see how good Nox is at managing a territory. The butler replies that he understands what he wants, and so he would send a letter to the Empire to begin talks to obtain Chatters, and Theodore asks him to proceed with it. Theodore thinks for a bit and stares at the letter, and questions him in his mind, just how far is he planning? Fast forward to some time later, and Grain recalls what Nox told him, that Ron and Tygon wanted to kill him, and that he was their underling. Grain gets quite angry at it, since he made sure to even check their identities once, questioning, how dare they try to leech off him and his Rainhafer family. But more importantly, he finds Nox to be more of a bother. Nox smirks and asks, why is he staring at him like that? Is he scared of him? And Grain gets pissed and calls his thoughts amusing, realizing that Nox really wants to mess with him. But he decides to hold back, since if he cannot pass this test, then he cannot become a knight. And in the end, he has no choice but to accept Nox's offer. And so, he asks him, what does he want? And Nox commends him for catching on quick. Firstly, he asks to hand over the command of all the soldiers that are under his command, which Grain agrees to, since even if you don't do that, his life is still in Nox's hands. He also realizes that he still don't know how exactly strong Nox is. And in return, he asks him to guarantee his life and yield the outcome to him, which Nox agrees for. But now without pointing out that guaranteeing his life and the outcome, they are two separate requests. And so reluctantly, Grain agrees to hand over the mineral rights and artifacts of his large mine as well. In return, he asks Nox to take care of things properly, and Nox replies that it's a small price to pay compared to his life, so he shouldn't think of it as a waste, and Grain replies that he would be in his care while staying in Chatters. And before leaving, Nox does lightly threaten Grain that he hopes he isn't going to try anything foolish. Switching to Ellen and May, Nox gives her some recipes of potions which she agrees that it's possible to make even though she never did before. Nox calls it a good answer, and Zitri asks if it's really okay. She calls Nox's plan too dangerous, even though it's not something an ordinary maid should say. She asks if there is a reason that he needs to kill the griffin. May also agrees, not wanting to lose their hero in vain, but he tells them to not be scared since he wouldn't have brought it up if he didn't have a plan. But he don't understand their worries, but he cannot tell them what he needs to obtain after killing Griffin, so he has to lie. And tells them that he has already asked himself plenty of times, and so Zitri understands and decides to prepare the best she can. Nox knows that killing Griffin in Chatters is next to impossible, since no one has succeeded in doing so, though it's only when not including him, as he begins explaining the plan to all of them. The hidden route, it's impossible to kill the Griffin with a normal play. It's hidden and only revealed to the so-called stagnant water gamers. And he is one of them, who cleared this game 26 times, as he confirms with everyone if they understood the plan, which they all agree to. The reason for killing Griffin is a given but also simple. Because the reward he would get is great too, and decides to end the explanation here, and proceed with the plan tomorrow. Now at evening, he feeds Carl some carrots, realizing that if he don't put his life on the line, he cannot survive. The world he transmigrated to is that kind of world. Fast forward to next day, we see a horde of monsters arriving as Nox stands on the walls of Chatters looking down at them. He tells everyone to get ready, which they do. He tells everyone to remember that they only have one chance. And for Nox, this moment feels completely new for some reason. The fact that he became Nox von Rainhafer and the only strategist. Zitri again shows concern, asking if he would be all right, since it's going to be dangerous, but Nox stops her and tells her to trust her master and promises that he won't die. Nox quickly jumps down from the walls into the monster with a big grin on his face, wondering if it was this moment, the moment where he made a promise that he couldn't keep since he is terminally ill. He then draws his sword and uses it on the wall to slow himself down and change course. He takes out one of the potion that Alina made and uses it on the stone golem, and quickly takes down the golem with a single strike, again increasing his lifespan and also the proficiency of Chatter Sword technique. He keeps on killing the monsters, realizing that if he don't have that promise with Zitri, he might actually die. And so, he makes all the monsters here as stepping stones. And if he does that, then he can enjoy this damned game more, which has become his reality. And finally, a huge shadow is casted over Nox, as we see Griffin is flying above him. Noting that it's here, both of them face off, with Nox saying, "Shall we get started?" Seeing Nox face to face against the Griffin like that, everyone starts to get worried and concerned. Alina wonders if she is dreaming. She has never seen any knight capable of fighting that, questioning if it's humanly possible. May comments about Nox, that she knew he would be good, but she never knew that he would be so fast that it's hard to catch up to him with their eyes, and asks, what kind of place is Rainhafer family? Zitri replies, a place famous for its swordsmanship, also where internal struggles take place to determine who is worthy of inheriting the Black Sword. And she also believes that Nox is the most talented among all the candidates. Hearing which, Grain starts to feel annoyed and sick. Zitri doesn't understand why Nox doesn't address rumors about him, but she is certain that he has his reasons. May also realizes that the rumors about him aren't true at all, and that he must have his own reasons, which requires him to be a good-for-nothing, though she has no idea what they are. Zitri agrees and asks them to play along with it, because she is sure that he has a good reason for acting like a good-for-nothing, since he is a wise person after all. Alina excitedly asks if she just wants her to hide who he is, to which they both agree and tells her to not worry, causing Zitri to smile gleefully at their response. They all then get scared from hearing the Griffin screech suddenly. Grain looks over the wall and gets scared, calling Nox to be out of his mind for wanting them to fight that creature. The Griffin attacks Nox with its sharp talon, but he is able to duck down and dodges. But when he tries to strike it, the griffin flies up and dodges his attack, causing him to get angry. He looks back towards Grain for being hesitant in doing his job, and he gets scared. But he finally takes the command and tells his troops to wait until the griffin is in short range of the fort and then fire the ballistas once ordered. And they all heed to his command. They prepare to shoot, as we see the griffin starting to close in on them. And once it gets in range, Grain orders them to attack. And the bolt is able to pierce through its wings and create a large hole in it. With this, the griffin starts to fall on the ground, with Nox noting that to take it down, they have to neutralize its insane flight ability. And next up, he chugs the potion that Alina made for him and increases his stamina temporarily by 1. We get a flashback where Grain is disgusted to do a task, which he supposedly considers very lowly to him. Nox wants him to make the ballistas, to which he argues that someone else can do it. But when Nox replies that he can fight the griffin instead, Grain quickly changes and asks, how many of them does he needs? Nox knew that Grain is someone with good instincts, so he would be useful to him. And the only thing left is now the potion that Alina made and proving himself against it. Seeing Nox closing in, the griffin tries to fly back up, but his wound starts to act up, and it falls back on the ground, with Nox asking if it's frustrated since things aren't going its way? Though he can understand why, since usually these kinds of injuries are nothing for him, since it's a high-level monster. But the bolts has poison laced on them which it likes so much, so it should look forward to what is coming. The griffin stands back up again and tries to attack Nox, who smirks and returns, and activates his Hour of the Genius, stating that 5 minutes is all he needs. And when its talon closes in, Nox feels the pressure of the fight, finding it completely different than in the game. But here, he is confident that he won't be the one who is dying, as he lands multiple strikes while the time is halted. And when it goes back, we see Griffin is completely getting torn apart by his sword strikes. He again calls out to Grain, who is stunned, and wonders if it's really the Nox that he used to know. But regardless of his frustration, he orders the troops to fire again. And the bolts this time causes the Griffin to be pinned down to the ground. Nox starts to chuckle as he charges up the Stormbringer, stating with a confident grin on his face that it's time for him to end this. Nox rushes towards the Griffin using his black execution skill, and the Griffin tries to back away to dodge. But Nox is able to reach it and cuts off one of its talon. The Griffin looks at Nox in shock, who then uses the Stormbringer to tear it to pieces. And with that, his time for his ability ends as well, with the Griffin dead on time too. And seeing the Griffin dead, other monsters get scared and quickly runs away. Everyone above starts to cheer loudly for Nox, and he also gains 60 days of life from killing the Griffin. And seeing everyone happy and excited like that, Nox feels pretty good. Grain is still in shock, wondering, just how is it possible? Because the Griffin is supposed to be a high-level monster. Yet it was stumbling around like that because of a brat. One would need at least an academy professor to take one on that easily, realizing that he has no choice but to accept his strength. And if what he has shown so far is all true, then he might bring out a great change to the successor ranking of their family. And so, Grain knows that he needs to make sure he is on the right side. He tells Nox that he would move the corpse inside and will put him in charge of distributing the loot. Nox seems a bit surprised as Grain tells him to go ahead and rest for the day. And seeing him like that, Nox thinks that he must have scared Grain quite a bit. And now he plans to use the hidden reward, which is the Griffin's heart. Fast forward, and he shows it to Alina, who notes that they could create equipment or elixirs with it that they only heard in rumors. He replies that he don't have much time to wait, so he would use it to create an elixir and asks her, how much time would it take? She replies that it depends on the situation. With the tools she currently have, it might take a while, but Nox offers to get her everything she needs. He also takes this chance to make an offer to them and asks them to become servants of the Rainhafer family, which surprises them. May argues that they are just commoners, but Nox replies that something like that isn't important, since if they possess something he needs, then he would make use of them. But he also warns them that he would never allow a dog to bite their master either. Nox knows that no one is able to use of the monster's core properly at this point of time, especially since it's something never seen before, since it was obtained by defeating a hidden boss. Crafting it would be impossible without a genius. Alina assures him that it would never happen. They could never do something like that to someone they owe their lives to, and decides to follow Nox for the rest of their lives. Nox smiles and replies that he likes that answer and notes that he has obtained 2 genius characters. He leaves while telling them to get ready to depart soon, and the elixir would be created secretly after they returned to the estate. As both Zitri and Nox are walking in the hallway, she suddenly stops in the middle and tells Nox that he is truly different from the rumors that she heard about him, and he asks, what does she mean? She replies that the part about him being a selfish person that only cares about himself isn't true at all, at least, but she still asks him to promise one thing. She don't know when it might happen, but when things gets tough one day, he has to let her know if she can be of help despite her lowly status. Nox stares at her silently and turns around, saying that he would let her know if that day comes. And as she is standing, Nox asks her if she is going to keep standing there since it's get chilly at night. They should move quickly before they catch cold. Fast forward and we see Nox is on bed. Seeing Zitri's expression, he knows what she is about to say and tells her to not say anything as he finds it humiliating. But she replies that things like that happens, since he is growing after all. And we see Nox has again contracted his disease, such as cold and chronic cough due to his illness. Fast forward, the guard announces to everyone that both the young masters have returned. We see May and Alina are with them, with people noting that they must be the new servants of young Master Nox. And seeing how they are girls, they again starts to spread rumors and talk shit about him being a womanizer and whatnot, with Nox noting that he cannot get rid of that good-for-nothing image of him no matter what. And since it's like this, he decides to act up and tells everyone if they have too much time to waste on their hands, causing everyone to scurry away. The head butler then steps up, informing Nox about something, that the Patriarch has requested a private meeting with him, as Nox notes that the time has finally come for it. Fast forward, and we see Nox meeting up with Theodore. He comments on Nox's arrival, and Nox quickly does a genuflection out of respect. Theodore replies that he has something to tell him, and he is sure that Nox must have something to say as well. He heard that Nox has contributed greatly to the safe return of everyone from Chatters and also to the eradication of the corruption there, and that even his older brother Grain acknowledged his abilities. Nox is surprised to know that and confirms once again, and his father agrees. Grain said that if it weren't for Nox, he wouldn't have been able to complete his night training. Nox gets a bit anxious, wondering, just what is Grain trying to do? But regardless, Theodore didn't call them in for such trivial topics. Nox suggested a seemingly impossible task and accomplished it, bringing their family honor, and so Theodore forwards him the reward to keep his promise to what Nox proposed. Chatters now belonged to him. Seeing the document, Nox smiles and thanks Theodore for his generosity. Theodore suddenly starts running his finger on the table, seemingly in thoughts, making Nox wonder if there is something else to talk about. He looks towards Nox and asks if he is interested in taking his seat, a question which really shocks Nox. Theodore awaits his answer, while Nox doesn't understand why is his father suddenly acting like that. We now switch scenes to another kingdom and see a tan guy with Persian clothing. He uses some kind of equipment and is able to see Nox killing the griffin. Noting that the griffin has died, his aide tells him that the Rainhafer family is on the move and they have obtained Chatters, which was given to their youngest son. He asks aide, Crimser, to prepare for war, who confirms if they would be all right. And the prince replies that Rainhafer has taken everything from him. He has nothing to lose. Crimser heeds to his command, though he also gives off an evil grin. He then takes a little red-haired girl with him, holding his hand. He tells the little girl that the time is near, the day that he gets his hands on this kingdom, and also the day that she awakens. Back to Theodore and Nox, who is awaiting his answer. Rotwell speaks up, telling Theodore that he believes his question is too early for Nox, because even the Patriarch must know the value and weight of being the Patriarch of this family. But Theodore insists that it has to be now. Nox apologizes and disagrees with the Patriarch, claiming that he is not capable right now, and instead suggests Garen for the position. Theodore tells him that he is not the one who gets to decide that, and Nox replies that he doesn't desire the position, and is also worried about things he would be responsible for. Theodore questions if he is afraid of the position despite being his son, and Nox replies he don't see why he cannot. And in the end, Theodore decides to respect his opinion for now, but also tells him that a brilliant talent cannot stay hidden. Human beings are weak that will always be testing him, and Nox simply acknowledges him. And so, he simply sends Nox away to rest since he must be tired. A bit later, Zitri asks if the Patriarch scolded him, to which he replies that it wasn't anything that he couldn't refuse. She then informs him that the accommodation for Alina and May have been prepared, and Nox commends her for good work. She replies that she was simply doing her job as his maid, and Nox replies that if everyone had a fixed set of do's and don'ts, then no one would hate each other, and once again commends Zitri. And this time, Zitri acknowledges him properly. Nox wonders if it's time for him to get serious, as it's almost time for the academy, the place where he has to become the best. Back to Theodore, who expresses how tough it is to talk with his own son. Rotwell again states that the conversation was too early for him, believing that if he really knew the meaning of the position, then the answer may have been different. But Theodore disagrees, saying that his eyes, they belong to someone who already decided what they will do in the future. And he looked afraid of something more fundamental, like a fear that comes from looking into the abyss, which Theodore believes is death, though he wonders, why is that the case? Rotwell speaks up that perhaps what happened to the madam was a huge shock to him, and Theodore chuckles, saying that Nox might be blaming him for it, because to him, he must be a pathetic father who couldn't even protect his mother. But more importantly, Rotwell informs him of Garen starting to take action, with an even bigger move this time. And Theodore thinks back and remembers a scene of a desolate war ground, with Garen telling Theodore to just give up and accept it, the power of the Grand Duke. We now switch scenes to Talia, who seems to be getting ready. She asks Emma if she looks all right in her dress. But Emma seems tired, as Talia has shown her this dress 20 times already, but she is still not convinced, and thinks about what accessories to wear and what not. Emma asks if she is that excited, and Talia agrees that they are talking about her admission into Eldian. But Emma replies it's not what she is talking about. She meant about Nox. It's going to be her first time meeting him after he officially became her fiancé. Hearing which, she starts to blush, thinking that the one with frills would be better to wear, with Emma agreeing on it. But she gets angry on her for agreeing half-heartedly, since she couldn't be bothered anymore, and Emma replies that she picks up on things like that really quickly. Back to Nox, who notices Alina sitting on the couch completely tired. And upon noticing Nox, she gets up with her tired expression, causing Nox to ask if she is all right since she is not looking good. May replies that she gets like that once she focuses on something, and assures that she would stay by her side to take care of her, and Alina chuckles and calls May the best for it. But regardless, she excitedly tells Nox to take a look at it quickly. And we see Nox seems quite enchanted by the potion as he goes on to pick it up. The potion is called the Elixir of Wind, and it gives him extra stamina and dexterity, and the effect of it is increased by 200% since it's made by Alina, who asks him, how is it? Nox gets excited upon finally obtaining this potion, as not only it increases stamina permanently but also a hidden stat, dexterity. The hidden stat and his skill time of the genius have a combo effect. It's a good choice for him to get this item here. And he believes things would have gotten rough for him if he didn't get her to join her back then, and commends her for doing great. Nox immediately begins to drink the potion, and we see him getting surrounded by a cyan aura, which signifies his increase in stats. And now that his preparations are complete, he decides to head to Eldian. Fast forward to Eldian, he arrives by a royal carriage and steps out. And seeing him, they recognize him as the youngest son of the Rainhafer family, also calling him a troublemaker. Nox grins and glares towards them, asking, what is that noise? Is there a dog barking somewhere? This leaves everyone scared as they all quickly goes away. Zitri sighs once again due to all this shit keeps on happening, and suddenly notices something. As we see there is another carriage arriving, from which Talia's personal maid, Emma, steps out. She quickly greets Nox and Zitri greets her back, with Nox seems to be a bit anxious as even his acting genius skill is temporarily shaken as he comments, they arrived early. Emma agrees, replying that they are talking about the admission ceremony of the Eldian Academy after all. She then tells Talia to come down and give her greeting to Nox, who is quite surprised to know that he is already here, and tells Emma to wait a minute while being flustered. She finally steps out, while being nervous and blushing slightly upon seeing Nox. Meanwhile, Nox thinks that she was the ambassador originally, but he never expected something like this to happen while he was unaware. We get a flashback of Nox being absolutely shocked upon hearing something. He gets the news from Rona, who casually mentioned that she was talking about the plan for him to be engaged with Talia. Apparently everyone knows about it, which Nox finds the problem, since he didn't know about it. And after he checked things out, he found out that their family has agreed on the engagement without their knowledge. Talia then greets Nox while blushing slightly, who is also nervous and looks away while greeting her back. Zitri asks Nox that she must be Lady Talia, the fiancée that he mentioned, and Nox reminds her that he told her to not talk about it. Talia asks about his well-being, and he replies that he is fine and asks the same thing to her. And she replies the same while blushing and smiling. Suddenly, they hear another horse screeching. And another carriage is here, with Nox noting that she is here. One of the genius character of Eldian Academy, the merchant star and the head of the Revelin family that dominates the entire continent. And her name is Eleanor de Revelin. And there is another thing to add to her, as she smirks while saying, "Look who we have here." If it isn't the young Master Nox, while claiming that she didn't knew he would be getting admitted to Eldian, and we find out from Nox that she is someone who holds great hostility towards him. He tries to confirm her identity by calling out her name, to which she agrees, and continues on, reminding Nox she is from the noble merchant family that he had looked down on, and introduces herself again as Eleanor de Revelin, stating that she never thought she would be meeting him again like this, Nox von Reinhafer. Nox also remembers her. She is the only child of the Revelin family, whose wealth can move entire continent. She is also one of the stars of the continent who dominates the financial world later on. She literally has a nickname, the Fox of Wealth. Furthermore, she met Nox when he was younger, making him a bit anxious. We see a young Eleanor, who seems to wandering around in a party, who then encountered a young Nox, who berated her for buying her way as a noble despite coming from a commoner past. This leads to a small commotion, causing her to get scared and teary-eyed. Her strained relationship with Nox is some of the karma the old Nox had accumulated. But now it has become his karma. He then looks at Talia and Eleanor, finding it quite shocking that there are two characters present here who drive their sword into his heart. Eleanor calls out Nox for acting unlike his usual self, prompting to ask, what is his usual self then? She replies that he must already have an idea of that, since he must not be the type to listen the truth from others. Nox is now getting annoyed, unable to catch a break. He tells her piss off if she is trying to start a fight. And she replies that it's just like she expected, nothing has changed about him. And Nox asks if she wants his recognition or something. And she replies with a teasing smile that there is nothing she can get from a good-for-nothing of Reinhafer family. Nox knows that she has no positive feelings towards him and decides to check her traits. And so, he uses his insight skill and takes a look at all of her traits and stats, and finds it relieving that her traits aren't different from what he knows. The middle name, D, of their family was bought by her father, who was a merchant. Eleanor loathes her status, but she has no choice but to make use of it. She is simply Wraith, incarnate. So he believes that old Nox literally poke a bee's hive, and mumbles that he was indeed the worst person alive from her perspective. Eleanor begins taking her leave as he wishes, while saying that they are not on enough friendly terms to say good luck to each other. And he replies that there is no need for that from someone as lowly as her, so she says her goodbye. Talia stands awkwardly, and Nox asks her to let's go since the ceremony is about to start. He knows he cannot shake of Talia, who is sticking with him in context of being his fiancée, so he plans to make use of her whenever he can and that he needs to be on his toes. Upon getting inside, Nox notices lots of children from reputable families all around. He also finds some of them useful. He plans to recruit them in a way that won't affect the game's story, and the strongest characters as well. But if he were to bring them to his side, it would affect the story, so he needs to approach them carefully. But looking around, Nox comments that he finds lots of people looking at him, or if he is just overthinking, and Zitri confirms his suspicions that lots of nobles are glancing at him, as she nervously replies that he seems quite popular, and Nox agrees that he is quite popular, only for Talia to say if he can really count being looked towards with hostility as popular. Suddenly, someone speaks up from the podium, asking if they can hear them. Nox notes that it's finally here, and we see all the servants seemingly bowing down. A girl comes around, walking barefoot with candy in her mouth. She excitedly greets everyone, shocking everyone, with their first thoughts being that she is quite small, while others wonder, who is this kid, and where are the professors? Their questions and confusion gets louder, only for Nox to think of all of them as idiots. Because he knows that the girl in front of them is a total monster, not someone they can judge by her appearance. Seeing her traits and stats with his insights, he plans to stay on her good side as much as possible. Talia hears him speak, but he tells her that it's nothing and to stay quiet if she don't want to die. The girl introduces herself as Noah von Trinity, the newly appointed dean of the academy. And with a wild expression in between her sweet personality, she warns everyone that they would die if she hears the word small once more. And with that, she announces the commencement of the Eldian Academy's admission exam. All of them are confused, and one of them says that they never heard of such rule, and she replies, of course they didn't. Because it's the rule of the new dean, which is made to filter out trash talents. And suddenly, a huge magic circle appears on the ground, swallowing up everyone. She wishes them luck, hoping that everyone would come back alive. Nox also notes that this is where it's all going to start. He has to survive, no matter the cost, as he is teleported to someplace. They are all soon teleported to some forest-like place. Some old guy shouts loudly at them to wake up. But there is no response, making the Baldy really angry for getting his command ignored. But suddenly, he notices something interesting. He finds Nox still standing up after the teleportation spell. He managed to survive barely, as he realizes that the aftermath of intermediate magic, forced teleport, cannot be ignored. Both Nox and the Baldy stands face to face and looks in the eye of each other. And the first thing Nox notices about him is his head, which he finds shiny as it was in the game. Though, he remembers the storyline mentioning that he once had a head full of hair. His name is Bernan, a combat knight. He is an alumni of Eldian Academy, who was given the nickname Takayaki Bernan for being bald, and he is pretty skilled when it comes to footwork. And for him, nothing would come from getting to his bad side. Seeing Nox staring at him with those eyes, Bernan questions if he is looking at him with pity, who realizes that perhaps he was being really obvious and replies that it's nothing. Bernan warns him in advance that he has very good instincts, so he won't let him off if he gets any indecent thoughts about him. But Nox simply asks him to talk about the admission test instead of all this. But before that, he suggests Nox to cover his ears because he is going to wake up everyone else. And we see him channeling mana in his hand and clapping with it. It creates a loud sound, quickly waking up everyone. One of them is pissed about getting woken up like that, asking, which bastard did that? And Bernan smacks him on the head, replying that he is that bastard. And once again, his shiny head is noticed by everyone. He warns the kid to not frown on him unless he has a death wish, and he apologizes. The others are asked to move the students who haven't woken up to a safe zone. And now that is done, he begins explaining the admission test to them. To summarize the test, this island, which is made of magic, is teeming with monsters which they have to hunt. And as a reward, they would get a specific colored jewel from them. The less mana that is in it, the more value it has. Some would be confused, since shouldn't be there more mana instead, but it's only half correct. They are looking for two things from the test. First is mana sensitivity, which has already been tested and recorded by how fast you wake up from Noah's magic. The second would be your ability to sense faint amount of mana. Such abilities would allow mages to push themselves to the limits on the battlefield, meaning they are basically filtering out the gems from the rocks here. Bernan informs everyone that this place is created by magic by Noah von Trinity, and it is teeming with monsters that they cannot even imagine fighting. So he makes up an exception and allows them to move in teams instead. Suddenly, something appears in everyone's hands. The maximum number of people per team is 8, so they should be moving fast, while he would wait for them at the top. Some of them still has questions, but he is gone already. We get a quick look at all of our main characters, who are beginning to think on what to do. One of the girl raises up her hand, asking if anyone would like to assist the princess with her. And Eleanor offers a reward for those who work with her during the test. And while everyone is forming teams, Nox heads out alone with a smirk on his face. He knows that normal results and positions cannot survive in this game. And the most important part is knowledge. In order for his terminally ill body to grow, he needs to monopolize every advantage. And for that to happen, he believes he has no choice but to go solo. Meanwhile, we see Bernan standing on top of a cliff, finding it strange that a new student was able to endure Noah's intermediate magic, and also decided to raid the forest alone. He first thinks, if Nox doesn't fear the danger, but realizes that it's fundamentally different from that. There is a reason he doesn't feel fear. He believes it was the expression he had, And so, he believes a diamond in rough is still a diamond and asks Nox to show what the hidden dragon of Rainhafer family can do. And as Nox is moving forward, we see some girls secretly watching him and following him from behind. We now switch scenes to Talia and other students, where she seems to be anxious, wondering, where did Nox went, since she wanted to go with him. A purple-haired girl shouts at him to focus, since she has been given the apparent grand task of protecting the Princess Penelope, so she should be happy to kill the monsters. A bit later, and they finally clean up the monsters, and the princess thinks that the purple is the highest grade crystal since they climbed up quite high. But the girl thinks otherwise, since the test is created by Noah, who is one of the 4 sages. Penelope agrees and looks around with concerned eyes, seeing many students tired and quite battered up, and says that it would be tough for everyone to climb up in the current state. But the Pinky won't let that happen. She promised to help the princess sit at the highest place. The current Arkham Empire is rotten to its core, so she wants her to ascend to the throne and restore it to its former glory, so she plans to do whatever it takes to make that happen. Talia suggests if the princess is all right, they can try gathering up students who can still fight and climb up, and the Pinky is of the same suggestions. But she still seems reluctant and clenches her fist tightly, only to let go the moment after, and agrees to move even further top. We switch back to Nox again, who is having trouble due to his weak body, as Cold Hands and Feet's effect activates on level 3, reducing his movement speed, and stats decrease as well. He already knew something like this was going to happen, so he creates a small fire on his fingertips to warm himself, causing his penalties to disappear, while he notes that he needs to get rid of this coldness first if he wants to make use of his body. And upon walking for a bit more, he gets close to his destination. Looking at the place in front of him, he is quite impressed, commenting that it is what Noah Von Trinity, the ice which would do. Even though it's atop of the mountain, he still finds there to be too much of ice. He sits down and uses his ability to sense the man, noting this place is not normal. Noah designed it as a labyrinth. Everything here is made of magic, because of which, all the living things and monsters that appear here are also made up of her magic, which he finds scary just thinking about the amount of mana she has. But regardless, he smirks, thinking that it's not what is important right now. A bit later, he finally finds the monsters he was looking for, a bunch of them at that. They are ice trolls, notorious for having tons of HP and regeneration. It's one of the monsters that kills lots of newbies, though it doesn't mean anything to him. One of them does a vertical strike, which Nox dodges. The other one swings horizontally, which he again dodges. The last one does a stab, which Nox deflects. He knows that while Noah might be obsessed with talented students, she won't drive students who have not even admitted so far into the corner. And ice trolls aren't weak enough that students can kill them. They are at least lower intermediate grade. In a real situation, it's a test at a difficulty which would leave people slaughtered. Which only makes him wonder, what does it mean? And once again from behind, we see that girl from before is watching him with interest. Nox has noticed their pattern of attacks. First one always goes for a vertical strike. Next one would perform horizontal slash and has bigger attack range. And the last one would use stabs and is weakest in terms of power, so he is able to parry it. And soon after, he quickly starts to slaughter them all easily. And from their body, he is able to find the gray crystal. This was the reason he haven't bothered looking for other crystals so far, because the gray crystal that Noah planted here, he can exchange it for the scroll he needs the most right now. After this part of the storyline, he plans to strengthen his hour of the genius skill. We now switch scenes to Eleanor's team, who has found purple crystal as well, believing that it's the way for their peer to get the top score. But she doesn't seem as excited. She does realize that it should be enough for them to get a good result. But remembering Nox going alone in the forest makes her feel uneasy. She remembers her father scolding her for quarreling with someone like Nox, who was already telling her to become a family that no one can look down on. He wanted to climb higher, and suggested to Eleanor that she should have gave Nox everything she had to bring him over to her side. Seeing how he treated her, she knew that her own father never saw her as his own daughter. Regardless, she doesn't understand why Nox is moving alone despite not gaining anything from it. Or perhaps if he knows some hidden secret regarding this test. And upon thinking for a bit, she raises up her to offer a proposal to everyone present. She offers a handsome reward for those who are willing to climb up even higher with her, but everyone is reluctant, thinking that it might get dangerous if they try to go even higher. But with her charming smile, she motivates everyone by saying that with great risks comes great rewards, which seems to convince lots of them. This makes her believe that it all comes down to money, and while she don't know what is Nox up to, she finds no harm in checking it out, as she asks everyone to let's go. Back to Nox, whose reason for moving alone is simple, because there is a huge return. There are close to zero chances to enhance his hour of genius skill. It's nigh impossible unless he unlocks the secret stat, agility. So it cannot be helped even if gains attention of others. Suddenly, he glances to his side and blocks an attack aimed at him. And the attacker is Paracelsus, who expresses his happiness upon meeting the young master of Rainhafer family so soon again. Seeing him here, Nox gets quite anxious, as this is not something that should be happening. Paracelsus is supposed to be one of the strongest characters in game, and one of the 3 sword emperors in the future. So he don't get what is he doing here right now, since he should be fighting the protagonist in this chapter and get inspired by his kind personality as he saves Eleanor, who falls into danger. And the next moment, as Paracelsus attacks him again, Nox starts to note that there is something off. He doesn't understand where is the protagonist that is supposed to fight with Paracelsus, who tells Nox that he is quite interested in the sword that he is carrying and asks to hand it over, only for Nox to get angry as he calls him a filthy vermin. Continuing their battle, Nox realizes that the protagonist doesn't exist in this world now, which means he has to be the one to stop Paracelsus here, as he questions him if he is going to take the responsibility for messing up the story. Who replies that he don't get what Nox is talking about, but something seemed fishy to him. Back when he met Nox in Chatters, he was already using that sword perfectly, and Nox asks, what is he trying to say? And he replies that he seems to be worried about something and asks to simply hand the sword over and go his way, because the black crystal in his hand would already give him the highest marks. But Nox refuses, so Paracelsus simply plans to do whatever it takes to take that sword from him. Nox calls him detestable, since this is what he planned to do from the start. He knows that while Paracelsus is going to become one of the strongest in the continent in the future, his talent is still not matured yet. So if he were to use his hour of the genius, he would definitely win, which he cannot use in this fight. And if this world doesn't have a protagonist, then he would have to save Eleanor when she falls in danger. And so, he decides to take a gamble with Paracelsus, telling him that he is not the only one who knows the secret. And when he suddenly takes the name of Celsus, Paracelsus flinches a bit. Nox continues on that he knows he enrolled into the academy to uncover the secret behind his master's death, which seems to have pissed him off, as he calls Nox a bastard while he continues to mock him by saying, if he feels like talking now. A bit later, and we see Eleanor getting up the mountain, noticed by Penelope as well, who says that she knew she would make her way up here only for Eleanor to reply that she wouldn't dare to get in her way. But she is apparently here to confirm something, as we see Nox and Paracelsus are fighting right beside them. He tries to go for a jab against Nox, which he dodges. Meanwhile, Penelope tells Echidna that she don't plan on participating in meaningless battles, since objectively speaking, it would be hard for them to win against any of those two unless they are gravely injured, and if they decide to work together, it could get really dangerous for them. While frustrated by this, Echidna decides to follow her order. Meanwhile, Eleanor finds it strange, as Nox is supposed to be a good-for-nothing of Rainhafer family, so she doesn't understand. When did he become this strong? And while they are all busy, we see something creeping towards Eleanor. From afar, Talia is watching them fight as well, which Echidna asks about, and comments that she didn't know that the Destroyed of the East would be among the new students, and Talia asks if she knows the person Nox is fighting, and she agrees. He is called the Grey Wolf, Paracelsus. Even from a young age, he has been famous for massacring countless bandit groups of the East. But right now, she is seeing Nox in a new light as well. She never expected him to be this skilled, and if not for his lecherous nature, she believes he would have been a good knight, but Talia defends Nox that he is not that lustful, only to left speechless when Echidna asks, how does she know that? While fighting, Nox notes that Paracelsus is wavering, which is natural, since Celsus was his only teacher, and he is now dead, because of a brat in the Millis Academy. Paracelsus tells him that he is done being polite and proceeds to get even more serious. But Nox starts to mock him even more, saying that it's not like he was the one who killed his teacher. Paracelsus continues to try and strike him, only for Nox to dodge every attack, with him noting that just like he expected, his attack pattern is getting even more simpler, since even if he is a genius character, he is still young. And after deflecting his sword, Nox is able to knee him right in the gut, which pushes him back, though it doesn't seem to have done any damage. Paracelsus again rushes at him, warning Nox to try and spout that nonsense again, and he replies that he would keep on saying it. Nox notes that Paracelsus's attack are getting sharper, so he cannot drag this on for long. As the moment he uses his teacher's sword technique, living sword, his defeat would be inevitable. Noticing that Nox is distracted, Paracelsus calls him out for it, who clicks his tongue in annoyance, telling Paracelsus that he is truly a lowly commoner for trying to take things from others, and he replies that the nobles above them made such a shitty world. But Nox calls it ridiculous, saying that he just needs someone to hate, which is a waste of time for him. And if he is okay with things ending like that, since he won't be able to hear about his teacher then. Nox looks towards Eleanor, noting that he needs to drag it out a little longer. The monster which attacks her appears at sharp 9 p.m. Meanwhile, Paracelsus replies that he would dig out the information after he cut off a limb or two of his, but Nox warns and asks if he can get away after harming a noble. But he simply plans to think about it later, though right now, he believes they got a big crowd watching them. But Nox doesn't care and states that this is going to be his last attack, and Paracelsus rushes towards him, saying that he would test that confidence of his. Suddenly, his eyes widens as he sees Nox giving off a confident smirk. And in the next moment, he has already closed the gap in an instant, surprising Paracelsus greatly as Nox tells him to get lost, since he don't have the time to care about someone like him. As we see the shadow creeping closer, Eleanor was shocked to see Nox accelerating in an instant, even though he was up against the strongest among the new students. And just then, she feels something and glances back, realizing that something is approaching, a black shadow which is moving really quickly. And as it pops up from the ground, she realizes in shock that it's a night walker. She realizes that she cannot dodge this attack, and wonders if she is going to die out of nowhere, so meaninglessly at that. She covers her head, while mumbling that she is scared, only for a dark slash to appear. And much to her shock, the one who saved her is none other than Nox, who sighs and calls her scared sight pathetic. In surprise, Eleanor questions Nox. Why did he save her? And he simply expresses his disbelief that their whole group together were unable to kill a single monster. But in reality, he knows that Eleanor's response was natural, since a Night Walker is an upper intermediate rank monster, and it is something that did not exist in Noah's Labyrinth. It was actual Night Walker, not something made out of magic, and if he remembers it correctly, Celsus's murderer was behind this attack as well. And after getting saved by her savior, Eleanor begins to open her heart slowly, but it's not what is happening right now, because the protagonist doesn't exist in this world. Penelope calls Nox's words quite harsh. Even though he saved Eleanor, she believes what happened just now was abnormal. Seeing that she is a princess, Nox quickly recognizes her and gives a short bow. Penelope believes that the one responsible for this is the dean in the academy, since a Night Walker is not a monster that students can defeat. But Nox replies that their enemies don't choose their opponents, and finds it strange since Princess Penelope should understand that better than anyone here. Echidna comes to her defense, warning Nox to not insult the princess, arguing that he must have stepped in since he realized that the situation was unfair. And seeing this girl, Nox recognizes her as well, Echidna von Janos, the princess's closest aide and the next head of the Janos family. And her nickname is the Snake of Greed. She is not close with Rainhafer family, since a dark family and a holy family getting along isn't something that can happen easily in Inner Lunatic. But regardless, he tells her that he has nothing to say to a dog of the holy family, angering Echidna that Nox is insulting her family. But he doesn't give a shit. Vernon suddenly shouts up from the cliff to stop the infighting, and jumps down from up above. Nox asks him if the test is over, and he replies that it's indeed is, and Nox shows him the black crystal, seeing which surprises Vernon as he never thought that someone would actually get Professor's black jewel, and calls him really impressive. And with that in hand, He crowns Knox as the top scorer, and Rest all gets a shared second place due to the purple crystal. Penelope asks if there is going to be any consideration for the Night Walker attack, since she don't think it's a monster which belongs here and wants a good explanation for it. And Bernan plans to launch an investigation for that, and while it won't suffice, the Academy would give a compensation to Eleanor as well. Along with that, Knox would also receive a reward for saving a fellow student, but he turns around and leaves while declining. He does not want to get involved with Eleanor, and no matter how messed up things are, not having a protagonist in this world is a problem, and if he accepts the reward right now, it would be like acknowledging that he stepped in. But before he leaves, Eleanor questions him. Why did he save her? He stops and anxiously thinks that he knew things were going really smoothly and tells her that he was only taking down the monster, and she just happened to be near it. His response was confusing to her, while he believes that he screwed up. Just like her nickname suggests, she is cold and calculative. She also believes that everything in this world can be bought, including someone's devotion. Fast forward to some time later, Eleanor is still pondering on why did Knox save her, and even rejected the reward offer later. And she calls his reason for that time a ridiculous lie as well. Her assistant sitting in front of her says that he probably meant nothing by it, since she said it herself, that he is a good for nothing. But Eleanor doubts it. It wasn't a lie, but he had other reasons. And so, she plans to look further into it, and her assistant agrees that he would look further into it. But she tells him not to, as she would do it herself, because if the Rainhafer family finds out about it, they won't get off easily. Back in the dorm, Zitri asks Knox if he is really alright, since he looks really pale. And he tells her to not worry about it, though he himself finds it worrying. He knows that someone would have to play the role of absent protagonist eventually, and he cannot allow any more unexpected variables. But Knox, who he has possessed, is a villain. But just then, he gets an idea and quickly gets up, finding a way to actually do it. There is a way for him to play both the role of a villain and the protagonist. We now switch scenes to a desolated battlefield, with a lady standing surrounded by corpses. One of her underling arrives and informs her about the movements of the demonic humans, and that he would awaken, to which she replies that a storm of blood will descend upon this continent once again. She asks Duff to get ready. They have to achieve their goal. She wears her coat, which has a symbol of half-moon. And their goal, all of it, is for the sake of Arkham Empire's destruction. There is one thing that gamers who have played numerous games feels the same about. The fact that there is a very thin line that separates the protagonist and the final villain, which Knox agrees with as well. Both of them have overlapping situations, excluding the boss monster, which is absolutely evil. In most recent games, the villains appear to have gone through a series of traumatic events, just like the protagonist. Even villains have their own reason for who they are, and people go absolutely crazy over such villains. As we see, Knox is covered in a full cloak and is in some back alley. He knows all of that doesn't mean that good characters and villains are completely the same. A villain is still a villain. They cannot become the protagonist. But it is only in the game, in a world headed towards destruction, without a protagonist, the only way for a villain to survive would be to become both the villain and the protagonist. He arrives in some back street, and we see a magic ball is floating there. And while he don't enjoy risking his life, he has no choice but to do this. The greatest villain organization in Inner Lunatic, a group where those who want to bring down the Imperial family gather. He plans to join the Lunatic. We now switch scenes to the Academy, where Noah is meeting up with the other professors. She seems quite bored, as Bernan asks the other professor if he knows anything, who replies that he was the one who supervised the test. And he must have made some sort of mistake again, which pisses him off. Noah suddenly speaks up, questioning their behavior with her sharp glare. Both of them get scared and quickly goes to hugging, with Bernan commenting to continue on from where they left off. But Noah gets pissed, since she hasn't even said anything, and has already informed everyone on the contents, and calls out both of them for not paying attention. Another professor informs that Noah is talking about the enemy that appeared during the test that threatened the Academy. Noah believes that person's objective is the fall of their Academy and also the fall of the Empire. Targeting Eleanor was just the start, and the reason that she, who is called the star of the finance world, was targeted. The guy replies, because of Revelin merchantry, They deal with 70% of the goods that come into the Archime Empire. Bernan thinks that if they are intentionally targeting the Revelin merchantry, then their next target must be set already. Noah agrees and believes that what happened this time around was a challenge to the Academy, so they have to make a thorough preparation for what is coming, and everyone acknowledges her order. She starts to leave, but suddenly sits back down again and calls out one more person who might be considered dangerous. Everyone is a bit surprised and confused hearing that. She thinks back, and we see she was the girl who was following Nox around in that test. A student that might be the most talented one in this batch, and the purple-haired dude asks, "Who is it?" in pure curiosity. Since Noah calling someone talented is actually almost unprecedented, it's the first time it happened after what happened to the princess. And she replies that it's Nox von Reinhafer. He confirms if she is talking about that lustful good for nothing, and she agrees, believing that child might even be stronger than her, shocking everyone, as they think that they might be hearing wrong. Back to Nox, who has entered some inn, whose bartender questions what a kid like is doing here. Nox recognizes him as Charon, the owner of this into the outside world, but his true identity is a little different. He goes onto the counter and recites, "Moonlight on Talon Feather, cheer for the Empire," leaving him speechless and staring at Nox for a bit, and finally lets him in, though he doesn't understand why that person would give him the code. He asks Charon if he is not going to introduce himself, which he soon does. And soon after, Nox decides to head in and encounters a bar counter. And in order to get to the headquarters of the lunatic, he remembers what to do and picks out certain bottles from the shelf in order. This causes the magic to activate, as Nox braces himself while he is getting exposed to high-level magic. It also causes the flow of mana to be reversed temporarily, and his mana sensitivity genius is deactivated, and he starts to get teleported to the designated location. Soon after, he starts to feel dizzy, and his eyes suddenly widens. As we see, there is a sword pointed right at his throat by the blonde mommy we saw previously. She questions Nox's identity, and he calls out her name, Luna, only for her to push her sword even more to his throat. He starts exposing her whole identity. She is the leader of Lunatic, the only sword emperor among the three, whose face is unknown, and he is here for her. Luna replies, not only does he know where their headquarters is, but also knows who she is, and once again asks for his identity, and he replies that he is Nox von Reinhafer, and he is here to join the Lunatic. We switch scenes back to the academy, where Paracelsus is sitting in the window. He thinks about Nox, who looked like as if he knew something about his master's death. He already knew that his teacher was dead, though he doubts that Nox just thinks one of the three sword emperors coincidentally lost his life because of someone else. But he still believes that Nox was joking about it. But he cannot dismiss the fact that he was able to outspeed him for a moment. He has never seen someone that fast, except the old man. It leads him to assume that all the information about him was fabricated. But he don't understand the reason for it. Why would the Reinhafer family hide someone skilled as him? But regardless, it's none of his business. He only plans to trample anyone who stands in his way, all the more if it's a noble. We now see some scars on his chest as he starts to go to sleep. He remembers his master telling him about the Empress of the Empire, Esteban von Archheim, who lost her mind and tried to lead through tyranny, causing the authority of the imperial family to be split. Her daughter, Penelope, is known as a benevolent princess and is raising her own forces while opposing the first prince in the political scene. So, he would have to choose a side in order to survive. He also suggests him to join the Eldian Academy, staying where he can decide which side he should go for, which would be his final assignment. These dreams starts to trouble him, as he remembers his master telling him that he has given him everything, and a shadowy figure killing him. His master apologized to him in his death for leaving the world first, as he stood there and watched. He gets up from his sleep, panting hard from the dream. We also see a glowing mark on his hand, seeing which, he sighs and tells his master to disappear already if he is dead, not understanding the reason on why does he keep appearing to him in his dreams. Back to Nox and Luna, who is one of the three sword emperors. A monster that stands shoulder to shoulder with knights that have reached the peak at the age of just 20, her swordsmanship is not something that anyone can catch up to. Moreover, unlike the black sword arts, which he can only learn after becoming the patriarch, He can learn her arts as long as he gains her trust. Luna questions why would a son of Rainhafer family would join in criminal organization. As she starts to push the sword into his throat, he replies that it's for the sake of bringing down the Arkheim Empire. She is a bit surprised to hear that, and Nox continues that she might now this, but they need to first bring down the Eldian Academy, which is under the influence of the Empire. And for that, he would like to become her spy. Luna asks if he thinks that he is capable enough to do that, and he assures that he is. She stares at him for a bit and calls him quite bold and asks for his name. Nox introduces himself, and she calls out to Duff, who presents himself and orders him to prepare the lunar trial. He takes a quick glance at Nox and quickly agrees with her order, handing over some robe to Nox, asking him to wear it. He follows them to an altar and notes that everything is going as he planned. Duff instructs him to get on top of the altar and kill all the enemies that appear, but he must not allow the robe to fall off. Nox asks the reason for it, and Duff replies, because it's the only way he won't be exposed to Berserk. He actually knows the reason for wearing this robe, the abnormal status. Berserk, it's one of the worst traits. In return for causing the player to go crazy, it would raise their abilities to their limits. Duff continues that once people are exposed to that crimson moon, they go crazy, or as they call it, Berserk. He remembers the stage having two objectives, standing on the altar while being wary of the Berserk status and defeating the monsters. Originally, the game didn't provide any information on how to pass the trial, because in a world with a protagonist, no one would want to join a villain organization. No one knew how to pass it, except for him. Luna tells him that once he takes the trial, two things would happen to him. Either he would pass the trial and become a member of the Lunatics, or he would die here and become a corpse. Hearing which, Nox simply gives off a confident smirk, and proceeds while saying that they would see about that. Duff drops his blood on the altar, and it starts to glow. And we see the monsters starting to appear as well. Noting them, Nox realizes that they aren't something he can handle at his current level. Each of them is a chimera which is at least at intermediate rank. And the number of them is quite ridiculous as well. But Nox then simply removes the robe, knowing that there is a way to pass this trial. Luna is surprised seeing that, and calls Nox crazy for doing this. We see the Berserk status being applied to him, with system warning that he might not be able to recover his mind. But his stats also gets boosted by 1.5 times, causing him to give off a grin. Seeing him like this, Duff wonders if he has gone crazy, since throwing the robe away is same as throwing away his life, and suggests to stop him, but Luna stops him. Since Nox is someone who won't listen to warnings to begin with, and whether he dies or not, is not their concern. But Duff is worried since he is from the Rainhafer family, and if Theo tries to harm Lunatic, it would be troublesome for them. But Luna smirks, confident that it won't happen, she would make sure of it. And in the first place, she don't believe that Theo is someone who is overflowing with fatherly love, which Duff agrees with. And so, she plans to simply observe first. Believing that Nox has some kind of plan, and Duff decides to follow her as well. The first monster quickly tries to attack Nox, who dodges by jumping up, and quickly cuts it off in the next moment. While fighting, he smirks, thinking the world has dyed red, which is a description of the lunar trial within the inner lunatic. Various stats of his have increased a little. And that is not all. His talents, height, and shoulder have also gotten better, taller and broader, believing himself to be at a level where his peers cannot compete with him easily, as he keeps on mowing down the monsters without much hassle. The Berserk status abnormality is one of the worst in this game. It only appears when there is a crimson moon, and he came here with the intent of using it from the start. And it's because of the talents that he has: swordsmanship genius, combat genius, mana sensitivity genius, which neutralized the abnormal trait for him. And if we look at the level of the talents from the eyes of this world, he has quite the unfair advantage in it. And we see him using black executing mid-air to once again cut down tons of monster in a single strike. And if anyone has a problem with his talents and advantages, then they should become terminally ill as well. We then see Luna trying to tell him something, but he is unable to hear, and finds it noisy instead. But he then walks towards her, asking if the trial is over already. We go back to a little while ago, Luna telling Duff that they would have to acknowledge Nox as one of the members of Lunatics, seeing his abilities. Duff also thinks there is only a handful of people on the continent with that level of talent. So, she shouts at him to come back, informing that he has passed the trial, but he doesn't hear. She wonders if he has been consumed by madness, and Duff suggests to kill him. Nox also finishes up slaying all the monsters, as we see him walking back from an altar filled with corpses. He stands before her, asking if the trial is over, which she confirms, commenting that Theo has raised a monster, which Duff agrees with. Nox also smirks knowing this, and Luna thinks of him as quite an interesting one and calls out to Duff, who knows what to do and hands him over a robe, which can only be worn by the lunatic members. He finally obtains another equipment, and the stats of it gets displayed. It seems to have some passive skill and a special effect as well. Seeing which, Nox finds it all quite awesome. He notes that the passive skill, Oath of the Moonlight, would be useful anywhere for him. Though it's unfortunate that he can only use it at night, but it multiplies his attack power by 1.2 times, which is really rare in this game. On top of that, he was also able to raise his willpower stat by 1 point. So, overall he believes he has gotten the best results. He then stares at Luna, who seems confused by it, and says that it seems he wants something more from her. Nox replies that as far as he knows, no newcomer has performed this well on the lunar trials, in which case, he was thinking to be treated accordingly. Luna thinks for a bit, and calls it not bad for a newcomer, though she still wonders how long would he be able to act this audaciously. She calls out to Duff to bring her that, and he brings back a mask. It's an artifact that they secured recently, Moon Shadow. As the name suggests, it can create a clone, which would be helpful to Nox to become their spy in the academy. She then asks if he is finally satisfied with it, and he replies, definitely. He smirks thinking that he finally got this artifact in his hands. As he wears the mask, and system window pops up asking to name his clone, this was the biggest reason that he got into Lunatic so early in the story. Because with this, he can be both the protagonist and the villain. He thanks Captain Luna, who replies to listen carefully, explaining that there are 5 ranks in Lunatic, excluding the vice captain and the captain. The members are ranked 1 to 3. And since he is here for the first time, he would be given rank 3, which he accepts. And with that, she tells him to be on standby until his next mission, hoping that he won't disappoint her. And he finally leaves with a simply bow as a farewell. She comments that Nox is pretty interesting, something which Duff also agrees with. But Duff has no idea how he endured the madness of the Crimson Moon. Luna understands why he would say that, because people who are not geniuses wouldn't even last 5 minutes. And even if he is a genius, to be able to fight without a robe on, it means that he has enough guts to put his life on the line. Duff agrees with it as well, so Luna decides to watch over him a little, to see if he would entertain them and would be of help to their organization. Nox comes back to the bar, as Chiron comments that he must have taken care of his business. And he replies, somewhat, thinking that others would ask him why he did such a crazy thing such as risking his life at the altar. But he didn't do that, the way to perfectly resist the berserk trait. That would be to have 2 specific genius traits. To put it simply, he is the only one who can use the power of the Crimson Moon. Chiron once again says that he looks like he got what he wanted, and Nox asks if he has some business with him. And he replies that it feels unfair, the self-introduction, confusing Nox. He explains that self-introductions are about introducing their names to each other, and Nox finally introduces himself as well, hoping that they are done for now, which he agrees and bids him farewell. And as Nox leaves, Chiron comments that it would be tough for him to try and keep up with the academy's schedule, but if it's him, it would be even more difficult to try and hide his strength. But regardless, he advises him to not stand out too much. Back at his dorm, Nox thinks that his plan has progressed smoothly, and as he enters the dorm, he finds Zitri waiting for him in there, who was quite worried for him and questions, how could he sneak out on the first day of school without his maid? Nox sweats in nervousness, not knowing what to answer, remembering that he did check she was asleep before going out. Zitri again asks if he is even listening to her. She goes on that she said multiple times before, but he has to refrain from doing dangerous stuff, even though a lot of negative rumors have been spread about him within the family. She still believes there is a chance of rehabilitation. Putting that aside, he asks, how did her day went since from what he knows, maid and servants take lessons as well. She rubs her hands while saying that nothing much happened. But seeing her reaction, he realizes that something must have happened, and tries to think of something of a solution, knowing that Zitri, who became a commoner, is a perfect target for those low-ranking noble maids. And so, he hands over a pouch to her, telling her to open it if she runs into any problem. Taking it, she asks, "What is it?" And Nox once again tells her to open it only when she is in trouble, because it's an item which would resolve any situation very reasonably. She once again asks if she cannot open it now, and he tells to not do it. And so, she thanks her for it, saying that she would make sure to open it only when she is in trouble. And Nox tells her to not hesitate if a moment like that comes, and she assures that she won't. He now gets a system message that he has successfully joined the Eldian Academy and has cleared the first main story. He also gets a new mail in the box, which he quickly opens. And suddenly, he sees a beautiful angels surrounded by feathers in front of himself. He opens up the message. It greets Nox, saying that if he received this message, it means he has successfully entered the Eldian Academy. They knew that he would be able to become a student there without any problem, and they are glad he did. Nox notes that the tone of the letter is as if the writer saw directly through him, and they definitely knows him. The message continues that it's just the beginning. Even though he probably had tough time by now, it's going to be even more tough, but only he can do this. Because only he can see the ending of the story. They know that it sounds irresponsible, but they would still do as much as they can to help him. And even though it might not be much, they hope he accepts what is attached to this letter. Nox notes that the content of the letter aren't much helpful this time around either, and now it's time to reorganize his thoughts. He believes that there is a high chance who sent him this mail is an inner lunatic game master. The fact they are able to freely interfere with the system and the fact that he is able to send him something proves it is the most likely conclusion. And so, he plans to focus as much as he can to complete the main storyline. His lost memories and clearing the game. But for now, he had enough with the problems that he cannot solve right now and decides to take a look at the gift he got. He selects the view character system and is quite surprised by it. We see there is a whole directory of characters in the system. He starts to realize what it does and selects Talia's profile. And it seems to open a complete character information page. Nox chuckles, finding the ability to be incredible. Originally to use insight, he had to look at the character in person. But now, he can check the status of the character he met anytime. He indeed finds it a worthy gift to be sent by a game master. But looking at Theo's profile, he is surprised that his stamina increased by 0.2 in such a short amount. He already holds the title of the Sword Emperor, and yet at his age he is still getting stronger. Nox also realizes another thing when he looked at Theo's stats. The world only looked like the game, but it's still not the actual game. And he finds the difficulty to be hellish. But he is still glad that choosing the classes went smoothly for him. We now switch scenes to the dorm facility for the maids, and Zitri walking through some sharp gazes. They all murmur about her, the one from Lovilia family, who became a commoner. They call her shameless for coming all the way to Eldian Academy with her young master, believing that if they were in their place, it would be too embarrassing to even show their faces. They now starts commenting on her pretty face, which they believe she uses to bewitch people, especially since she is the maid for that good-for-nothing of the Rainhafer family. Because from what they heard, he is a lustful guy, so Zitri is making use of it. Seeing all of them laugh like that, it starts to make her frustrated. She remembers enduring countless insults being hurled at her, and such a fallen noble doesn't have a future. Things like that are luxury to her. But she don't want it to cause any inconvenience to young Master Nox. And so, she walks towards one of the maids and asks if she can have some of her time. She holds one of her friend and steps up to mock her, saying that she is from a distinct family, serving young Master Kane, so she don't have time to talk to a mere commoner like her. Zitri tells her that she just heard her spreading unfounded rumors about her young Master Nox, and she replies, what would she do about it? Since it's not her fault that there are negative rumors about her young master being spread in the society, and if she is asking her to apologize, she is not going to do that. Zitri realizes that it's just like young Master Nox told her, status matters greatly in this place. And since she is left with no choice, she starts to take out the thing Nox gave her to use in case of trouble. And upon opening it up, we see a chibi Nox, seeing which, she is quite surprised. And it's a hologram of Nox, and everyone is quite shocked seeing it. Zitri speaks up young Master Nox's name in a confusing manner, and Nox states his name to everyone, saying that he don't know what happened here, but it doesn't matter. Because if Zitri chose to open this, then one thing is for sure. He points at all of them, and they seems to be getting nervous seeing Nox's hologram like that, who then threatens all of them, that they are going to be dead meat. He is going to send all of their heads back to their family now. And with that, it disappears, leaving everyone speechless. And with a deadpan face, Zitri questions if this was his idea to resolve the situations reasonably. The maid gets terrified and gets on her knees. She asks for Zitri's name, and she sighs and states it. And seeing her mood, the maid is terrified, knowing that Rainhafer family can easily erase her whole family from this world in an instant. So she quickly slams her head on the floor, apologizing for the mistakes in her behavior, and so does everyone else around. Zitri notes that it indeed all got solved just like Nox said it would, though it would mean even more negative rumors for him. So she wonders, what was he thinking? And with that, she walks past all of them with an unconcerned expression. We now see Zitri and Nox walking outside with her worriedly asking Nox if he is all right, since his dark circles are quite deep, and he assures her that he is fine, since he managed to complete the class selection somehow. Suddenly, Eleanor's servant meets them on their way. He quickly bows down and greets Nox, who asks for his identity. He introduces himself as Rick, Eleanor's servant, commenting that it's an honor to meet Nox. Nox quickly remembers him, wondering, what the hell is happening here? He recognizes him as someone dangerous, and the fact that he is approaching him before the first half of the story. He is called Rick, the Deceitful. In the next 3 main stories, he betrays the Revelin merchantry to deepen the plot. He is a servant of the demon. He is someone who would backstab Eleanor someday. He finds the saying that enemy of your enemy is a friend to be complete bullshit in this game. Rick is the worst kind of trash, so getting involved with him would do more harm than good. He takes something out, something which Eleanor sent him as a present to him. But Nox straight tells him to get lost. He is still curious about the gift, but knowing that it's a poison apple, he chooses not to accept it. Rick is surprised by his response, and Nox once again tells him to get lost, this time intimidating him. And Rick starts to get nervous now, as Nox starts to draw out his sword, but decides to leave it at that and walk away. Zitri quickly runs behind Nox, calling him out for having a feeble body, worried about him hurting himself by walking too quickly. Nox sighs in disappointment, asking Zitri just how pathetic does she think he is. She calls him out quickly. He recently got chills, flu, and cold hands and feet at the same time. She has never seen someone as weak as him. Nox agrees but assures that he is fine now, and he won't die suddenly. But she still feels uneasy, since he is usually at the center of events, prompting Nox to call himself pretty popular in that regard, only for Zitri to make a face at that statement. But regardless, Nox knows that rather than being her master, Nox is someone who saved her life. And her trait, singe-minded, they would be very worried when they are apart from their master. She then asks about Rick, and why did Nox acted that way with him now, since he seemed more emotional than usual. Nox tells her to listen carefully, that no matter what happens, having him around herself is never a good idea. It makes her wonder if it's due to Nox's problem with Eleanor, but he is also not someone who would act that way without a good reason. So, she agrees in making sure to keep a good distance with him, causing him to commend her for following. Knowing what would happen in the future, he also wants to keep his distance with Eleanor, otherwise he would attract lots of attention. Telling Zitri that they would have to be really careful from now on, is what he thought, but he has met a tribulation right from the start. The instructor announces that they would have to form teams from now on, which they would be going through with for the whole next year. And to form a party, it's an important thing to know each other. This frustrates Nox, who was too optimistic about his situation, not knowing that not having any friend would also be an issue in this game. The instructor gives them 30 minutes to form a team. Nox thinks that it cannot be done. It's impossible for him, who is a public outcast, to gather 3 team members. So, he asks the instructor what would happen if they are unable to form a team, and he replies that they would be given an F and won't be allowed to repeat the course either. And he specifically tells Nox that he cannot work alone, who is worried about receiving F grade right from the start. It is already very difficult to graduate from this academy, and if you get F in a single subject, you would be expelled immediately, which he cannot let happen. Meanwhile, we see both the princess and Paracelsus are getting offers from students to team up. Meanwhile, Knox tries to think of something to get out of this situation. We now see Eleanor, who is quite popular with students and receiving quite a lot of offers to team up. But she instead walks to Knox and calls him out, saying that he didn't like her gift, it seems, and asks if he would give her the chance to pay back her debts. Knox asks what is she talking about, and she offers to team up with him. And even though it sounded arrogant, Knox knew it instantly that he would team up with her, and to add on to that, he got another burden joining him, as Talia comes along to team up with him. Talia asks Knox to team up with her, who almost forgot about her and thinks of her as a burden. But he does understand where she is coming from. She is a kind person to begin with. Whether or not she likes Knox, she must be feeling sad about the fact that her fiancé is all alone, so she wants to help him. He mumbles that it drives him nuts. Eleanor calls it unexpected and Knox doesn't get what she means. She is fascinated by the fact that Knox has a friend. He is unable to refute this statement, but it still does make him angry for strange reason. With Talia joining their team, Eleanor counts that they need just one more member. Knox states that his opinion doesn't even matter anymore here, and Eleanor replies that it's not like he has any choice. It does annoy him since it's just like Eleanor said. In order to recover his memories, he would need to stay in the academy and also get good results. For the upcoming first episode, he has to place within the top 10. The first battle against the Archdemon. It's going to be the first time that he is going to play the role of both villain and hero. A bit later, another student joins them, Pell. Knox is relieved to see that the last person to join is normal. He opens up his stat window to see his skills, and notices one particular skill and finds it quite awesome. Even though Pell has mediocre stats, it's not the point. The main thing here is the power of blessing. It's one of the most powerful skill in the game. It forcefully awakens the talent of the protagonist's team member. Though it's unfortunate that it cannot be used on the protagonist himself. But he still finds it strange that why does some character posse's a rare skill, which only saints and saintesses from a monastery can have. But he decides to think about it later, as Pell says that he looks forward to be working with them. Eleanor and Talia also introduces themselves to him. But Knox keeps on acting like a prick and refuses to introduce himself on the pretense that they already know him and tells everyone to make sure to pull their own weight. Seeing how everyone is teamed up, Professor once again informs everyone to get to know each other as the team would remain same for the whole semester and dismisses the class. Knox calls him a crazy old man, and Talia warns that he is just speaking out his inner thoughts loud, and Knox replies that he wants the old man to hear them. She tries to tell him to not swear at the professors, but Knox starts to leave since the team is now formed. Talia tells him to wait and asks about his lesson schedule, which she claims is not for any special reason. Knox sighs, thinking that it's obvious what she is after, but Talia tells him that she is just curious about it. But Knox tells her that she is trying to find out what are the easiest subject to get high marks in, isn't she? Which he don't plan to share with her for free. She tries to argue that it's not it, but Knox thinks that he is not going to let her trick him into giving out free information. As he walks away, making sure to not let it ever happen. Now we fast forward to Academy 4th District, and see Zitri and Knox out there shopping for the Academy. She notes that there is lots of stuff to be bought here, and finds it not surprising that commoners finds it hard to graduate without any money, though it doesn't affect Knox. He thinks that if one has talent, they are able to graduate from the Academy, since they would be able to get lots of sponsors even if they are a commoner. Unless their talent is really useless, there is a low chance that money would be a problem. Suddenly, Zitri hears a commotion going on. Knox replies that it's a district where all sorts of things can happen, so they don't need to worry about them. But suddenly, as he glances back, he notices someone shocking. One of the guy in the fight is berating someone, telling them to get lost if they are not going to buy anything, and getting into the way of other people buying stuff. Knox notes that he is the son of top 3 Dark family, the young patriarch of the Marvas family, Leon von Marvas, who is probably poor right now due to his family went broke. But Knox knows that he is a kind person, so he hopes that he would get past this. Leon apologizes and tells the guy that he is trying to make a reasonable purchase, who replies that he is just lifting and weighing the same items, calling Eldian to have dropped their standards for them to take in a beggar. And getting his family insulted seems to have flipped his switch on, and he starts using his power, saying that he cannot forgive him for saying that. Knox quickly rushes to his side, calling him out of his mind. finding it surprising that Leon is willing to use his dark magic despite there being so many people around. We see some skeletons appearing due to his magic, while Zitri asks Nox, where is he going? Nox replies that Leon has gone crazy, and his eyes looks like he would cause trouble, so he needs to stop him. Zitri asks, how does he know that by simply seeing his eyes? And Nox replies that it's because he sees it often, much to her surprise. The guy starts to get scared, as Nox arrives and tells him to stand back. He stands in between Leon and him, telling the guy to get out of here. But the guy starts acting up again, flaunting to Nox that if he even knows who he is, and how dare he climb over his head, Nox calls it ridiculous, and removes his cloak, questioning the guy if he needs to tell him who he is. We switch scenes to Emma and Talia, who is explaining her problem on how Nox isn't letting her know what her class schedule is like despite being in the same team. She hopes that it's because Nox is going through puberty and being shy, and tries to confirm it with Emma. Seeing her make a baby face, Emma gets nervous before answering, and replies that there is no way she knows what Nox is thinking and tells Talia to calm down. Talia tried to be as mature as she could. She tried to not judge people easily, and even to not hold Nox back. Yet he is still like that, and Emma gets anxious seeing her like this. She knows that Talia would stay dejected for days at this rate, and if she knew of it, she wouldn't have spoken of Nox so nicely to her. We see Talia asking Emma on why is Nox so cold towards her, and she replies that it's because he is going through puberty. Talia doesn't get what she means, and she explains that it's how boys usually act at this age. They grumble all the time and act coldly towards others. It was actually the time when Talia really started to develop more feelings for Nox. At that time, Emma didn't thought that it would become a problem, and wonders if she should have been more careful with her advice. And now she is sure of it, that Talia really does like Nox. And since it has turned out like this, she once again tells Talia that it's not how Nox really feels, and Talia asks, what does she mean? Emma explains that since he is her fiancé, he might be acting like that to keep a clear line between personal life and her life in the academy. This seems to have convinced Talia, who gets happy and commends her on her knowledge on dating. To her, Emma sounds like a pro at dating, and plans to keep on asking her for advice whenever she has concerns. Meanwhile, Emma apologizes to Talia in her mind, because she has actually never dated anyone before. Suddenly, they get a knock on their door. Emma introduces herself and asks the person what they are here for. It turns out to be Eleanor, who also introduces herself as Talia's teammate and wants to talk to her for a short while. Talia is a bit surprised to see her here, and Emma turns her away, since she didn't make any prior appointment. But Eleanor smiles and takes Nox's name in front of them, and that she is here to talk about him, prompting Talia to quickly open the door. Seeing her, Eleanor says that it's nice to meet her, and that they are meeting for the second time today. Back to Nox, his purple eyes and white hair are recognized by everyone around. The guy gets quite nervous in front of him, and Nox tells him that he don't like to repeat himself. And so, he quickly apologizes to Nox for not recognizing him, and Nox tells him to get lost while he is being generous, which he don't wish to repeat the third time, and the guy quickly leaves. Leon tells Nox that he was talking to that guy, and one of the undeads quickly lunges at Nox to attack him, who quickly prepares a skill of his own, and hits it right on the head, while questioning Leon if he does his talk using black magic, and with a singe hit, Nox easily shatters the undead, telling Leon that using it is like telling the Imperial family to arrest him. Leon suddenly realizes the situation, remembering that it's illegal for them to use magic until they become adult. He didn't think that far ahead, and so he apologizes to Nox since he actually helped him instead. Nox tells him to get lost if he understands the situation and throws some money if he don't have enough to buy stuff as well. Seeing the amount, Leon seems quite surprised, and questions Nox for his reason on helping him, because if he is trying to make him feel indebted to him, it won't work. But Nox replies that these pennies means nothing to him, but he cannot deny that he don't have any purpose behind it. Hearing which, Leon simply agrees and says, all right, and sends back the undeads. He walks up close to Nox, saying that he supposed that this money is for shutting his mouth, and that he feels the power of the undead, the unique power used by the Marvis family that controls the undead from him. He starts using his power on the coin, telling Nox that he is breaking down the deal, and instead questions him, why does he possess the power of his family? Back to Talia and Eleanor, with the former asking her about what she wanted to talk about Nox. Eleanor finds her reaction different from what she expected. She is much more elegant, and wonders if Nox really have feelings for her. But she quickly rejects the thought, thinking that someone like Nox would only think of the engagement as a restraint, so she decides to be more straightforward while talking. She tells Talia that Nox is a dangerous person, and continues on that firstly, he is from one of the top 3 dark families. There is also the fact that there are lots of negative rumors about his behavior, prompting Talia to start to get angry. She finally speaks up and defends Nox that he is not a bad person, and it makes Eleanor remembers her unpleasant past with him, sighing in disappointment and telling Talia that she wonders if other people also think like her, prompting another reaction from her. Eleanor finds it strange that someone honest like Talia would like a good-for-nothing Nox, and the emotion that she feels from those eyes of hers are hostility and anger towards her. Talia wants to make it clear, telling Eleanor that while Nox might be a little lacking, she still don't think that he is someone would do something bad. Although he does get misunderstood easily because he is cold towards others, it's still just a small part of who he is, leaving Eleanor to start getting angry. She tells Talia that she heard about her marriage talks with him, but it's still not a good enough reason for her to support him. And she should know it too, that marriage talks between noble families can change as easily as flipping your hands. But Talia replies that it's not why she trusts Nox. Eleanor replies that people don't change that easily. Talia does agree with her point, but also reminds her of one thing. The fact that Nox saved her. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't even be alive right now, which she should know as well. Yet, she don't understand the reason for Eleanor being suspicious of Nox, leaving her a bit frustrated. She finally speaks up that she has perhaps misspoken and ends their conversation here and starts to leave. And Talia also gives her a cold farewell as she leaves in a foul mood. Outside, we see her standing being quite troubled from what she heard, as Rick comes around and calls her out, commenting that the conversation must have not gone well judging from how upset she is. Eleanor asks Rick, what does he think is the most important thing for a merchant, and he replies that it would be eyes that are always wary and doubtful of others. Eleanor remembers that doubt is something which drove her to achieve the nicknames Fox of the Wealth and Star of the Finance World. So she finds it ridiculous to think that Nox has actually changed. She grips her clothes tightly in frustration, wondering there is no way that would actually be true after such a long time, right? Back to Nox and Leon, with Nox warning others to quickly get out of this place. But Leon's power starts swarming around everyone, much to his frustration, as he notes that Leon has created a magic barrier, making the situation more complicated. Thinking that no matter how money-obsessed Leon is, it would be impossible for him to keep the secret of him using his family's power without anyone knowing. Leon tells Nox that he should have brought along someone more suitable for negotiation if he wanted to do that with him. Nox smirks, asking Leon if he is saying that he should propose something to him, even though he wouldn't exchange anything for that since his family is involved. Leon replies that Nox is speaking as if he knows him very well, and Nox agrees that he does, knowing that he is from one of the top 3 dark families and they had one of the greatest influence. Leon doesn't like that Nox is using past tense, and he replies that he must know already that his family is fallen from what it used to be. Nox speaks up a name, Sylvester, which prompts a reaction from Leon. Nox continues that he knows that those people used territory war to overthrow the patriarch of the Marva's family and took away most of the Marva's territory. Leon starts to get angry hearing that and replies, if Nox is trying to use the fact that he has more information than him in consideration of his desire for revenge. But Nox declines and replies that he don't move for such goals, and what he wants is the revival of his family, the young patriarch to be recognized for his family to once again reach the top of this continent, which is also Leon's real objective. He calls Nox's assessment to be not bad and agrees that he knows him very well. He then once again asks Nox on how did he got his hands on the power of the Marva's family, and he replies that he got it by chance. He only learned recently that this power is related to his family. Leon simply states that he believes him, and Nox asks if he is not going to ask him more questions. But Leon states that he already got the answer that he wanted, and Nox realizes what Leon actually wanted, which was to know how much does Nox actually knew about him. and why he decided to intervene in his matters. And so, Leon dispels the barrier while Nox is glad that Leon got his answer. He also thanks Nox for his help and agrees to repay him in the future, as long as it's not money-related. And Nox tells him to not worry, since he is not expecting him to repay it. Now on the next day, at the Eldian Academy, the time is finally here for Nox. We see Noah eagerly waiting for him, while Nox thinks that his lifeline, light, and resting place. It is the moment to strengthen his Hour of the Genius skill. The Hour of the Genius. Even among the skills of inner lunatic characters that possess the genius trait, it's considered the strongest skill. It was kind of DLC for inner lunatic. When he became the first person to complete the game 10 times, he was given the active skill, Hour of the Genius. At first, it was just a game that he liked, so he didn't know what was in the DLC when he bought it, and if it weren't for his decision back then, he would have died a few times by now. A thought which gives him chills. Noah commends Nox for doing great on the test, and calls out his family for raising such a monster. But Nox tells Noah that she is going a little too far for calling him a monster, but Noah argues that she didn't say anything wrong. Otherwise, how else could they explain him being able to fight the ice troll so calmly? Why would someone as skilled as him would be a good for nothing? She cannot warp her head around it no matter what. And there is no chance that it's because Theo von Reinhafer has a bad judgment of character. Nox gets nervous knowing that she is suspicious of him, but he expected it since the original Nox was a good for nothing. But that is no longer the case. So, he tells Noah that it shouldn't matter to her what kind of person was he in the past, which she does agree with. But also comments that his talent has gotten her excited. He has gotten so interesting. Which is why she wants to steal him away. Nox replies that it's not an appropriate thing to say, and lets her comment slide off as if he never heard it. He also reveals about knowing that she was following him behind after polymorphing herself. She simply grins in return at Nox for noticing it, and begins to take out a scroll, saying, "Let's see how much longer can he hide things from her." Nox is quite excited upon receiving his reward. Noah explains that this is the reason she called him here, a skill-strengthening scroll. She would be able to greatly enhance the efficiency of one of his skills. It's a really precious item. Nox replies that it's his first time hearing about such an item, and she passes it over to him. Just as it gets in his hands, Nox suddenly feels something. And Noah also smirks. Nox got a little shock from holding it just now and wonders if he just imagined it, and passes it on as probably him getting excited about what's to come. His system quickly displays the information of the artifact, and he immediately uses it to upgrade his Hour of the Genius skill. And upon using it, his Hour of the Genius skill is upgraded to a plus version. And since he acquired the artifact at an early stage, he got a bonus by increasing his skill effect 2 times. And the duration of his skill is modified to 10 minutes. This skill cannot be strengthened by normal means, and one of the means to strengthen is to use this scroll, and getting this scroll at an early stage was the best harvest he could get. Noah asks if he got the results that he wanted while he thinks that he cannot get any more involved with her, and agrees, and starts to leave. Noah lets him leave, commenting that he must be tired from saving his fellow student during the test, causing Nox to realize that it's meaningless to hide it anymore, and replies that it happened somehow, and asks Noah to ignore it as he don't want any attention. She agrees to do so, and tells him to go back and rest. And Nox leaves while thanking her, and thinks of her as dangerous, planning to be careful around her. Meanwhile, Noah looks forward to see what kind of monster Nox would grow into, and asks someone, don't they agree? Back to classes, the professor is starting to talk about learning the properties and traits of each element. Nox noticed that magic of Empire, it was never talked about in the original story, but what is important is not the class to him, but Professor Ras von Celestia, who would be playing a critical role in this chapter. Seeing his stats, he notes that he is not very strong, but it's still good knowing information in advance, and finds it impressive that he was able to become the professor with those abilities. Meanwhile, Professor Ras notices Nox and thinks that he is already looking down on his fellow students, and wonder, what kind of talent could someone like him have? He starts explaining that every single human on the continent possesses elemental mana, and today, they're going to find out what kind of element they have and how to manifest it. He quickly calls out Nox and asks if he knows what kind of element he has. He replies Darkness. So Professor Rass asks about its characteristics, and Nox replies that it's corrupted and doesn't mix well with others, but it's considered to have much more destructive power compared to others. But it's notoriously hard to control, and only a few individuals or families are able to control it properly. He then asks about the opposing element of it, and Nox replies, divinity. So Professor Rass asks if they both clash, which does he think would come out on top? Nox simply answers that divinity would. It surprises Professor Rass a bit, as he says that people don't usually talk ill of their own family's element, and calls Nox a special one, and asks him one more question. If he were to fight someone with divine mana, what would he do? Nox grins and replies that while they are still unaware, he would kill them. He would make sure to kill so that they couldn't create future troubles for him. The answer shocks both the professor and his fellow students. While the former questions in his mind, what the hell did Nox just say? We switch scenes to Rick, who seems to be grunting in pain. He seems to be injecting himself with something in his arm. It causes his veins to pop out, and he starts sweating hard while grinning. He then goes on to check himself in the mirror, and we see a black symbol of goat appearing on his chest. He thinks that if he puts in a bit more effort, he would be able to become a real demon. Suddenly, a hand comes out of the mirror, agreeing with what Rick said. The demon assures him that he would be able to become a real demon instead of a mere human. And he won't need sleep and won't age. He would become a demon that surpasses the limits of humans. Rick thanks the demon and assures that he would do everything he can to revive him, causing the demon to smirk. And with that, Rick wears his clothes again and gets ready to go out. Back to the class, Professor Rass replies that he wasn't expecting such an answer from him. Nox apologizes for it, replying that he simply thought it was the most efficient method of doing things. Seeing his unwavering eyes and upright posture, Professor Rass realizes that Nox meant every word he said, which gets him to understand a little why Dean Noah is interested in him. He then calls out an assistant and orders him to prepare an imp, much to his surprise, as he hesitates. Professor Rass once again orders him to do so, asking him to prepare for the magic adequacy test. He looks at Nox again, wanting to bring his haughty attitude down to a level. In order to obtain a sharp sword, it needs to be tempered 1,000 times. Now as the assistant brings the imp and removes the cloak from it, the students are quite shocked. Professor Rass explains that they are the lowest ranked demon provided by the association. They are called imps. Students are surprised to see a demon, but the professor calls it not that threatening, as it has low health, so even a student can kill it easily. But even then, the students are hesitant, claiming that it's only the first class, and chalks it up to the level of the Eldian Academy. But the professor tells them to focus, since they are supposed to be the elites who entered the academy. They have to remember that their ultimate goal isn't to become a knight or a mage, but it is to subjugate all demons that exists in this world. And for them to do that, they would need to get used to the beings known as demons, of which they know very little about, leaving the students to nod in agreement. They have to infuse their mana into the caged imp to force it into submission, but it feels out of place to Nox for some reason. Since based on the original storyline, this lesson should take place in the second year, so something is off. Professor Rass continues that after they condense their mana, let it flow into the target, and their test would end in 15 minutes. Thinking that no matter how incredible Rienhafers are, there is no way they would expect to see an imp in the first lesson, and a new student would definitely fall for the deception of the imp and end up drooling uncontrollably. He plans to teach Nox how things work here. But much to his shock, we see Imp being terrified of Nox instead. He doesn't understand what is happening. He tries to look at others, and everyone is indeed fallen for the imp's deception. Talia is scared of Emma, while some are dreaming of delicious food in front of them. They are feeling their consciousness fading away. Nox raises up his hand, asking Professor Rass to change his imp since it's already trembling in fear without him doing anything. But the professor starts gasping, leaving Nox to wonder, who is making such a sound in the classroom? He suddenly starts looking at Nox with brightly lit up eyes and asks him in excitement on how he was able to force the imp into submission, while Nox tries to claim that he didn't do anything. But the professor calls it great, commenting that he cannot help but feel foolish for not recognizing his great talent. And he wants to give Nox a chance to become the best student, much to his surprise, who knows what it means. It's the kind of thing in dramas that one must never do, being an assistant. The other students are feeling jealous that Nox got such an opportunity and states that he has to accept it. But he refuses instead, saying that it's only being the best student in name. It's essentially being a slave. Much to all the students and Professor Rass's shock. Everyone questions Nox. What the hell is he saying? Meanwhile, we see our other main characters, who are drenched in sweat and looking at the drama. Echidna is quite shocked seeing him being the only one standing up normally, causing her to wonder, just who the hell is he? We go back in time a few hours ago. Bernan tries telling Rass that Nox is freakishly strong, guaranteeing his strength, but Rass calls him just a new student, and finds it too early to make any conclusions about him, as to not put too high expectations on him. Bernan calls Rass close-minded, as even the dean told them to watch out for him. He is definitely talented according to him, and he was even recognized by one of the four sages. But Rass claims that he would see it with his own eyes, as Bernan calls his attitude obnoxious. Back to the present, where Nox has rejected Rass much to his shock. Everyone calls him crazy for it, as Professor Rass is the biggest authority on magic education. There are apparently a mountain of people queuing up to become his disciple, but they find it just like a good-for-nothing to reject an offer served to him on a silver platter. But regardless of what everyone says about him, he is still determined on his decision. Eleanor is already giving him a headache, so he finds it irritating that everyone around him is causing him trouble. One of the students asks Professor Rass a question on why is he giving Nox this chance, since there are many more outstanding students than him. Moreover, since magic is his strength, he believes Princess and Echidna would be worthy to be considered as the top student position. Nox thinks of him as an asshole for trying so hard to leech of the royal family, but he still finds him smart and plans to remember about him. But Professor Rass argues that he is the one who decides such things, but since they are not convinced it might spread negative rumors that he is biased towards Nox. So he plans to tell everyone why he has the right to become his top student, while he looks gleefully at Nox, who still doesn't want to do it. And with that, Professor begins his explanation. A bit later, Nox sums up his opinion. Firstly, Nox don't know himself how he subdued the imp so quickly. Even though it might be a low-ranked demon, it's not an easy thing to do, so it's not surprising that Rass is fascinated by it. Secondly, he has the mana sensitivity genius trait. For someone like Professor Rass, who studied magic his whole life, it would be easy to tell who has a talent for magic and who doesn't. Professor Rass finishes his explanation while looking at Nox and saying that it's only fair he get to become his top student, but Nox once again rejects his offer. He tells him to not rush his decision, but Nox is disgusted and tells him to talk after wiping his saliva. He also argues that there is a better candidate than him here for it, so he would be grateful if he gave up on him. And as he leaves, Professor Rass tries to call out his name to stop him, while we see our other characters simply watching him go. Princess Penelope comments that he is different from the rumors, leaving Echidna to apologize for her lacking ability in information gathering, but Penelope tells her that it's all right. She only just got a little curious about him, whether he would be a light to the imperial family or a dark cloud that hovers over them. Back to Nox, he is confused at Rass's behavior towards him. He is frustrated for not finding any normal characters in this game and hopes that he would be able to live in peace since he managed to get him off of him. Back at his room, Nox is stumped as Zitri asks him if something happened in the academy. Nox replies, something horrifying, as we see Professor Rass followed him around everywhere to convince him to become his top student. And worst of all was in the toilet. He once again asked him to become his top student. This time Nox calls him a bastard to make him stop, but Rass only likes his rough tone even more. He once again calls him a bastard in front of Zitri, who replies that it's a term which shouldn't be associated with a professor. She then confirms if he is talking about Professor Rass, who is considered to be the best in magic theory, and he agrees. Zitri calls it strange, since he remembers him being a good professor, so why would he do something like that? Nox knows that as well, but he also knows that he has an obsessive trait in his character. Now we switch scenes to the Rainhafer family mansion, where the guards are trying to stop someone. And we see it's Nox's eldest brother, Garen. The patriarch has ordered the guard to not let him in his room. Garen calls it quite harsh and easily moves past the guards, commenting that it's not how a father should treat his son. We see him finally entering Theodore's room with the bodies of the guards laying behind him. Roderick feels immense pressure from him that he cannot even move, noticing that Garen has gotten even stronger in that short time. Theo tells Garen that he never thought he would be coming back to the Reinhafer again, and he replies that he don't need a reason to come back to his own home, causing Theodore to angrily asks if it is his home. Garen simply reminds him of what he told him before. It's time to give up, citing there is not much time left, but Theodore tells him that it's none of his business. Garen continues that the demon is lurking around him. When Theo would become weak, it would rise and devour everything in sight. Theodore replies that it sounds as if he wants it to happen, but Garen says that his business is simple, and asks, where did he hide that sword? Hearing which seems to anger Theodore. Garen once again asks, where did he hide the first patriarch's sword, the Stormbringer? Theo tells Garen that he must be out of his mind to take the name of the first patriarch. But what Garen finds even more important right now is getting stronger and building a stronger force. But Theo claims that he don't know what matters, leaving Garen to question. If he knew that, then why did he leave that woman to die? Hearing which makes Roderick nervous, as that woman must not be brought up in front of Theo, who tells Garen that he is disrespecting his mother with that, but Garen claims that his only mother is Priscilla von Orl, while that woman was his mistake, and she was nothing more than a guest in the Reinhafer family. This causes Theo to get angry, as he tells Garen to get out. He tries to speak again, but Theo once again tells him to get out, stating that he do not wish to cut off his own son's head. So, Garen starts to leave while threatening them that they would regret this, and how soon they would understand that everything Reinhafer has prepared is for his sake. Roderick asks Theo if he is all right, who apologizes for showing an unsightly behavior. But Roderick calls it all right since he has swore eternal loyalty to the Reinhafer family. But if the word got out that Garen is working with a demon, it would be dangerous. So he thinks it would be a good idea to decide on a new successor soon. Just as Theo thinks about it, Roderick also informs him of a good news they got through a letter. That Nox is a top student this time in Eldian's admission test. Theo asks if it's really true, since the new dean of the Eldian Academy is Noah von Trinity, one of the sages, but Roderick informs that she has already acknowledged Nox's talent. So, Theo quickly starts to think about him, finding his growth to be still insufficient, but believes he has potential if he truly has the level of talent that they witnessed before. Roderick also thinks that eventually, Master Nox might be sitting on that chair. Back to Academy, Professor Ras is once again rejected by Nox. He even tries to offer him supporting funds. But Nox reminds him that he is from the Reinhafer family, so Ras offers immense fame, but he argues that it won't do any good for a good-for-nothing like him. He requests Nox to consider it again while Nox is getting annoyed from his persistent nagging. But he sighs and remembers Zitri's words that he should listen to him once since Professor Ras is being so sincere. Since she has looked into him more, and it's not how he normally behaves, they say that he is usually an educator who is focused on helping weaker students. Nox agrees with her, saying that no matter how crazy he might be, he would give up once he knows what he is lacking. Back to the present, Nox expresses his doubts that he is still not satisfied on his reason for being picked as the top student. He asks for the real reason that he was picked, and not the other outstanding students. Professor Ras asks if he got some time then, and he replies that he is a good-for-nothing, leaving him a bit confused. Nox continues that it means he has nothing but free time, leaving Ras to laugh. He now begins explaining him with offering tea that he needs Nox to complete his research, in order to obtain someone who cannot use mana, so that he can fulfill his lifelong wish, which is why he need him. Because he do not wish to see anyone die while being too powerless to even struggle, just like how his son died, leaving Nox to remind him that these are the behind stories of each characters that he didn't know while playing the game. Ras was born as the Viscount of the Celestia family. He had no outstanding talent, but was admitted into Eldian Academy with just his theory skills and became a professor. He received poor results in practical, and his peers looked down on him. No matter how good his written tests was, they always showed him contempt. But despite everything, he was able to become a professor and even got married. But still no one acknowledged his achievements he made as a professor. His thesis that he published were under another person's name, and he was continued to look down upon. But then he had a son, who grew up and was admitted to Eldian Academy and successfully graduated from it. He told Rast that he would work hard so people would speak highly of him, which made Rast really happy. And so he joined a squad right under the Emperor and head to the field. He wanted to obtain victory so that people would speak highly of the Celestia family. But he died there, not long after joining, and from being struck by an arrow which contained a touch of mana. Nox doesn't find this story to be significant, since it's the merciless world of Inner Lunatic. But for some reason, the back of the professor he saw through the monitor and right now is different, and he can understand the depth of his loneliness a bit. Nox tells Rast that he is even more certain after listening to his story that there is someone better suited for this, someone who would listen to his story better. That is the kind of person he truly needs right now, and with that, he leaves. Rast looks at the picture of his son and finds a resemblance between him and Nox. Fast forward to night. After Nox returned to his dorm, he received another disastrous news. Zitri informs him that Garen has returned to the family, because of which several bodyguard knights have died so far. This leaves Nox nervous and concerned, knowing that the first crown prince, Lewis, and the #1 bad ending maker of Inner Lunatic has started moving. Nox tries asking Zitri about her recent visit to the family estate. She apparently went there when Rodwell summoned her along with Rona. Nox remembers Garen is someone who hated Theo's second wife, Nox's mother, since he loved her instead of his own mother. And if he hates Nox as well, then Zitri would be in trouble, which leaves him annoyed at his past self for making so many enemies. He asks her if Garen did anything, and she starts to recall something. Nox gets worried that he started trouble with her maid, but she informs him that he tried to recruit her. Much to Nox's shock, back when she was with Rona, Garen walked past by them. He immediately took notice of Zitri, finding her extraordinary for a maid. This leaves him to quickly approach her to inquire more. She introduces herself as Nox's exclusive maid, but Garen skips the formalities and quickly asks her to become his personal maid instead, believing that she has in it herself to satisfy him. But she quickly declines, citing that she is already serving Nox. This thing comes as a surprise to Garen, finding it hard to believe that she is refusing his offer despite knowing who he is. He tries asking if Nox gives her a lot of money, but Zitri replies that it's just because she wants to serve him herself. It starts to piss him off. He doesn't believe that it's something a commoner like her can decide, but it is exactly why she is serving Nox, she cites, because he respects her. And above all, she wants to stay by his side to see what he would do in the future. He finds it surprising that she wants to serve someone like him and offers her 3 times the wages. But she once again ends up declining, much to his anger. Nox asks how much did he offer her anxiously, and she replies, 3 times. For Nox, that much amount of money is quite much at this part of the story, but he don't want to give her up. So, he offers to match Garen's offer of the salary as well, and requests to focus on her work. But Zitri suddenly gives out a laugh, much to his confusion. This leaves Nox quite worried, who asks if she already decided to work with Garen, but she assures him that whatever he is thinking, it's not what's happening. She isn't going to follow Garen, and her wage is sufficient as well. So Nox tries to ask her reason of laughing, but she refuses to tell. He gives an order, so she waves it off as something that came in her mind. Nox knows it's a lie and calls her out, but she simply lets out a sigh while looking away. Regardless, he feels relieved that he is not going to lose her, and someday plans to get revenge against Garen, once he is stronger, that is. Fast forward to next day at the academy. There are 5 mandatory classes in the academy which every new student are required to take. The first is the history of the empire. The second is horsemanship. The third is knightly code and etiquette within the academy. The fourth is basic magic of the empire. And lastly, the subject which Nox has the most difficulty in, the stamina training. It consists of running, chin-ups, and other exercises, but his stamina reaches its limit quite quickly. One of the instructor approaches Nox, calling it quite strange. He is like a mayfly. Nox asks the meaning of that, and he replies that while he is exceptional when it comes to short-term results, he feels quite troubled when it comes to stamina, as if he is blocked by a large wall that he cannot overcome. Nox finds it impressive that his instructor was able to figure this much out. It's indeed due to the terminally ill trait that he has. His stamina is stuck at 15, which is half of maximum possible. He calls out the instructor for using discouraging words, and he quickly apologizes but suggests to take heed to what he said, because if he keeps on moving recklessly, he would end up shortening his life. Not knowing that our boy has a countdown stuck on his ass, so he is taking heed quite better. And also an annoying point that his system keeps on poking him with reminder that he is dying really fast. Paracelsus, who is watching everything from the back, finds it hard to figure out Nox since he showed such ability during test, and is now acting all frail, which he feels is Nox acting like a good-for-nothing. Nox notices Paracelsus staring at him, and calls him an annoying bastard whom he will give it good next time they fight. Fast forward to some market, we see Nox roaming around in a cloak. He is suddenly approached by Rick once again, who asks, what is he doing here? Nox is surprised seeing him here, and wonders why the freaking game destroyer is here. Rick, his real name is Hochschultz de Nefer. He is also the worst ending maker along with the first prince. Nox quickly opens his status window to check his information. Later on, Rick also ends up betraying Eleanor, making him the #1 person to avoid right now. He once again asks Rick, what business does he have with him? Who simply replies that he just saw a high noble from Rainhafer family going around without a steward, which was surprising, but Nox tells him that it's none of his business. He agrees with it, but he also offers to help Nox pick some items, claiming to have lots of free time on his hand. Nox sighs. He doubts that it's the only task the head of the Revelin family has assigned to him. But Rick replies that great nobles doesn't pay much attention to servants who deviate a little from their work. For Nox, he finds it important to know what he is scheming and the reason that he approached him. So, he appoints him for a bit with the saying that he don't like people who talk too much, and Rick quickly takes heed to his words. We switch scenes to Eleanor, who seems to have requested some documents. The documents are all about Nox. She still wants to know the reason for which he saved her, because there was nothing in it for him. The Rainhafer family in fact has no interaction with her family, and if he wanted to gain something, he would have accepted Professor Bernon's proposal. The Nox she knew from back then didn't have that kind of personality. And another thing she noticed is that he started acting different after clearing the forest of missing children, though she don't know the reason for the change. And there is one more thing in her mind. It's Rick, whose movements seem suspicious to her now, and he is also gathering people within the merchantry. Though, she don't believe he could accomplish much anyways. Deep in her thoughts, she gets up and goes by the window, remembering how her father yelled at her to give Nox everything she had if it was needed. And the day of her mother's death, she remembers that vividly as well, remembering which made her cry and shiver in the present. Back to Nox and Rick, who is giving him tips on buying items for the academy, and how he can receive free items that he don't need to buy even. The stores here are also connected to the Revelin merchantry, so he can get a good discount as well. While Nox doesn't want to admit it, he knows that Rick's talent is very much real. The skills, con artist and negotiation revision plays a good role in this, and if he wasn't a demonic human, he even would have liked to recruit him. Rick asks if he purchased everything he needed, and Nox replies that it's all sufficient, and again raises the question as to why Rick was looking for him. Running out of patience, he grabs him by the collar and pins him to the wall. Questioning the reason for why he approached him, Rick tries to feign ignorance until the end, but Nox warns him that time isn't in his favor. Rick agrees, replying that the conversation with Nox is going to be a quick one. He gets straight to the point and releases a dark red magic from himself. Nox notices that it's a barrier, one that blocks sound. Rick asks Nox to betray the Rainhafer family and become a servant of the first prince. While he grips his arm tightly, Nox pulls his shirt, and a dark black spot is revealed to be on his chest. Nox quickly figures out and reveals to him that he knows that the one he serves isn't the first prince, but a demon. Rick's expression changes, saying that Nox sure knows a lot of information. His nerve starts to creep up on his face, leaving Nox slightly anxious. Rick feels that his master is not going to like Nox knowing this much about them. Nox calls out the demon by its real name, questioning Rick if he truly believes that his master would grant his wish, which he does. Nox breaks free, wishing to Rick that he don't end up regretting anything. Though, if he dares to insult him or his family again, Nox threatens to kill him in that case, leaving him quite perplexed and flinched by his threat. Fast forward to the classes, everyone quickly recognizes Instructor Bernon with his shining bald head. But one of the nerd tries to educate them to not call him a bald head in a very strange manner. Vernon starts getting pissed by all this, though he cannot just crush them just because of his hair. And so, he goes on to instead tell them about the class for today. Right now, they are in the Clariel Plains. It's famous within the academy and has lots of amazing plants and trees. And they will be learning basics of horse riding here. He instructs them to quickly mount their assigned horses or the one they brought themselves. Everyone has a different set of reaction. Some are surprised by the sudden instruction, while others are surprised about students already having their own horses. Meanwhile, Knox simply calls out to Carl, who appears silently. He also notices Paracelsus, whom he believes must be good at riding horse since he lived in the East for so long already. Everyone is quick at noticing Carl, finding it hard to believe a good-for-nothing like Knox has an obsidian horse. Knox agrees with their statement that Carl is indeed a fine horse, though it's one of the benefit he got as a veteran player. Some of the students have gotten on their horses, so Vernon instructs them to get close to them slowly. And now it's time for the main race. Students are surprised to hear that since there are some of them who are having their first time today with a horse. While everyone is afraid, one of the nerd believes that Vernon is perhaps angry that they called him bald. And he is immediately hit on his head with a chop after that statement. The rules are apparently simply, they have to ride their horse and turn around the corner, which is located at the end of the forest, and return to this place. The first to return would also get additional points. Knox finds the rules to be simple as Vernon's hair. But he knows it's not what is important right now. Talia hears it and asks what does he mean, but he tells her to mind her own business. Even though this is a riding class, the event that actually takes place in this is very different. It's an episode where a demonic human appears for the very first time. And so, it's been arranged that it would meet the protagonist as well. Roger, the demonic human that appears in this episode, causes all the students to be stuck in the nameless forest. The protagonist then overwhelms him along with other academy cadets, which is the basic sequence of this episode. But there is no protagonist here, so he wonders how will things turn out here where there are so many strong personalities here with the absence of a leader. Talia then approaches Knox, asking if he would like to go with her. It's only in case something happens, since the forest is full of dangers. Eleanor also gets here, mocking Talia for being confident enough to be worrying about others. It leaves Knox annoyed, who tells them both to not bother him and return back. Talia also agrees, knowing that it's a race, so it's better to be back as quickly as possible. She asks Knox to go ahead first since she is not good at riding a horse, but Knox replies that it's not what is important. Before Talia could ask anything further, Knox leaves, leaving her wondering, if the race is not important, then what is? Vernon commences the race, and everyone marches forward. Racing in excitement, some of the students starts noticing something strange as they are racing forward. Carl also notices something and tries to stop, but Knox assures him that he knows it already. Using the mana sensitivity genius, Knox notices the circle, which appears right beneath them all. Everyone is quite surprised by it, but Knox informs them to stay still as it's a teleportation circle. Unless they all want to die here. And with that, all of them disappears. We see the demonic human making its appearing, who seems quite excited to be able to finally get the opportunity for his revenge. Before they are teleported, Knox sends Carl away with some plan. Next scene, we see all of them are transported to some part of the forest. Some of them got a headache, and notes they've been transported from plains to the forest. While everyone is wondering if this is a test, Knox seems to be looking around and noting the use of teleportation magic, but it's different than Dean Noah's magic. Princess Penelope asks Knox if he knows something, who replies that while he is still figuring it out, he is sure that it's the work of someone outside from the academy. Echidna tries to confront Knox about the details, demanding to know, and he obviously doesn't appreciate her tone and tells her to know her place since she is not the princess. So he has no reason to say anything to him, leaving her quite angry. Eleanor steps in, reconfirming that Knox just said something about teleportation magic and the work of an outsider, and asks, why does he think so? Talia is also curious, who believes there is a chance it could be a test. Knox is annoyed by their complacent thinking. Since this is Inner Lunatic, a game that boasts of being one of the most difficult, he tells everyone how the magic formula is too unstable. The fact that it completely disregards the safety of its user is the proof. Leon finds the formula to be strange as well, and if it's done by a professor, they wouldn't want to endanger them, especially since there are this many children from reputable families from Eldian. So he takes Nox's side with it. Princess Penelope also agrees, confirming that there is outside influence at play here. She starts to think that it might have been her brother. Regardless, Nox and Leon believes they need to get out of here quickly. Echidna, being a bitch, complains to them both that they are trying to take things into their own hands as fellow dark families. Penelope shuts up her trap quickly, saying that whatever they both are saying is correct. If they stay in this circle for too long, they would die. Everyone quickly sides with the princess, calling her a genius for some reason for figuring out the magic. Paracelsus notices something and quickly draws his sword, much to once again Echidna's surprise. He calls her out for not being able to smell the blood, noting there is a monster of intermediate rank or above here. Nox says it's right above them, and we see a giant bird-like monster overhead. He immediately jumps in and strikes, telling everyone else to get ready as well. As in this dangerous situation, Nox announces that he would take the command. Of course, everyone is still in denial that he can take the command since he is a good-for-nothing despite seeing him take down a monster who would slap all of their asses back to their mums in a single hit. But Penelope seems to be thinking otherwise, a monster whose presence she couldn't even react to. Nox was able to detect it. Everyone has one thing on their mind. How is Nox so different suddenly? Switching to Bernan, who finds it hard to believe that this batch of students are so bad that not a single student has made it across yet. Suddenly, Professor Rass arrives, bearing a bad news. Bernan is confused since he is supposed to be teaching the second years. Rass quickly asks for the whereabouts of the students. Bernan replies that they went for horse riding. But he suddenly feels it as well. Rass informs about the demonic human who infiltrated their academy and activated a huge magic circle in these plains. It annoys him greatly. All of it had to happen when Noah wasn't around. Suddenly, Carl comes around running towards the instructor, bearing a message for immediate assistance. And it's in Nameless Forest of all places, which is at least 2 days away, and it's too late to use teleportation magic as well. Back to Nox, Echidna finally admits hesitantly that his judgment was the correct one. Regardless, Nox ignores it and asks Penelope to give him the authority to take command over all students. By the law of the imperial family, Penelope replies that it could be dangerous, so instead, she takes up the charge personally. Finding it annoying, Nox calls out to Pel and asks to tell everyone the manual that needs to be followed in emergency situations, which is the priority to protect a member of the imperial family, and the authority to take command will be given to the most exceptional knight or mage. Nox continues that Penelope is the only member of the imperial family here, and talks to himself that she is also one of the most powerful characters that would needed to defeat the demons in the future. Because of the lightning mana and the power of punishment that she possesses, these are only passed down in the imperial family. As such, even if everyone here dies, they have to protect her, which is the law of the empire. This leaves Penelope quite speechless. On top of that, the person who was able to make the fastest judgment and react to the threat was none other than him, which is why he wants her to give him the authority over the life and death of everyone here, including her. Talia finds it truly incredible that Nox wants to become the leader with everyone's life on the line, finding him to be true knight role model. Meanwhile, seeing her look at him like that confuses him. Regardless, he once again announces his leadership and asks anyone to challenge him if they think they are worthy. And if they win, he would gladly give up on the position. One of the students smirks, noting that he would receive severe punishment if anything happens to Penelope in this situation. Believing that something is bound to go wrong in the middle, it's like drinking poison straight from the Holy Grail, and ends up calling him a mindless idiot. Nox hears and glances back at him, making him quickly piss his pants. And starting from now, if they don't follow his instruction, they would be punished according to the law. Echidna still seems quite hesitant to follow his orders. He orders everyone to follow him. Eleanor tries to ask about the location they are headed towards. Nox simply replies that he is not good at explaining things, so he just wants them to follow him. And if they were to know how much he has played this game, they would be horrified. Meanwhile, in some cave, we see someone is watching them. It's the demonic human, Rudger. The demon comes out and orders him to devour the humans of Eldian, to get rid of all the sprouts that do not grow. And if he does that, he would share with him the power, even though he don't deserve it. He assures that he would deal with this in a way that would not disappoint him. He wants to enact revenge on the Academy for abandoning him. And his specific target seems to be Professor Ras. Now fast forward to evening. The students seems to have hunted 2 demonic boars. Nox starts to assign roles to everyone, firstly asking Paracelsus and Leon to help him. The former agrees since he defeated him once, while Leon is simply ready to help him as much as he can. And with this, he got the 2 strongest students with him. And next things, he explains the 2 ways to get out of this forest. Either someone breaks the barrier from the outside or to kill the caster that used the teleportation magic within the barrier. Penelope believes that killing the caster could be very dangerous. Nox agrees, but argues they don't have any other option for now. It would take Professor Bernon 2 days to reach from the plains if he travels in a straight line, so their best option is to try and survive while killing the caster. Nox already knows that this event cannot be resolved with the first method. If they want to get out of here, they have to kill the caster. But first, he plans to gather some food. He plans to eat the demonic boar for 2 days. Paracelsus is surprised to learn that. He argues that while Nox is quite strong, he must be thinking of this place as some back mountain of a noble hunting ground. They cannot eat demonic beasts since they are poisonous. Nox replies that he knows that already, and also the fact that plants in the vicinity here cannot be eaten recklessly. So Paracelsus asks his reason for saying what he said. Even when he starved in the east, he himself never went so far as to eat a demonic beast. He was in so much stomachy pain once he ate one. Nox is surprised to learn that all Paracelsus got was a stomach ache from eating a demonic beast. Regardless, he tells him to shut up as he got away. He collects some herbs from the ground and tells Leon to summon undead and asks them to protect students from the monsters. And he wants Paracelsus to protect the princess, because he got skills, even with his cheeky mouth, while annoyed Paracelsus agrees, planning to beat Nox later. Nox now starts with his cooking, taking a large stone slab and heats it up with the meat on it. Everyone is quite terrified upon seeing it, believing that they would die upon eating that. But when Nox puts some herb on it, the color of the meat changes. He used this plant to neutralize the poison the meat had. It's the crimson rake plant, capable of neutralizing the poison of mid-rank monsters or below. The meat starts to look much more delicious, and everyone starts to agree with Nox's decision. But they wonder how someone from the Rainhafer family knows such things. Nox asks Princess first if she would like her meat rare or medium rare. He is boldly leaving out the option of well-done meat, since there was a mention in the novel that well-done meat is thrown away. Seeing his delicious meat, even Penelope starts to have a watery mouth. Professor Bernon and Ras both contact Dean Noah to inform her about the demonic human, and that they are on their way to rescue their children. But Noah doesn't seem much concerned about it, replying with short and bored answers. From the sound, Bernon starts to realize that she might be munching on something. He doesn't want to believe it at first, because this is such a serious situation. Ras confronts her. If she is eating something, which she is. Much to both of their shock, she assures them that there is no need to worry, because they would be back without any major issues. They argue that they might not have been in much danger if it was the second years, but they only enrolled just now, so they are basically dunces. But while in middle of their argue, Noah cuts the call. They are both left shocked, and since there is no choice left, they decide to quickly head over there themselves. And Professor Ras is exceedingly concerned about Nox, who he believes is his top apprentice. Back to the students, Nox seems to be making some kind of boundary around. Leon questions the reason for spilling the hornboar's blood around, and Paracelsus answers, if they use the blood of a stronger monster, the weaker ones won't dare come near. It's something they used to do in East, since travelers are most vulnerable when setting up camp. Penelope approaches Nox, thanking him for keeping all the students safe, who replies that they still have lots to do, the night is still long. But she thanks him regardless, since it's due to him that no one has died so far. She also apologizes for Echidna's behavior, citing that she is biased against dark families due to how other peoples have negative feelings for them. For Nox, he starts to feel uncomfortable, wondering why does Penelope care about him at all. He asks her to not worry about him, since it won't look good for a princess to be thanking a good-for-nothing like him. But she thinks differently. If she can save more people, she is even willing to join hands with a demon. Without any hesitation, Nox calls it quite a dangerous thing to say. She chuckles and replies that she is just joking. Nox feels frustrated to know that he turned on her switch. She is known as the Princess of Kindness, but her biggest flaw would be that she is a utilitarian. Someone dangerous, who would even give up her own life for her beliefs. Her nickname could easily turn into Cold-Blooded Princess. Regardless, he now announces his plan to team up in 4 and provides them with clothes from his dimensional pocket. Everyone is surprised to see Nox carrying around something like that. They even heard rumors that in Rainhafer family, they push you off the cliffs when you turn 5. After the tent is set up, Nox tells Talia that they better be careful. She asks about what, but he once again ignores her. Now he tells everyone to decide on their night guard duty, while he plans to get started with his things as well. A problem exists in this scenario. If they don't kill the mage who set up the barrier quickly, it would become impossible to clear this scenario. Which means that if no one kills the mage, they won't be able to complete the story. One of the students wakes up upon noticing something surprising. He wakes up everyone, including the princess. He has noticed a huge number of creatures with mana gathering near here. They all feel the mana, and Echidna quickly tells Penelope to get behind her. Paracelsus gets ready as well, noting that the monster blood won't do anything OT a stronger monster. He looks back, seemingly calling out to Nox on what he intends to do, but they find him gone. But Leon steps in, saying that Nox has gone elsewhere and has left the battlefield to him for the time. Echidna once again bitches about the fact that Nox has gone somewhere despite raving about protecting the princess. Leon clarifies that he didn't ran away. She argues, how would he know that, and that there are too many monsters here to deal with. Eleanor agrees that there are too many monsters to deal with, but Leon assures them that it's all right. He releases an enormous amount of mana, which is noticed by both Penelope and Echidna, who are left shocked. Leon became curious about Nox. A bit before, he was handed over something by Nox, a crystal. Leon became curious about the kind of person he is and why did he give him such responsibility. But for now, he makes a declaration as the patriarch of the Marva's household. A undead appears, slashing away at the monster with a single strike. Along with it, a bunch of other undeads are summoned as well. While Leon declares that the fate of this battle will solely be decided by him alone. Meanwhile, we see Nox stepping into the magic circle, but his skill easily neutralizes the restraining magic. He notices Roger quickly, who finds it quite interesting. The fact that a mere academy student figured out his location, that is, and is also bold enough to fight him. Nox's acting genius activates, and he replies that he should only use those words when he is worthy enough for them. This leaves him quite angered, and he immediately rushes on to attack Nox. But he easily blocks and pushes him back. Roger is surprised by his strength and questions his identity, which Nox don't plan on telling him. It pisses him off even more, and he once again rushes into attack. But he easily slices off his arm, without him even realizing what happened. He didn't even need to use any of his skills. Not with the difference in their level. Even with demonic power, he is still a mere demonic human, and is currently way weaker than Nox. He causally parries his long-ass arm, and gets all up close to land a critical hit, and then uses his compressed dark mana to render his whole arm useless, calling his attack completely useless, not worthy of even being used. Roger realizes finally that he should have been careful of the good-for-nothing of Rainhafer, because now he ended up foiling his plans. He tries to threaten Nox for humiliating someone with the blood of the Archduke, but he don't give a damn and is about to kill him. But he is stopped right on time by Professor Rass, who reveals Roger to be his old apprentice, much to Nox's surprise. He apologizes Nox for everything he had to go through because of him, while Roger finds it laughable that Rass is calling him his apprentice, after all that he done to him. He was apparently abandoned by Rass when he lost his arm in one of the Battle of the Empire and drove him out of the academy. Rass clears up that while he did abandon him, it wasn't due to what he think, it was because he was worried about him. He didn't want what happened to his son happened to him as well. His only choice was to expel him from the academy, since he was so determined to go to the war. But Roger believes they would decide the path they would take. But Rass conceded, and the whole continent became aware on how he was abandoned as the trash of the academy. While Rass doesn't know what happened to him, he still asks if this is what the magic he desired so much looks like. Is this what they both wanted? Roger simply smirks, knowing that it's too late for him already, and pushes away Nox to rush towards Ras, planning to take him down along with himself. But Nox intervenes, saying that things that he himself has done cannot be changed. He has some of those things as well in his life. His speed suddenly increases as his rate of synchronization with the character increases. While the feelings about those things, he calls them a really inelegant emotion for himself. But as the sync rate increases, he also gets a warning that he might lose his mind. Thought he still takes care of Roger quickly, splitting him clean in half. Professor Ras seems deeply shocked by this incident, and with a deep emotional tone, he calls out to Nox, asking him about what should he do. He doesn't understand what Ras is talking about, who reminds him about his research, which he said existed only for the weak. But now he is not sure if there is any meaning to his research, since he wasn't even able to protect his apprentice. He lost his direction in life. Nox with a slight stutter replies that he don't know how he was related to that demonic human. He knows that supporting Ras would be lesser evil. He would need his research so that artifact creation and strengthening system can be unlocked within the game. He has to continue his research for that, but he is not sure if that is really all. He tries to say something, to the point that his emotions starts to interfere with the character of Nox himself. His acting genius skill starts to waver. He tells Ras that him being related to a demonic human isn't important to him. He previously believed that making use of Professor Ras was the best decision. Yet now he is wavering, as he consoles Ras that his research is not worthless. But he replies that he should have seen how powerless he is, and Nox agrees that he looks pathetic. He also realizes why he is acting like that. Professor Ras ended up getting inside of his fence. Every word of him starts affecting Nox. He goes on to tell Ras that he is lazy by nature, so he shouldn't ask too many questions. He also doesn't like tea, but coffee. He don't need money either. He also don't like things such as fame. Ras doesn't understand where is Nox getting at, but he continues on, saying that Ras's research is different, and it's of value. He can guarantee of that. Inside, he believes that perhaps a game addict like him is envious of him, as someone who contributes love in this world. And with that all, he agrees to become his #1 apprentice. Ras is surprised to hear that. For Nox, nothing has changed. The back of the Professor Ras that he has seen countless times via the Montir. There is only him and Nox, an unorthodox thinker. He offers to be at the height of his back, while he cries inside talking about his son. We switch scenes to everyone else, who seems to have finished defeating the monsters. Paracelsus is surprised to know that Nox is not the only lunatic in this academy, finding the undeads he saw quite shocking. They are on a completely different level than normal undead, feeling fundamentally different. Even the princess is finding it hard to believe that there is an army of undead with this level of strength. It's hard to truly see the true capabilities of a dark families. Even though she don't want to admit it, the rumors that she heard that Marva's household is back is the truth, and she plans on remembering his name. Echidna agrees to pay attention to his activities. Leon received the highest grade mana crystal. If it weren't for it, he couldn't guarantee that he could have won, almost as if Nox has seen the future. And finally, Professor Bernan arrives at the scene, asking if everyone is all right. Paracelsus replies, somewhat. He then asks if there is anyone dead. The princess replies declines, but informs that there is someone who left the battlefield. And immediately upon seeing her, Bernan gives his greetings and asks, who left? She replies that it's Nox. But she also doesn't believe that he is in any danger, and also that they all could only survive this long thanks to him. Bernan asks if this is truth. Leon agrees, informing about the crystal that he gave him. Paracelsus replies that he also got ration for us, basically doing everything. And now people are started to change about him, believe that he is not that trash as they thought about him, though they still find him problematic when it comes to women's. And again like this, a chain of rumors start about him about many things. Bernan realizes that it's the white-haired brat again, and also the fact that the barrier has disappeared. He previously did confirm that the large-scale transportation circle of the demonic human can only be broken from the inside. He is confused on what is happening, since there is not enough time have passed that the weakling Ras could have resolved this issue, which could only mean one thing. We are now back at the Eldian Academy. We see our boy working hard on some paper. After that incident, Nox had no choice but to become Ras's apprentice, who suddenly comes all up close to him just to fold his sleeves. It's for the sake of unlocking the artifact system in the future. And in the game, Inner Lunatic, Professor Ras never died, but things are different now. And if he don't save him, then he would be the one suffering, he says as he elbows him in the face. He quickly apologizes after, claiming that he reacted unknowingly since he touched him. But he assures that it's all right. Ras knows that he did that on purpose as well. Nox asks, why did he touch him if he knew Nox that well? He must know about the Empire's law about sexual harassment as well. Ras replies that Nox is really saying some smart stuff despite being a good-for-nothing. And if he looks at the laws and relationship between commoner and nobles, the laws have already been broken for quite some time. Nox replies that he shouldn't be saying such stuff as the professor of Eldian Academy, but he don't care, as long as Nox doesn't snitch on him, which makes Nox label him as seriously insane. Ras recommends Nox this time to get along with Leon. He has sent a recommendation for them two to go into the treasure vault of the Eldian and take an artifact. Nox is shocked to hear that he really did that, and he replies that he knows he can be quite convincing. Though, he don't want Nox to feel pressured by this, who immediately excitedly approaches him, saying that he never felt pressured. And Ras can tell that Nox is more happy right now than when he became his apprentice. Nox calls the Eldian's treasure vault an unexpected jackpot. A bit later at the treasury, which is apparently co-owned by both the Revelin family and the Imperial family. There are a lot of incredible artifacts in there, but he is looking for one particular one. It would help him grow several times faster. Suddenly, Eleanor arrives, calling it quite surprising that Nox of all people would be opening the treasure vault of Eldian. He must have scored a good teacher, she claims. Nox tells her to think whatever she wants. Apparently her share in the Revelin family is recognized, so she would be going to the vault with him. He just hopes that she won't cause him any troubles. Eleanor assures that she totally have the intentions of giving away the artifacts she donated. She wants to make sure that he is properly paid for saving her. She finally opens the vault door and asks about the artifact that he is going to take. When he tells her about the item, she is left quite shocked. She don't know why would he want an antique like that, but calls it a hobby of rich people. Nox wants her to give the item first before they talk any further. But before that, she wants to test him if he is fit to receive an item from this place or not. He tries to call her test bullshit, but she replies that it's her special right as the person who donated the artifacts. Since the Revelin merchantry is in full control of Eldian after all, the space around them suddenly starts changing to a comfy room. It's a magic which has Nox seen countless times in games. She asks if he is not surprised, and he replies that he has experienced things even more shocking than this. Not waiting anymore, they sit down and Eleanor begins her test, making Nox work for the artifact. And he hopes that it wouldn't take too long since it's just a formality. Eleanor suddenly asks him the reason for saving her back, then much to his shock, he confirms if that is really the test, and she replies that it's up to her to decide on what to ask. Nox begins to say that it's as he said before, but Eleanor tells him that lies don't work on her, which he might already know. It's something that Nox forgot. In this game, the difference between acting genius and ordinary acting is that acting genius can see through lies of another person. He ends up calling her a pain in the ass. She reminds him that he already said something like that before. It annoys him to the core, as he wonders, what the hell should he do now? Eleanor notices that he looks extremely frustrated. He tells her to shut up, saying that she must have lied to him when she said that she wanted to give him the item personally. But she doesn't find it all that important right now. And instead, if Nox doesn't answer her, he would lose out. He also realizes this, and if he tries to get out of this meeting, she would get more suspicious of him. He decides to face her head-on due to this, and answers that he saved her because it was something necessary for him. She asks the reason, and he replies, because he needs her for his plan. She tries to inquire about it, but Nox shuts her down, saying that he don't need to say this much. But she has another question for him. What happened in the ballroom in the past? Did he not save her because he feels indebted due to that? Nox straight up declines, much to her shock, and the fact that she is also involved in his plan. Nox replies that she must have realized what he said was true, and she agrees, citing that it's not good to have too many secrets. She also voices on how people in the world are saying that Nox has changed. But she doesn't believe that at all. Even though he did save her, she would still remember what he did to her in the past. Before she could talk any further, Nox tells her to do as she pleases. She is surprised to hear that. Nox asks her to blame him all she wants. She can do whatever she wants to. Because what she has towards him will not change, neither he wants it to change as well. He finally gets up to get the artifact. This leaves her quite shocked, as she now thinks that he truly have changed. Sometime later, Rick asks Eleanor on why did Nox pick such an item. He doesn't understand why would a knight like him need an orb for. Eleanor doesn't understand what he is thinking either, as there were many items that were far better there. Instead of those top-notch swords, shields, and armors, he chose an old-looking orb. She doubts that he did that to make her feel indebted to him. Rick believes she don't need to think that much about him since he didn't cause her any harm. Eleanor doesn't believe that it's that easy, though right now she has no choice. She then asks about the merchantry and Rick replies that it's all going well, Nobles are buying their products in large quantities, all thanks to her. She also gives him further orders to continue watching on Nox, which he seems quite keen on doing himself as well. Back to Zitri and Nox, he got an advanced grade artifact with some unknown maker. It's an item which would increases his magic-related skills and effects, and also boost stamina, something he calls him lucky he got at this point. He knows that Eleanor probably doesn't know it's a good item, but there is a special way to use this. You have to say the name of the original owner, which would then upgrade it to the highest level. She is one of the great sages that would appear in the future, and also someone he took as his teacher frequently in the game. But it's still too early to activate it, because if he does so, he would end up revealing his identity to her. Since it's only first half, this level of effect would be sufficient for him. Zitri also asks him the reason for choosing this orb instead of numerous items available for knights in the vault. Nox reminds her again that he is going to be using magic, so he would need both types of items. Seeing her shocked reaction, Nox comments that he must have forgotten to say it and laughs about it, leaving Zitri to give out a sigh of defeat and wonder just what can she do with him. Zitri claims that it's going to be hard for him to learn two things at the same time, even though she believes in his abilities. Nox believes that if it don't work out, he would just take money from his family and live carefree. Zitri complains that she just told everyone how hardworking he is recently, and Nox replies that he never told her to do that. She calls him quite nasty for his remarks, and he reminds her that he is supposed to be a good-for-nothing. He is also accused of playing with women a lot as well, which he calls simply an accusation. Zitri has heard all about it, how Patriarch used to be such a womanizer as well in the past. And now he is apparently repenting for his mistakes, something which Nox didn't know about. He then simply plops on the bed, and Zitri notes something to be on the desk. It's apparently a letter for him, from the Imperial family at that. Echidna was the one who asked to pass it to him. Nox is worried that the princess is paying this much attention to him. He doesn't want any unknown variable to pop up again. She first thanks him in the letter for saving her life. And according to the law, she wants to give him a reward, so she invites him to their kingdom Talonfeather to receive it in person. His departure would be in 3 days, from Penelope von Arkheim. Nox is surprised that Imperial family is actually inviting someone from the Dark family for a reward. Zitri is concerned it could be a trap, knowing the conflict between the Dark family and the Divine family, and warns that it's too dangerous for him to go. But Nox knows they can summon him anytime they want, and so he asks Zitri to stay here, which is an order for him, leaving her quite worried. Talonfeather is the place where the Emperor Esteban and the Imperial faction has established their base. It's a place under control of the Divine family, basically a hell for a Dark family. He mumbles under breath on just what Penelope is thinking to invite him to such a place. When Nox first played this game, he had few things to note, first being whether the main attribute given to the player could be made useful. If one chooses swordsmanship and combat genius, then the path forward would be combat or the sword. But if choosing mana sensitivity, the path forward would be a mage. The second would be camps. The player had to choose side opposing to each other and bring meaningful results from there. For example, Penelope, who is in the carriage with Nox and asks him, what business does he have with her? Who replies that someone as insignificant as him couldn't have business with her, but Penelope requests him to not say such things. Among the camps within this game, the strongest would be the Imperial faction, which is under the princess, and the radical faction that opposes them, which is led by the Dark families. And lastly, there are merchant faction, led by an immense amount of money, deciding what the dynamics of the continent would look like. They all have their own way of doing things, but from what he knows, the relationship between Rainhafer family and the Imperial family couldn't be worse. Penelope believes that he must be thinking that he is stepping into the lion's den. Nox thinks that she is trying to feel him out. He indeed isn't glad to be there, but she assures that it's just to reward him for saving her life. But Nox tells her that she is taking her lie too far, and she sarcastically asks if he caught her. Nox directly asks her on what does she wants from him. And while she is in the middle of saying, they arrive at the palace. Someone else comes out to greet them, knowing that a guest was coming, but tells Penelope that she did bring someone unexpected. It seems to be her older brother, and Penelope seems worried seeing him. He is Prince Louis, and Nox quickly gives him his greetings. Penelope believed that he was supposed to depart for the war in the north, and Louis smirkingly replies that it got cancelled somehow, and he have to play the host when an important guest is coming. He would like to tell to the Emperor about this himself. And as for Nox, he asks him to meet often with not so good intentions. Nox replies that it would be an honor, all the while cursing inside on why did he had to meet this lunatic now of all times. He is the first prince of the empire and the only person ranked higher than Penelope in the hierarchy to ascend the throne. And he is also the notorious bad ending maker of Inner Lunatic. As Lewis leaves, Penelope starts to seem a little down. Echidna asks her if she is all right, and she replies that she was just taken back a bit. She calls Knox that he must have been surprised by this as well and offers to head inside to talk. Who notes that their relationship is just as incompatible as it was in the game, which he plans to make good use of and make it back alive. At night, he plans to rest as much as he can since tomorrow is the day he would receive his reward, though that is as long as there are no assassins coming for him. And just then, he notices something and goes on to pick up his sword. He hears a knock on his door. It's none other than Princess and Echidna, with the former wanting to have a talk with him. Knox allows them in and asks, "What is she doing here this late at night?" Princess asks to come inside, since it's not wise for her to be standing in the corridor like that. Echidna reveals that Princess has some plans for him and stands outside to protect the room since there are lots of eyes in the Imperial Palace. They both sit down and Knox is concerned on why could she be here at this time, though he does have a little idea. Penelope assures that she is not planning to take much of his time, but she wants him to promise one thing. Depending on the answer to her question, he might not be able to return to Eldian. He may not be able to enter the Rainhafer state either again as well. So she orders Knox in her name to pull the strings behind the scenes for her. Knox knew she would say that. She wants someone who can deal with the first prince, and it would be easier for her to sever off any involvement with the Dark family. She wants him to become her pawn. But Knox has something of his own to say in this as well. He calls her gravely mistaken if she thinks that he don't have a choice. Next day in the morning, Knox is present before the king. The king's name is Esteban von Arkheim, who once had a brilliant reputation and is considered a legend in the empire. But he has since lost his intelligence and has even been given a nickname, Esteban the Foolish. Penelope arrives and greets King as well. Lewis knows that Penelope has a request to ask of his father, which is probably to bestow a reward upon the person who saved a member of the imperial family. Knox replies that he was simply doing his job, knowing full well that Prince Louis became the new head after Esteban fell from his position. So he needs to be especially careful here. Louis agrees to bestow upon a gift on Knox for saving his sister and asks Knox to let him know if he wants something. And much to Louis's shock, Knox asks to enter the Ark River. And hearing this, everyone around is shocked as well, though it's not surprising why to Knox. It's a mysterious river that only the imperial family and the divine household are allowed to enter, because it possessed the ridiculous effect of increasing stats randomly. Louis finds the rumors true that Knox is a good-for-nothing seeing how impudent he is acting, finding vermins from the Dark families all the same. Everyone objects that it can never be allowed, not to someone from the Dark family, even if he did save the princess. It's just how Knox expected. He said this so that he didn't have to say that he don't want to receive a reward. Penelope calls everyone out on their impudence for daring to raise their voices in front of the majesty, and argues that there are no laws which states that only the divine households are allowed to enter the river Ark. Knox starts to feel uneasy from Penelope taking his side. Since he told her already that he won't go along with her plan, he had hoped that she would give up on him already. They still try to argue, but Penelope shuts them up by saying that she don't like when things are noisy. And for Knox, what she said before she left also bothers him. We go back to the night when Penelope was leaving, but before that, she still asked him to remember something. The time to choose would eventually come upon him. Now when the time comes to choose between the two factions, Knox would have no choice but to support the princess, though he still cannot make his choice obvious. He once again asks Prince Louis if he would agree to his request, who smirks and agrees that her sister's words does make sense, making everyone shocked. However, he also doesn't feel right for breaking the laws that the imperial family and its ministers have followed for so long. So he proposes a test for him, to see if Knox is worth of entering the Ark River. Knox didn't expect such developments, though it annoys him that all the characters really like conducting tests for him. When asked what kind of test it would be, Louis replies that he is going to spar with him. From what he heard, Knox has exception talent in swordsmanship, so he found it appropriate to ask him for spar. Knox believes that Louis must be assuming that he suggested a good idea, though he don't plan on losing easily, and accepts the spar. Louis smirks thinking that he is going to win and gives Knox 1 hour to get ready and meet him at the training grounds. He also starts to leave, saying that he would do his best while Penelope seems worried. She chases behind him, asking if he has a death wish. Since he should know what his brother is truly after, whether he wins or lose, the results doesn't matter as Louis is just trying to show off. He is trying to trample on Knox because he is young so that his family would be humiliated. Knox claims to already know all this. Even if he wins, Louis would try to harm him using the reason that the youngest son of a dark family tried to harm the prince. And if he loses, his reputation would get even better that he defeated a new rising talent. Penelope argues even more. Why did he accept despite knowing all this? Nox replies, what if he told her that there were other choices? A choice where he wins and don't die, would she support it? We switch scenes to Lewis, who is getting ready with his armor and shit for a simple spar. He suddenly asks one of his maid, who is he? She bows down and replies, the second son of their empire, Prince Louis von Arkheim. He agrees, believing that with his standing, no one should dare to ignore him. Yet something was wrong with Nox. The maid assures that Nox is not worthy of his concern, and to not be worried, saying which immediately gets him slapped across the face. He didn't took it well, and questions the maid if she thinks that he would get worried over some brat from a dark family. She quickly apologizes, and Lewis asks everyone around to better act smart. He cites that his father doesn't have long to live, and no one could argue against it. And it somehow makes him sure that all of the empire is about to fall on his hand, so he would need some kind of theatrics like they saw today. The maid assures that she is not going to act like such again, and he replies that it goes without saying she won't. He calls to the butler and asks him to get rid of that. She tries to beg for forgiveness and another chance. But his cool ass simply looks back and says that another chances are only given to someone like him. Even if they are born noble, the blood that flows in his veins are fundamentally different. And so, no matter how much talented Nox is, he cannot flip around a match where his defeat has been decided. He is quite curious to see what kind of face Nox would make when crying. We fast forward to the sparring, and everyone has gathered around. Lewis wishes Nox to do his best in the fight, believing that in the end, he would have to play along with his show. Nox agrees to do his best as well. As soon as the match begins, Lewis rushes towards him, believing that he won't be able to go up against the Imperial family. But much to his shock, Nox blocks his attack, and Lewis threatens him that he dares to go up against the Imperial family member. And not only that, Nox easily pushes him back, leaving him quite shocked and anxious at this point, as he reminds him that he was the one who told him to do his best, didn't he? The prince was shocked to see Nox actually aiming his sword against the number one in succession line. He still threatens Nox for daring to challenge him, but he replies that was simply following his instructions. Frustrated, the prince decides to take it seriously as well, believing that Nox is just a brat, and no way can he defeat someone who received high-quality education from the Imperial family. He once again charges towards Nox, who easily blocks his attack, and is quite unimpressed with the prince's combat skills. Even though his talent is not bad, it's not at the level where he can reach Nox, who is about to show him the tip of his sword. Prince closes his eye in fear and peeks out, only to find Nox sheathing his sword again. He asks him, what is he doing? Nox replies that he don't have any problems with the rules, but it's not exciting since there is nothing on the line. So, he suggests a bet to see who wins this match, and the prince believes it would make it easier for him to get what he wants. So he quickly accepts. Nox also suggests to say the conditions of the bet after the match, but the prince is impatient, and tells Nox in advance that if he wins this match, he wants him to serve him instead of Penelope. Nox doesn't understand what does he mean, and the prince asks him to not feign ignorance, believing that he is bewitched by his sister, which is also why he saved her in the forest. It's Nox's first time hearing this, and calls the prince a total nutjob for getting it wrong. So he clarifies that he was simply following the law of the Imperial family, nothing else. The prince replies that it would make it more easy then. He asks Nox to become his knight, and swear his loyalty to him. Nox agrees to do that if he wins the match. Meanwhile, the prince plans to put the blame on Eldian, the Rainhafer household, and Penelope if he gets injured. He once again lunges towards Nox with a confident smirk, telling him to blame himself for not knowing that the outcome was decided from the start. Nox can tell at a glance that his sword cannot pierce through Prince's artifacts. But he still has something up his sleeve, as his artifact, the orb, starts shining. He is asked to name the owner of the orb. Nox knows they would be surprised how he found out the owner's name, but he needs to survive right now first thing. There is only one way to get past that ridiculous armor. He calls out the orb's owner name, Astrid von Callowwood. The orb starts floating in the air with a dark mana gathering around it. The prince is shocked to see what is going on and asks Nox on what is he trying to pull, who replies that while this was a match, there wasn't any rule against using magic. The prince is shocked to see a Rainhafer using magic, and with this much power at that. Nox jokes that he must personally know this magic very well. It's magic missile. A large portal opens above, and from this multiple missiles is aimed towards the prince. Prince begins to dodge the missiles frantically, feeling something is off. For him, this is all incredibly strange, since the Rainhafer family is supposed to be a sword family. Yet there is Nox with such talent and magic, which shouldn't be possible unless he was born with it. Nox already have an idea on what the prince is thinking about. He assures that there was no shortcut, at least not as compared to the armor he is wearing. The prince is pissed for getting ridiculed like this, and Nox tells him that he was the one who started it first. Nox knew that he wanted to ridicule the Dark family and deny the result he achieved, which is why he requested this sparring. He started so hard to start a fight, which he had an overwhelming advantage in. This makes Nox berate the Imperial family that their honor has fallen into the ground. Prince is incredibly shocked hearing this, and finally brings out an item himself as well. He isolates the space, so others cannot see what is going on now. Nox asks him what does he intend to do, and he replies that he don't deserve to know that. Lewis did heard rumors that Nox was crazy, but he never thought that he would dare to go up against him. But once this sparring is over, the Imperial Knights would rush to kill him. Nox suddenly speaks up to the dean, asking her if she is just going to let her cute student die in this place after what Lewis said. Noah comes out, calling Nox not cute, but she still agrees to his request. Lewis recognized the voice of Dean Noah, who also remembers meeting him once. She immediately threatens him to destroy the whole empire if he tries to oppress Nox with his imperial authority. Prince trembles at the threat, and Nox simply gives off a confident grin. Sometime before leaving, Nox had a talk with Noah where he revealed that he was getting a reward from the imperial family for saving the princess. She simply acknowledges, but Nox tells her that he would die if he goes there. She would already know this as well, but no member of a dark family can return alive from that place. She does think it's probably the case while munching, but Nox snatches it from her hand. Being annoyed that she is seriously snacking right now, he requests her to help him out, just wants word from her, and the prince won't bother him anymore. She replies that he won't get the reward then, but Nox believes it's better than coming without his head. She jokingly replies that magic is advanced enough to put back a limb or two, but she is not sure about heads, leaving him pissed that she is really saying that to her student. But in this, she asks if there was a way to get the reward and return alive as well. What would he do? And right when he says that there is no way such solution exists, she brings out an orb. It's a long-distance communication tool, unlike normal artifacts. It's a tool where mana can be transferred over to the other side. And not even the prince can mess with one of the Force Sages. Nox mumbles that it's so rare for her to be so helpful, so she threatens him that she is not going to help again then. The prince stutters in his words, calling it all a misunderstanding. As if he knew he was a precious student of her, he wouldn't have done anything like this. But she tells him to not act close with him, since she knew his father, not him, and refers to him as a brat instead. He apologizes to her and asks on what should he do to appease her anger. Lewis quickly apologizes, and Nox also lets him go. She then orders the prince to fight fair and square and also dispel the barrier. He reluctantly agrees. And right when he is doing that, Nox maneuvers right behind him and defeats him with a single strike. All the nobles are pissed at him for daring to hurt the prince. Both Penelope and Echidna are shocked as well, wondering how did he just do that, and if he has 2 lives or something. Penelope thinks that he must have some kind of hidden card. It cannot be the authority of the Dark family, since this is the Empire, which means that he has something else that he can count on. This all makes Penelope wants Nox by her side at all costs. Echidna agrees that his skills are the real deal. And with this fight, he has shown that he has no intention of joining Prince Lewis. Penelope gives off a subtle smile and states that there is something that needs to be done now. Echidna asks about her plan, and Penelope mutters it in her ears. It seems something insane that even she is shocked to hear it. The guards around prepare to take care of Lewis and take him to the infirmary. The head butler orders everyone to not let it leak on what happened here. Penelope happily watches this all from above with a grin on her face. Fast forward to night in his room. Nox is relieved that he barely survived and found the prince to be complete lunatic. But the item he got was very useful. It really did belongs to the one he thought it was. It would keep being useful to him even in the middle to later stages. Because of this, he had much easier time in dealing with the prince as well. Suddenly, another knock happens on his door. He thinks that it's the prince who is already here for revenge, so he goes on to pick up his sword. When he asks who is it, Echidna replies. The princess is here to talk to him again, much to his surprise. Once again, he feels something troublesome is about to happen, but he invites them in first. When he opens the door, the princess simply walks past by him casually. He asks her on what happened, and if she is here to interrogate about the fight that he had with Lewis. But she don't care about that. She doesn't believe that there is need for Nox to play the fool. He asks, what does she mean by that? She chuckles and asks him to imagine her and her brothers sitting down on the dinner table together now. Both of them then take a seat. Nox asks her to pick a better time to talk again since it's already midnight. but she calls it perfect instead. Knox is worried seeing her come into his room this late, because he is going to be the one who would be held responsible if bad rumors go around later. She picks up his thoughts and asks, it's exactly what she was thinking as well, much to Knox's surprise. It's exactly why she came here as well, to let the scandal happen. Knox gets worried hearing her say such things, and asks her to explain what she means in detail. So she ends up telling him that she wants him to marry her.